The buttons for graffiti and emotes have been merged in matches, and you can now bring even more emotes into a match. We've also adjusted the transparency of mark messages and the size of the throwable and consumable wheels. The display effects of the elimination messages and tips have also been made more obvious and clear. At the same time, in-match notices now appear when certain actions take place. We hope all of this helps your team perform even better in battle. As for in-match communication, enemies behind obstacles can now be marked with quick voice messages. The chat area has been enlarged, and new marked messages are displayed at the top to make it more convenient to communicate with teammates. In terms of weapon-related improvements, we've increased the hit damage ratio and range damage of the shotgun, slightly increased the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun, and improved the overall balance of weapons. Improvements have also been made to the smoke grenade effects, weapons animations against walls, the marking feature, and sprint controls to give you a smoother gaming experience. The new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers, and no changes have been made for Gold tier and above. At the same time, we've added themed core circle missions, commemorative titles, exclusive rewards that can be unlocked by collecting crates. We've also prepared many great new season rewards. Best wishes for ranking up and winning more rewards in the new season. And don't worry, we haven't forgotten about Cheer Park. In the new version, we've added a mini soccer field and a 4-seat wingman to Cheer Park. Invite your friends to experience it together. If you'd like to know more about PUBG Mobile, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Hope you all have a great time in the new version. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. PUBG Mobile 2.0 Classic Mode Improvements. Hello there PUBG Mobile players, PUBG Mobile 2.0 is now available. In this video, we'll introduce some updates to Classic Mode. We hope you like them. Emergency Pickup. In both the ranked and unranked mode Erangel and Miramar apps, we've added a new mobility item, the Emergency Pickup. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. Deploying the Emergency Pickup takes a little bit of time. Once deployed, a hot air balloon beacon will be launched into the air as a beacon to guide the aircraft. Once the beacon is launched, you'll need to tap attach before the plane arrives in order to be lifted into the air. It can carry up to 4 players at a time, and you can choose to jump at any time in the air to reach the play zone. It's a new strategic mechanic that allows you to move around quickly with your teammates and also gather battlefield intel from high up in the sky. With the help of players' ingenuity, the emergency pickup can be used in actual combat to create more thrilling scenarios. It's also worth noting that as long as you're in the blue zone, even if you're up in the air, you'll continue to take damage, so think carefully before using the emergency pickup. Tier adjustment. An all-new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, and Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers. There's no change for Gold tier and above. We wish all players the best. Recall optimization. In this new version, we've optimized and improved the recall feature. We've made some adjustments to the recall mechanic. We've also added a quick chat message, I'll recall our teammates, and minimap death markers to facilitate communication between teammates. Recalled players will have a clearer view of the battleground from the plane. The thing you'll need to remember is, in the Erangel and Livik themed mode, as long as you have a recall remaining, you'll respawn automatically when you're defeated. Your teammates won't have to recall you from a recall tower. In the ranked version of the Livik map in Classic mode, the recall mechanic will be added as a limited-time event feature. Haptic feedback system. In order to enhance players' immersion in the game, we've added an interactive haptic feedback system to the new version. The various actions of in-game players will be reflected through vibration and haptics, further enhancing the game's immersive experience. When players interact with weapons and vehicles, interactive feedback will be transmitted to players in real time in the form of device vibrations, allowing players to experience differences in different interactive environments. When a player enters different states such as running, jumping, and being attacked, the device's vibration allows them to better feel the difference in their own state. Even when the minimap is marked with footsteps, vehicle sounds, and gunshots, the haptic feedback system will also react in real time. The haptic feedback system has two quality settings, high and low, and needs to be enabled in settings. At the same time, players can also set the vibration strength and customize the haptics under different combat scenarios. Do keep in mind that high quality requires a device with compatible hardware before it can be enabled. Firearm optimization. For firearms, we focused on adjusting the shotgun's attributes, increasing its hit damage ratio and ranged damage, and slightly increasing the base damage of the sawed-off shotgun. At the same time, S12K's capacity has been expanded to 10 rounds, and S1897's bolt action speed has also been improved. We hope that this series of adjustments will improve players' experience with shotguns. General improvements. We've also made tons of optimizations to improve players' general gameplay experience. Now, when players drag the sprint button, accuracy is further improved. The movement of players holding weapons close to walls has also become smoother and more natural. At the same time, in the new version, players will be able to mark shops, recall towers, and zip lines, improving communication and teamwork efficiency among teammates. From a visual perspective, we've also optimized and adjusted the smoke grenades effect. Well, that's it for improvements to the Classic mode in PUBG Mobile 2.0. We highly encourage you to play and see what it's like for yourself. If you want to know more about PUBG Mobile, please follow our official community. See you next time! In PUBG Mobile, in order to take on the various battleground environments, it's crucial to have a vehicle capable of traversing any terrain. In the official version of Livik, we've added the brand new utility task vehicle, UTV. So, how does this vehicle perform in the game? Today, let's compare the UTV with Livik's other commonly used all-terrain vehicles, the buggy and monster truck. We're sure to help you decide which vehicle to use. Let's see the overall performance of these vehicles. The buggy is quite small and compact, which gives it exceptional handling. During intense chases, its agility provides a firm sense of security. The monster truck has a tall chassis with massive tires, enabling it to traverse rugged terrain with ease. The UTV has overall great performance and is very practical. Its spacious interior makes it convenient for large teams, whether it be paved roads or the wilderness. The UTV can smoothly carry your team to any desired destination. The all-new UTV has a fairly compact frame, plenty of passenger space, and excels in all terrain. Whether it's rugged mountainous terrain or narrow streets, or in the middle of an intense firefight, it's a reliable means of transportation. It might just be your ticket to the final circle. Emergency Pickup Guide. Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile version 2.0 is now available. In the Erangel and Miramar's ranked and unranked modes, we've added a new item, Emergency Pickup. In this video, we'll take a look at the Emergency Pickup to help you get started. The emergency pickup is a consumable that can help players get to the play zone quickly. It can carry up to 4 players at a time and can be found at various resource points on the map. After picking it up, you can use it from quick items. Deploying the emergency pickup takes a little bit of time. Once deployed, a hot air balloon will be launched into the air as a beacon to guide the aircraft. That's why it needs an unobstructed space, away from buildings, vehicles, and other environmental obstacles. It will take a while for the rescue plane to reach your location, so you and your teammates can approach the pickup while waiting and tap the attach button to connect the beacon, thus making sure that you're ready to fly. When you're on the rescue plane, you can detach and jump out at any time. It's a great way to get to the next play zone center quickly. Meanwhile, you'll also get an excellent aerial view. Being able to observe an enemy's exact location allows you to find holes in their defense and surprise them from the sky. Alternatively, you can hide in the final play zone and use gunfire to draw the enemy's attention. Then, secretly deploy the emergency pickup and land behind the enemy to complete your ambush. I'm sure that with your ingenuity, you'll definitely master the emergency pickup in no time at all. But of course, high returns always come with high risks. The hot air balloon that comes out of the emergency pickup will be a very obvious sight on the battleground, so remember to clear the current area first or make sure you're safely concealed before using the emergency pickup to move to another location. Otherwise, your location will be easily exposed, and your enemy will have a chance to corner you. Also, as long as you're in the blue zone, even if you're high up in the air, you'll continue to take damage and won't be able to heal. So, think carefully before using the emergency pickup. I'm sure you wouldn't want to be that unlucky player who ends up trapped in midair. Aside from the emergency pickup, we've prepared some other new contents in the new version. If you want to know more, don't forget to follow our official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time! Hello PUBG Mobile players and fans! We've been hard at work continuously improving and polishing our game, and at long last, the official Livik map is ready to be played. In the official release version of Livik, we've retained the beta version's fast-paced combat while also revamping the major urban areas. At the same time, we've added a new vehicle and new interactables to the map for everyone to enjoy. New urban areas. In the official version of Livik, we've substantially improved the look of many areas and revamped layouts for a total upgrade. This is all to give everyone a fresh combat experience. Mid-Steam. First off, let's introduce Mid-Steam. The gateway with the name of the area and the main street in the city are the new landmarks. With buildings of different heights, this area will give players plenty to think about when strategizing. Take the high ground advantage or battle in close quarters. Anything is possible. Blomster. In the new Blomster, the wide streets divide the city into many areas. This means that whoever gains a better view of the city gains an advantage in battle. Your opponents would not want to attack you from the streets. And don't forget to check out the soccer field. We prepared a surprise reward for our players in this newly added area. Logistics Center. The lumberyard was changed to the Logistics Center. In a large open area, piled up shipping containers create a huge amount of cover. They're great for flexible strategies, but you must stay vigilant, as there may also be enemies around every corner. Get ready for close quarter combat. Iceboard. On a snow-covered hill, a castle stands. There are a lot of buildings with varying heights in Iceboard, with a white church in the center. If you want to take advantage of the terrain here, why not try to attack from behind? But keep an eye out for enemies that are doing the same thing, because once you expose yourself, you'll be at the mercy of enemy fire from above. New vehicle. In the official version of Livik, players will be able to find an all-new, all-terrain UTV. It has a compact frame, holds 4 passengers, and is great for traversal. Whether it's rugged mountainous terrain or narrow streets, the UTV handles them with ease. It could be your ticket to the final circle. Advanced Supply Zone. Want to stockpile combat supplies as soon as the match starts? No worries. In the official version of Livik, an Advanced Supply Zone will spawn randomly on the map. There are more resources than usual in this zone, but that also means more competition. If you're confident in your shooting skills, then give this place a try. Good luck! New interactive gameplay. In the official version of Livik, we added lots of interactables. They help make the official map more interesting, give more resources to players, and expand their options during a match. Wild berries. When you're out in rural areas of Livik, look around carefully, and you might just find some wild berries. Eat them to help you with survival, so that you can stay fresh for battles just around the corner. Soccer Challenge. There's a new soccer field in Blomster, but that's no ordinary field. Try to score a goal and see what happens. Excellent rewards await you. Storehouse. Breaking news. A batch of weapons has been delivered to Livik, and they're hidden in the aqueduct. Destroy the wall with firearms or explosives to hoard the hidden arsenal for yourself. High-flying vehicles. When you find crates in hard-to-reach places, try looking around. This is a challenge for players that live in the fast lane. Find a nearby motorcycle and ramp to reach those crates and get the rewards prepared for daredevils. Zipline. Ziplines will be added to the official version of Livik, giving players a way to move quickly from 2 fixed points. It will help you escape from enemies or the blue zone when in a pinch. Random supplies and treasure maps. In the official version of Livik, equipment and item crates will spawn randomly, giving you more ways to get items. Also pay attention to the treasure maps on the map because they help you locate supply crates nearby, so that you can get to them quickly. In the official version of Livik in Ranked Classic mode, we will bring back the recall event for a limited time. Getting defeated no longer means the end. Every player can be recalled once. When a recall is still available, players will be able to recall teammates for a period of time after they are defeated. We also added new quick chat voices so teammates can communicate better when recalling. As for players that are being recalled, we've also improved their vision when returning to the battleground so that they can better rejoin the battle immediately after landing. Other content. In addition to the changes above, the volcano that has been dormant for years in Livik has become active. Please be cautious when it erupts and stay away from the spewing lava. That's it for the official version of Livik. We hope you like it. If you want to know more, don't forget to follow our official community. We look forward to seeing you in the official version of Livik. Happy gaming!
An all-new Cycle 2 Season 6 is about to start, and we've made new optimizations to tiers. Bronze is now split into 3 mini-tiers, and Silver is split into 4 mini-tiers. There's no change for Gold tier and above. We wish all players the best.
take a back seat. Mongolia is stepping in.
The pride of Nepal is coming to get you.
Forged in tough battles, we bring the Pakistan juggernaut.
It's time to conquer Southeast SMNC.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, a new day, a new journey, all set to begin. A big warm welcome to all of you watching us right now. Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, ladies and gentlemen, which is now out in Pakistan as well. So winner, grab yourselves the chicken dinner with the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro, like always, and the action is all set to begin. We have the teams that have qualified from PMPL South Asia taking on the teams that have qualified from PMPL Pakistan, but only one will be crowned the champion of South Asia.
One. And who is it going to be? And that's what I'm sitting here wondering, because I'm not going to lie, man. This time the teams are looking in full force. And the performance that these teams showed just in itself in South Asia and also in the PMPL Pakistan, I honestly feel like we're up for a really promising performance.
I mean, I completely agree with you on that, because, I mean, both the regions, both the PMPLs were pretty incredible. In one place, we had Stalwart Esports just continuing the ultimate domination that they've been on since, I think, last year at this point. And then over in Pakistan, we had surprise winners in the form of 52X Rage, which, I mean, they went on to lift the trophy without securing chicken dinners, which was like pretty impressive. So again, I think that sort of showcases sort of how consistent the teams were over in Pakistan and South Asia, as we have now realized, like, there's nothing stopping these lads. Stalwart Esports, IHC, Skylightz Gaming, a lot of big names being involved, and you know what happens. I mean, it's just unadulterated chaos that's going to be there on the battlefield.
I mean, talk about the chaos, man. I mean, the main thing all these players are fighting for is also that prize pool. This is something that needs to be acknowledged, that money. And this time I've also heard the MVP, man, that man himself, the man of the entire legacy over here, the man of the entire show over here, is going to be getting a little bit appraisal. He's going to be getting a little appraised. And I just wonder, you know, I'm just waiting for that little graphics, because again, you know, Johnny, money is something that's the most important in the entire world. So these players as well, they're going to be getting a little bit of cash money in their whole hands if they do end up winning this whole thing, or even in the top three.
See, here's the deal though. I mean, these are competitive professional athletes. For them, it's all about the pride, it's about the glory, it's about the trophy. But I'm talking about us, me, Necro, Blotter is going to be joining us in a bit. We are greedy men. We like money. And well, talking about money, the prize pool for this time South Asia's championship is $150,000. Necro, that's enough to make even you greedy for this money.
Listen, I'm not greedy, all right? Listen,
not for 150K?
Maybe I am. All right.
You win. You finish first, you get $40,000.
Yeah, that's quite insane. And as I said, the most valuable player of this entire PMPL South Asia Championship will be getting $2,000. Now, if you guys remember, in the PMPL South Asia, the MVP had $1,000 for himself, but this time it's $2,000 for the MVP himself. So that's quite a lot of money to just wrap up all the way in his pockets. And if you're going to be one of those players who's going to be wrapping up a lot of elimination points, and not just that, it's pretty much, I think so if I'm not wrong, it's an average of all the overall stats that a player has, and that's going to be combined into each other, and then the MVP will be shown in front of us. But yeah, overall, frags are something that really stands out for me in general. But point structure for you guys, it has been the same throughout the entire year, but it's still, if some players are new here, or some people are new here in general, here you go. First place, of course, getting 15 points, which is the chicken dinner. Second place getting 12. Third place getting 10. Fourth place getting 8. And then fifth, 6. And of course, it keeps on descending down until that one elimination, 1 point marker that comes into play. And that's something that's going to catch everyone's eyes.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And it is going to be pretty incredible to see those individuals, those teams, well, kind of revealed in front of us at the end of our journey. But ladies and gentlemen, talking about the teams right now, squad rosters in front of us, and starting things off, one of the best teams from South Asia, Stalwart Esports. Again, always entering all the tournaments that they play as the top contenders to lift the trophy, and this time it still remains the same. But the competition that they're going to face, it's going to be quite intense, because we saw Deadeyes Guys and Train to Kill also sort of find their own form during the PMPL South Asia this time.
Yeah, exactly. Especially in the grand finals. I honestly feel like their performance just spoke volumes about themselves. Deadeyes Guys is one of those teams that has always lacked glory for some reason. They always end up in second or third place, and Deadeyes Guys, they just end up in such close quarters as well. So Deadeyes Guys, for them, this has to be a revenge story. This has to be a redemption story. On the other hand, Stalwart Esports, they will need to keep defending the title that they've got themselves in the PMPL Championship. And not just that, we cannot really just ignore the fact that there are a couple of more teams coming in from the Pakistan region itself. That means we have teams like TUF joining us, 52X Rage that actually won the entire thing. Then we have TUF, as I said, Salt I8. Then we also have the Grounders, then we also have Regicide and Freestyle. These are the 6 teams that are going to be joining us in the PMPL South Asia Championship.
Yeah, but you forgot one name, a name that's going to make the most impact, I feel, this time, and that is I8. And specifically, Crypto. Again, we've heard quite a lot what Crypto has been up to, like the incredible feats he was able to accomplish this time in the PMPL Pakistan. But now it's a new stage, it's a new set of players that he will be facing, and not necessarily new because he went up against them. I mean, he has been facing them in the previous PMPLs as well, but this time the stakes are higher. Yeah. And moving forward with the lineups, I mean, we do have Skylightz Gaming, Esports, DRS, and JyanMaara as well. JyanMaara have been pretty incredible. I mean, we did see a little bit of inconsistency from their side, but as far as securing those placement points are considered, JyanMaara, they do a pretty solid job.
Yeah, JyanMaara is one of those teams that actually stepped things up quite a lot in the final moments of the days as well. And JyanMaara has just came out really strong in everyone's hearts as well, because in the actual league play stage, we never thought JyanMaara would be even able to qualify. And then coming inside the grand finals of PMPL South Asia, JyanMaara just throws a huge curveball and end themselves up on the top 5 of the entire PMPL South Asia. And that's quite impressive in itself. Then you also have Phantom Esports coming in this time. Mad Max, Vexy, these players who saw them play in the past as well. They also have a lot of confidence, and not just that, a lot of experience backing them up too. And as I mentioned, Salt I8. This is one of those teams, of course, I am really going to be eyeing out for, because again, I was not the one who was actually looking out for PMPL Pakistan. I was not the one who was actually casting it. So I do want to see what kind of performance or what kind of stats this team's going to be putting on, because I've also heard they've gotten like a couple of upgrades on their side as well. So I do want to see how those upgrades are going to be sticking out for them.
I mean, so here's the thing, Necro. I mean, we always knew that I8 is one of the most aggressive teams in South Asia. And I mean, including Mongolia in this as well. I mean, including Nepal, Pakistan, every single South Asian region that was there. I8 was one of the most aggressive teams. And we keep hearing that they've gotten more aggressive now. And I'm scared to watch what they're going to bring to the table. But along with that, we do have the legends returning. Freestyle. Now, this is a name that at one point, I remember it was the year 2020. And Freestyle was the team that put the PUBG Mobile scene of Pakistan on the map on the international stages, and I guess they are here to repeat the history. It is going to be quite incredible to watch these lads, especially Tyrant being a part of Freestyle as well. I mean, it is going to be quite exciting to watch the lad perform and step into the battleground once again. But apart from that, I think, again, it is all just speculation right now. From our end as well, we are just trying to figure out what is going to happen. But hey, it looks like we need some help, right? I mean, we can't do this by ourselves. So, ladies and gentlemen, joining us to help us with our predictions, it is going to be Erangel from Team Freestyle. So, Erangel, welcome to the show. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm fine, I'm fine. How are you guys?
We're doing fine. We're doing absolutely great. So, Erangel, man, how are you feeling moving inside the South Asia Championship?
Actually, honestly, we are feeling very great. We've been trying to pass the Pakistan level from the past 1 year. We tried in the PMCO Spring Split 2021, then we tried in the PMNC, then we fought in the Fall Split. We couldn't make it, but this South Asia Championship, and it feels great.
I mean, but in doing that, do you feel some extra pressure on you? I mean, because Freestyle is a name that has a legacy behind it. So being a part of a lineup like that with a certain set of legends that are there in the lineup as well, does that put some extra pressure on you, or are you like always like very chill inside the game and you know what you have to do and you're comfortably able to do it?
Actually, we have had many roster changes in the past, but I think we are all chill together, and it feels great that we are here. And yeah.
I mean, talk about chill moments, all right, man. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, you look pretty chill yourself. You look like you're gonna have a great time in general. But let's make things a little bit real here, all right? So freestyle coming inside. What do you think? So,
Yeah.
how your team would be able to perform on a reality check, if you'd like to give it? And what do you think? How freestyle will be able to stand up against some of the teams from the South Asia?
We have been playing scrims with these teams from the past 2-3 weeks, and we've been reading them a lot. Their rotations, their gunfights, the 44 fights, and actually we have been winning a lot of 44 fights with T2K in Minas. That's our drop, and so yeah, we're ready for this time.
Oh,
Well, I mean, Avenger is ready, his team is ready, but now Avenger, now time for the real talk. I mean, Necro, what he asked was about the game. Now it's time for predictions. So are you ready to predict a team
No.
that will be sitting? Well, all right, I'll make it a little bit easy for you. I'll give you the top three. So team sitting in the top three at the end of the day.
First of all, my team freestyle. Then
Alright.
I'm gonna go with Stalwart Esports, and then with Deadeyes Guys.
And
They're
out
pretty
of
good.
these three, who do you think will be sitting on the first? Are you going to go with freestyle?
Yes, absolutely.
That's what I wanted. I want to see some
all
confidence.
right.
And of course, we do have a little bit of a challenge for Avenger as well. We are not going to give him free predictions. No. That's for us.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Avenger, if you fail, you have decided to do some push-ups for us. Is that correct?
Yes, I'll do it. I'll do it. Definitely.
And how many push-ups are we going to get?
As many as I can do.
Ooh, a max set. That's going to be exciting to
Yeah,
watch. So now I think you are probably going to be hoping that you guys finish on top, so no workout for you in the evening.
Yeah. Yes.
Yo, Avenger, one question from me. You know, it's going to be out of the box. It's going to be out the blue as well. Now, of course, you're a man,
Okay.
I would say, who definitely loves eating food. Everyone loves eating food. As you can look at me, I'm a chubby man myself, so I love eating food. Would you recommend me some
Same.
dishes that I would want to try? You know, that you think I should try and I should eat myself, and you know, you think I would actually like that dish?
I would say I love biryani and
Okay.
chicken biryani. That's
Yeah.
the traditional food here. And now, after that, I'll get some chicken seekh kebab and then some garlic naan.
Oh,
So
Damn.
basically, that sort of entire menu involves a lot of chicken, and if you eat it for dinner, you can call it a chicken dinner.
ooh.
Yes,
See, Necro?
absolutely.
Damn, Johnny. I mean, that was actually so lame that even Avenger was like, you know what? If I don't laugh, the audience in the chat would actually, feel pretty bad. So that's
See-
why he laughed on your lame joke.
Doesn't matter, it was a laugh indeed. But Avenger, thank you so much for joining us. We're gonna see you at the end of the
Thank
show,
you.
hopefully doing some, we hope we see you doing some push-ups. But once again, thank you so much for joining us. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Oh man, it was
A
great.
laugh's a
having-
laugh, Necro.
Yeah, listen, all right, that was quite lame, but let's move on over, because I don't really want to focus on that lame joke anymore. But yeah,
You guys tell us if that was a lame one. I thought that was pretty nice.
Listen.
But you are correct. We definitely do need to move forward with our show because we have 6 matches happening every single day for the next 4 days, ladies and gentlemen. So, I mean, it is quite short, these SA Championship finals, if you will, because we do only have 16 teams. All the teams are going to be playing 6 matches every single day, and at the end of the 4th day, we're going to have our winners, the team that is, well, will rightfully be crowned the champions of South Asia and also the MVP. But before we move further, before the matches actually begin, we have talked about the winners of both the regions. Let's see a stat comparison in front of us where we compare Stalwart Esports, the winners of PMPL South Asia, up against 52 X-Rage Esports, the winners of PMPL Pakistan. Now, Nekro, who do you think is going to be on top in this one?
is that even a question, Johnny?
Yeah, we know it's Stalwart.
Is that even a question? Look, nothing taken away from 52X Rage, but I am a Stalwart lover. Nothing taken away. I do want to see how these teams from the PMPL Pakistan as well are going to be showing themselves up on this stage, but I've always loved Stalwart Esports, but don't get me wrong. Over here, I'm also going to be giving a little bit of shares to 52X Rage as well, because I do want to find out what they've got in their backpack. Especially as Johnny mentioned, this was one of those teams that did not even get a single chicken dinner in the entire PMPL Pakistan Grand Finals, and they're still here, the winners of the entire PMPL PK, and also they're here in the South Asia in a full dominant force. So I do want to see what 52X Rage have gone.
Yeah, I mean, this team was absolutely incredible in their run during the PMPL Pakistan. I mean, securing a lot of top 2, top 3, top 4 finishes throughout the finals, and along with that, the elimination numbers were pretty solid in every single game. So I think that level of consistency that they were able to maintain in a lobby like in a lobby in the Pakistani region, which, I mean, is very, very aggressive in terms of how they look at those team fights. I think it was quite incredible that they were able to accomplish this feat, and again, now that does put up a big bullseye on their back as well. Like, teams are going to look to finish them off early if they do manage to secure an advantage against them in the team fight. But it is going to be quite interesting to see how they're going to manage to sort of deal with the teams from the other teams that are going to be joining them from South Asia, especially Stalwart Esports, because as we talked about just talked about the region of Pakistan being aggressive, well, this time South Asia was a little bit interesting, wherein we saw most of the teams be a little bit passive and just play on the back foot, try and play for positioning and safety. Stalwart Esports was in complete contrast to that. They were the ones who were like the main aggressors, the main initiators during the entire finals.
And let's be honest, it really looked like Stalwart Esports were just smurfing on the lobby. Because as you can take a look at the stats too, as you can see, the white color lines are for Stalwart Esports and the golden color lines are for 52X Rage. And as you can see, the lines that Stalwarts have gone for themselves, they're quite high in itself. And this in itself just shows the aggression, the firepower, the sheer will that this team brings inside the games. It's going to be really tough for every single team, not just in South Asia, also in Pakistan region, to try and face them.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Stalwart Esports, the moment you hear that this team is going to be one of the teams that you will have to compete against, that is like extra pressure that you have to deal with. Like, all the rest of the 14 teams are going to be separate, and then there's Stalwart Esports that you are going to be thinking about, like, all right, we can sort of take them out mid-rotation, but what if a 4v4 comes up? What if it's a complete 4v4? How do we take on Action Pika? I mean, Scry, these players are just monsters inside of the game. But I've mentioned this again. I mean, if I have hopes from a team of taking on Stalwart in a 4v4 situation, it has to be I8. I mean, that team has amazing, phenomenal level of firepower. And again, with the way Crypto and Uzum have brought their game to whole different levels, I think it's going to be quite interesting to see. I would love to see 4v4s happen out in the open. I mean, hopefully the first game we do have a Gatka circle, so this is the first time you're going to be like hearing me pray for a Gatka circle, but I want the day to start in an interesting way.
No, I want a military-based circle. Come on, man. That's like one of the most interesting circles in the entire game. Because again, you talk about military-based circle, but hold on, right? We have a little bit of rewards for you guys. So we have a viewer goal. If we do reach the mark of 100k watching, and not just 100k, we also have a little bit of milestones below that as well. But 100k is going to be the maximum one. We're going to also give up some nice in-game cosmetics. And why not? You guys would want to have your chance on that, right? So make sure to share the link of the stream on PMPL South Asia. And make sure to share the stream with your friends, family, even if your parents are just sitting home doing nothing, just be like, hey, open up your phone, just watch this, okay? Just let it run. Just let it run on the side.
I mean, I was just going to say open the broadcast on their phone so that we reach the milestone a little bit quicker. And just like, So, as Necro mentioned, there are milestones. So the first one is 50,000, the second one is 70,000, and then there's the 100,000 t-shirt that's going to be there. So that is something that I think it's going to happen throughout the next 4 days. But we did hear Avengers prediction, and being from Freestyle, he was quite confident about his team. But Necro, now it's our turn.
Listen, all right? Listen.
Yeah.
I'm going to backstab you here, Johnny, okay?
Wow.
I'm actually going to backstab you here.
My back hurts.
And I told you that I'm going to be picking Stalwart Esports, but I'm actually going to go with DRS.
Oh, you're going to be... well, that makes things easier for me. I thought you were going to pick Stalwart and then I would go for I8, but now since Stalwart is
I'm
left,
going for the first
I'm going to
game,
pick Stalwart
first game
Esports.
winner. First game winner will be DRS, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, Stalwart Esports, they never have a good start. That has been the thing. The first, I mean, they've had a few good starts in a few tournaments, but that was a while ago. I mean, we've always seen them take the first game as an opportunity to sort of try and figure out exactly what the other teams are doing, and then from the second and third game onwards is when we see their true colors. But hey, I'm gonna be hopeful. Hopefully this time they start off with a chicken dinner. So I mean, that's gonna be Necro right there. Well, it's I8 right there right now, but Necro did go for DRS. I went for Stalwart Esports. And those are our predictions. And we will have to see which of us will be able to get it right.
Oh, I do want to find that out too, because again, talk about getting it right, man. Johnny, look.
Yeah.
Predictions are something that are quite tough to make. Again, you're just going to be having to, especially for the first day and first game ever, you're just going to have to close your eyes and you just have to point at a team and be like, oh, probably this team's going to be winning. So just be like, all right, I'm going to pick this team real quick. And I think so this team's probably going to win, and that's what I did. But you, man, you just went with the most safest option possible, Stalwart Esports. Come on, Johnny. You got to think out the box.
Yeah, see, I'm a little bit older than you, so my time of taking risk in life is like way in the back now. Yeah, I have to play it safe. Can't play too close to the west this time. But again, I mean, Stalwart Esports, there was a little bit of a moment even in the PMPL South Asia where we thought they were slipping. So it is going to be quite interesting to see if this time the same slip up is going to happen or the team is going to be a little bit stronger. Also, let's not forget IHC Esports. Now, Stalwart Esports have been a huge pain to them since they showed up as Astra Academy back in the day, and now Stalwart Esports. And since then, they have been causing a lot of trouble for IHC, a team that at one time was just dominating South Asian competition, and there was no one but IHC ruling the top echelon. But now Stalwart Esports are there. So IHC, I think they're going to try their level best to take down their contenders, to take down their main rivals, and establish themselves on the throne, lift the trophy, take the crown, whatever you want to call it. But they would like to make sure that they are known as the best team in South Asia right now, and not one of the best teams from the past.
Now look, one thing we definitely know is that Stalwart is the best team without a doubt. Seal, though, is something that is really going to be kind of like a question mark for me, right? Because they lost my trust when they actually, I mean, they did absolutely phenomenal in the league stage, don't get me wrong, but then coming inside the grand finals, they were not even seen anywhere close to the top 3, right? So Seal is always going to be a question mark for me. I don't exactly know how Seal are going to be performing, but if you ask me the individual talent that this team has, the roster that this team has, indeed a really solid roster, but sometimes we do see them having a little bit of trouble gelling with each other up. But hey, I'm sure as time passes by, they're probably going to be able to get rid of those jitters and move on forward and put on some great performances. But as we talked about the Giants, the Goliath, Stalwart Esports, they're going to be a big threat in the lobby for every single team. But Deadeyes Guys is something that we'll need to watch out from as well.
I mean, definitely. Now that you bring it up, I mean, we have to talk about Deadeyes Guys. They were absolutely incredible during their run in the PMPL South Asia as well. And this time we saw Chari sort of pick a really big role for his team. And it is going to be quite exciting to see what Deadeyes Guys are going to be playing like right now in this particular lobby, because now they're going to be forced to make a few changes based on the addition of the Pakistani teams as well. And it is going to be quite interesting to see if they are able to maintain the same level of consistency that they were able to sort of pull off in the PMPL SA finals. Because Deadeyes Guys, I mean, this is, I believe, one of the best runs we have seen from their end. And they are a name that's just synonymous with the PUBG Mobile scene in Nepal. They have their own legacy in the Nepali PUBG Mobile scene, and it is going to be quite interesting to see exactly what now the transition is going to look like. Deadeyes Guys, since from being in a point where you know they would qualify, but when it came to the finals, we would see them in the middle of the pack. Now there's an actual possibility for them to just go on lifting trophies one after the other, because the team is just looking very solid.
Oh, they are. They are absolutely looking very solid. Johnny, I just had a little question for you. Can you do this? Can you do a little heart for every single person that's currently watching in the chat? Come on, man. You got to do this. This is like a better version of it, right?
I can't do that. Yeah, I did it. Yeah.
Hey, look, you did it. Yeah, exactly. These hearts are for you guys. The people that are currently watching in the chats. And again, we also have something to give back to you guys. I'm going to be going over it again. If we do reach those current milestones, the first milestone is going to be starting at 50K live watching. If you guys do get us to 50K, we're also going to be giving away a little bit of in-game cosmetics, but the maximum milestone reach will be 100,000 watching. If we do reach there, we're of course going to be giving some more great in-game cosmetics, which is going to be a great, nice shirt.
And along with that, I mean, those are the giveaways that are happening. But just to make things a little bit more fun for our audience, again, for our lovely viewers, you guys can try to predict and, in fact, vote for the teams that you think are going to win. And we're going to talk about that a little bit later in the show when we are actually in the match. So, but to do that, you have to make sure that you're tuned into the PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia's official broadcasting channels, and that is where the whole prediction thing is going to happen. And again, the milestones are going to be important. But I think at this point, Necro, the fans are also going to be waiting for the show to start and see their favorite teams in action.
Talk about seeing the favorite teams, man. Well, here we do see the bumper rolling up, and I'm pretty sure soon the game's going to be starting, ladies and gentlemen. So just fasten your seatbelts, because the plane is going to hit the deck soon. As you guys do see the players as well, just getting their game faces on. They're ready. They're locked in and loaded in their devices. We're probably going to be moving on over to the first game of the entire PMPL South Asia Championship, where the plane fly path's going to be starting all the way from the side of Georgia Pole and ending all the way towards Kameshki, Johnny. Man, I want to see how this one's going to be ending.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is the start that we wanted, because now two of the biggest names are going to be struggling to find their favorite drop spots. I'm talking about Seal Esports and Stalwart Esports, who do like to play from the military island. I mean, Seal Esports in this sense have been a little bit more adaptable. Stalwart Esports, they are quite stubborn about starting from nowhere up north. So it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly if we have a drop clash happening in the early stage of the game. But Seal Esports, as I said, the adaptability factor comes into play, and they are dropping towards northern Georgia Pole City, along with the players from TUF and IHC. IHC, like always, have gone for the Georgia Pole area, but Freestyle, now look at that. They drop towards Gatka. It's going to be quite interesting. Now, it all comes down to where the first circle is going to be.
Oh, that's what I want to see, too. Imagine like a complete southern circle. It's just going to catch all these teams off guard, because, again, the plane flat path is completely all the way from the northern side, and if it's a southern circle, then teams will have to struggle quite a bit. So, if I'm not wrong, IAT is one of those teams that likes to go towards the Snovka military base, but just because of the plane flight path, they are not going to be able to go towards there, so they will probably have to readjust their drop location, and they will have to just figure things out on the fly. But, yeah, it is a military circle, Johnny! My predictions are right! Let's go!
Wow! Now this is just going to be incredible. The first game, the flight path is towards the north, and we do have the circle towards the south. It is going to be a fight for the early control. We do have the players of I8 and DRS already moving towards the farm area, but towards Gatka is where there is a very massive cluster of teams. Phantom Esports, they're going to be there. We have our Regicide joined by Freestyle, and then there were another set of players towards the extreme western part of the map. But hey, look at this, Stalwart Esports. They are here. They look pretty happy. But I think it is going to be a little bit of a trouble in paradise, considering the circle is towards the military island, and Stalwart Esports, they will have to, well, travel quite a lot of distance to get there.
Did you notice something different?
No.
Look at the favorite gun, M416.
Oh, wow.
Pika from Stalwart had his favorite gun, the AWM. I like this new implementation. So I think so it's pretty much like what these players like to use and what their favorite guns are, but I'm pretty sure the majority has to be M416 without a doubt, because that has been the meta since a really long time now. And moving on over to Deadeyes Guys. Oh, UMP45, of course. How can we forget the deadly UMP?
Oh, yeah.
How can we do that?
I mean, this weapon has been a nightmare of sorts to everyone in the competitive scene for almost 6 months at this point, and it has just been there. So it's quite interesting to see just other weapons highlighted as favorites for a lot of these players, because you would like rightfully think that in the competitive scene the players would take anything and everything to give them the extra edge, and UMP has been quite prominent doing that. But look at this, Skylightz Gaming. Looks like there can be an early collision between them and DRS, as Skylightz Gaming are going for an early rotation, but DRS did not want to engage, and both the teams headed in the opposite directions.
Oh, this is going to be quite interesting because, again, we talked about this, right? Which team's going to be able to be the most proactive and which team's going to be able to actually get the control in their hands first. And look at this. We already do see Freestyle actually getting the first elimination of the entire PMPL South Asia Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, Freestyle are going to get the first blood on their hand, and they're also going to straight up book it down south towards the military base. Now, this is going to be quite interesting because there's going to be quite a lot of teams that will decide to just camp it out and also get those elimination points for themselves and also stack up with a bit of loot. But Stalwart Esports, as we do know, they like to go towards no reploy. And at this point in time, just because the circle, a lot of teams that are already down south, they're not going to be having a lot of comfortable loot to play around with.
Yeah. And again, I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see exactly how the teams are going to decide to rotate towards the military island. We do have Stalwart Esports again, as mentioned already, headed towards no reploy. We did see a few of the players from Skylightz Gaming and DRS up against each other, but no shots were fired in that scenario. Now, I think Alright, so what is this, Necro? Look at the players of the Grounders. We have 3 players towards Primorsk, and then there's Zigsaw all the way towards, well, Yasnaya Poliana, between just the eastern edge of the map towards Yasnaya Poliana. That is an extreme 3-1 split.
And yeah, exactly as we did say, predict who will win this game. And only on PMPL or PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia YouTube channel, you guys will have to predict this. So all you guys need to do is vote space a team tag. For example, TDK. So vote space TDK if you guys are rooting for TDK. Vote space I8 if you guys are going for I8's also I8. So this is basically what you guys need to do if you guys do want to give your predictions. And that'll be quite interesting, you know, to see what the actual chat wants to see, which team the chat wants to see winning. Because again, we're probably going to be seeing a lot of varieties, and everyone loves a little bit of drama, let's be honest.
I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of drama by the time we reach the final day of this South Asia Championship, but we're waiting for the drama to begin. Till now, there's only been the one finish that was there, Nocto from the side of Regicide being picked off early in the game. And apart from that, all the other teams, all the other players, they're looking to make their way towards the military island. We do have the players of T2K going for a swim right now, and Legend has almost made it all the way to the other side towards the military island. Now, he's going to have to stop here and, well, scout out a little bit of the area for his teammates so that when they get it, it's completely safe for them to get on land and start moving in further towards the military base. But no signs of an early fight anywhere on the map. Every single other team, they are quite far away from each other. There's a decent amount of distance between them. Although on the military island, things are looking, well, quite cluttered right now. You do see the players of the Grounders now not too far away from them. On the southern edge of the military base are also the players of Freestyle.
Personally love the approach that the Grounders have taken inside this game. Rotated all the way from the outskirts through the waterways and made their footing inside the military island. But again, what I wonder is, are those players having enough comfortable loot to play the entire game? Because a lot of teams had to be proactive. They had to book inside the zone as quick as possible. So I'm pretty sure a couple of teams will be handicapped on the loot. But again, this is where it does come down all to the game strategy, how they're going to be trying to play things out. Because the outskirts of the military base island, which is those little houses, are being looted by the players of Freestyle. So there's going to be no house left with any sort of loot. And even if they do want to go for loot, all they will have to compromise with are a little bit of scraps that Freestyle wasn't really able to pick it up. So the Grounders are definitely going to be having a bit of struggle, but we also do see Phantom Esports moving in slowly and steadily from the back, and this is where the military island now is going to get slowly and steadily crowded.
Well, yeah, as you mentioned, it is going to be a little bit crowded, a little more crowded, in fact, from now on, as almost all of the teams have moved in. We do have the Grounders. Zigsaw finally managed to cross Mansion almost at center, but I wonder how he will find his way towards the military island and towards his teammates. His teammates are quite far away. There are a lot of bodies that he will have to go through. On the other side, though, now, look towards Talbot Kamishki. That's extreme late-game rotation being made by 52 X-Rage Esports, the champions of PMPL Pakistan. And their strategy is quite similar to the players of IHC. Play slow early, mid, and then play extremely aggressive late game.
Talk about strategies, man. Sometimes these kind of zone, they just throw the entire strategy that a team has planned off guard. Because as we did see the plane fly path all the way up north, and the circle is now completely down south. So that in general has caught a lot of teams off guard. Here we do have TDK Legend though, eyeing out the players of Skylightz Gaming in the front. Mafia Ninja is the only man, or the only chicken in the house. And TDK, they're looking like a pack of wolves, just trying to overtake Mafia Ninja here. But Mafia Ninja 2 is quite oblivious of the fact that he might just be eyed out by the players of TDK or any sort of threat that's going to be around him. Airdrop one's going to be on the board as well, ladies and gentlemen, and it's going to be the AWM. Who's going to be going for that big green cannon?
Well, I mean, it is going to be quite an interesting take right here. The and I mean, Pika is going to be quite unhappy about this. The airdrop is quite far away from him, otherwise he would have gone for it. Now that he's mentioned that that is his favorite weapon. But on the other side, they look at this TUF, finally some action. Well, some possible action in front of us, but as far as Edgar, he was going for the reload. The players from the side of grounders, I mean, just one play. In fact, Zigsaw was able to drop his vehicle down to the shoreline, and now he will be looking to see if he can wait this out. Just be patient enough, let the players from the side of TUF leave, and then he rotates inside the circle. But oh, I8, what's happening?
Oh, and look at the grounders already getting caught in a really tricky spot right there. That's something the grounders weren't really eyeing out for, but unfortunately, things are going to be quite tough for them as Mafia Ninja finally gets taken down. TDK, Legend's quite out in the open, but AJ as well is missing quite a lot of shots. And oh no, Skylightz Gaming. This is not something you expect from a team like that. AJ is just missing out on so many shots here, and that's just giving ample amount of opportunities for the players of TDK to try and capitalize on this entire spot. AJ now just going to drive around. As TDK Legend definitely will have his little bit of confidence booster on his hand too. He's going to try to heal himself back up, and AJ is going to try to toss it in 8, but gets caught busy. The hands are quite busy, and instantly Legend just steps out of his comfort zone and will take down AJ, but at the same time, Skylightz Gaming have 2 casualties on their side.
Yeah, the good thing for that play was the fact that Legend was traded out. Otherwise, AJ would have gone down for free, and that was not a good thing for Skylightz Gaming. But now, Jane, he has Nima spotted out in the open with nothing but a rock protect him. And Gyalzen is here. The backup has arrived, but it is a complete... the fight, for now at least, is in the favor of Train to Kill. They took down 2 players from the side of Skylightz Gaming and lost only 1. They have the numbers to play around with, but they are being extremely careful. In fact, too cautious at this point. They should have gone for the push on towards Mafia Ninja, taken a gamble of just pinning down Nima with a little bit of suppressing fire, and then made the play from there on out. But giving Gyalzen the breathing space to go for a revive on his teammate now puts the... the ball in the court of Skylightz Gaming, and they know how to hit it, and hit it hard indeed. There's the pickup on Jane. Train to Kill, losing 2 players. Jane and Legend, they have been eliminated, but Sandesh is still there along with Siog.
Shifu Sir as well, taking down half HP. And look at this. I8 now against the players of High Voltage. Extreme gets taken out. Not really that great of a news for a team like High Voltage. We'll need to try and capitalize things over here, but if we do take a look at Shifu Sir here to finally be confirmed. Deadeyes Guys not really looking that great. As you guys do see, Deadeyes Guys currently have 2 players knocked out, or 2 players being taken out almost. Regicide as well losing out on one of their players. TDK losing out on 2 of the players, but Skylightz Gaming so far, they're actually looking pretty good. They were stuck in quite a tricky spot, but still they're able to make it out alive.
Well, but let's see. Oh, on the other side though, Deadeyes Guys, Top is going nowhere as he has been taken down. True Love as well will go for a swan dive with the buggy, but manages to survive on the bridge. Oh, Leo is going to be quite upset, almost finding the second pickup and, well, pinning down Deadeyes Guys down to the 2-man roster. Now, it is still going to be quite tricky for DE to make it work in the late game stages, but Stalwart Esports, a pretty decent job by them, securing 2 pickups with this bridge camp that they had set up. Now, the crossing is going to be quite open for them. All they have to do is cross over to the other side and make sure they get to the compounds. But the extreme southern shift of the circle is, well, going to be giving a lot of trouble to almost all of the teams on the other side. Regicide in the heat of the action. And we do have wall trips on our screens. One knock secured. Mad Max, in fact, knocked and finished, but rest of the Phantom squad have arrived.
Talk about the squad arriving though, but this time the circle again is going to be taking another curveball shift. All the way on the bottom right side of the military island, all the teams again are being pushed outside their comfort spots. And this is something the teams will need to try and play around now. As I did mention this, and look at Stalwart Esports having some of the prime spots currently in the zone. But IT against the players of Seal as Demo falls down, one of the star players for them. But IC will be instantly traded out as well. But unfortunately, this time it's the play zone being quite cruel. And IC wasn't really able to withstand the damage that the play zone inflicted. Because already Demo inflicted quite a lot of hurt onto him as Wally now. He does realize he's being overwatched by the players of IT, so IT is not going to let Wally just get out of that tricky spot. Leo, too, realizes maybe it's time for him to take leave as well. And this is probably the wiser and the most mature option that they have left currently. IT losing out on a player like IC is definitely going to be hurting them quite a lot.
Well, but let's see. I mean, they are going to try and go for the push now. IHC stuck in the blue zone. The late rotation giving them more trouble as the circle just keeps moving away and away from them. On the other side, Susan from the side of JyanMaara. Well, quite close to the players of Freestyle right now. Wasi is the man sticking around for a few extra moments, but JyanMaara, they are going for those pickups, and I believe a knock has been secured. Tyrant, he's not knocked out. He's in the water at least for now. Malik, he's trying to see if he can rescue his teammate. Alright, Tyrant was knocked out. Malik going for a revive. Did not get there in time and loses out on Tyrant. So, Freestyle, I think, the promise that was made to us a little bit earlier, we're going to have to wait to see Freestyle pop off. Just a two-man roster surviving up against the four from the side of JyanMaara. And let's not forget, you do see on the radar as well that Phantoms, they do have the high ground. So, Malik, if he does manage to reach the summit of that, he's still going to be in a world of trouble. But the spray from Gunner, putting Malik down to around 50 HP, is going to make sure that the man is instantly going to be taken out by Yeta in just a matter of seconds. And Delta makes it! Ooh, that is extremely lucky.
Barely surviving too, look at that. The boost somewhat helping him out right there. We'll take a stop for now. We'll need to patch himself up. As the kill feed now is going to keep on dancing because, again, as I said, the circle takes another shift down south. This time it's tilted a little bit on the left side. So that means Stalwart Esports, they will need to be a little proactive. But the team that might just be the biggest threat for them potentially can be Phantom Esports because they're currently guarding the edge lines from where Stalwart Esports might just be thinking of breaching in. 52x Rage as well, the champions of PMPL Pakistan, looking to conquer the entire South Asia Championship as well. But the way or the paths are going to be full with thick in thorns, and how are they going to try to navigate their way around?
Well, let's see. I mean, there's still a lot of opportunity for them. We are 16 minutes, almost 17 minutes in the game. 43 players alive, 15 squads still remaining. Only one team has been shown the exit so far, and that was the squad of TUF, getting wiped out a few moments earlier. But maybe Skylightz Gaming, they're going to be next as Uzim from the side of I8 does find the knock and the finish from on Nima, and DRS, they have the players of Skylightz Gaming spotted out as well, so they are in a little bit of a sandwich situation, and to get out of this alive in one piece, it's not going to be easy.
Indeed, it's not going to be easy. I8 clearly, you do see a lot of paranoia on all these teams. Makes a lot of sense too, because the circle has been taking a lot of curveball shifts, and this is something that teams as well will struggle. Look at Reviews barely surviving on a nick of health. I8 now unfortunately getting caught off guard in that open rotation, but they don't have any other choice. Neither wasting a lot of smokes in this early phase of the game would mean quite a lot to them, but I8, they just have no other option left. They will have to utilize all sort of utilities, and that's what they're doing. But Crypto as well finds a nice return knockout on the players of DRS that might just buy some time up for them.
Yeah, that was just an incredible opening from the side of Crypto, but will his team be able to utilize it to the maximum potential? They will have to find a few more, and rules being taken out by the players of Skylightz Gaming might just be the thing that I8 needed to escape their dire fate. They are making the push. along with the blue zone, but Killer Whitey, look at this, the last player remaining from the side of DRS, and his crosshair was set to pick off the players of Iron, or at least dish out a little bit of damage, buying him some time to go for a revive on his teammates. Delta was the closest, and Killer has managed to secure a spot right next to his teammate, going for a revive, but recovery from the side of DRS, it's going to be a tough one. On the other side, though, Skylightz Gaming up against the players of I8, Crypto with a nade, taking down Mafia Ninja, Refuse going down in a trade. It is going to be quite impressive. AJ is going to be the last player surviving. Crypto with another one lined up is going to go for the lob, and is this going to be perfect? It's quite on point. Extra damage is out, but now that the blue zone is here, he's going to take more damage on himself as well. Utilizing the weapons and just going for a push, I think, might just be the play that I8 need to make. But hey, whoever wins this fight, be it Crypto or AJ, is going to be the reason for his team making it into the top echelon in the very first game. AJ did go for a revive on Galzin, but he was knocked out again. Now AJ is bleeding out slowly and steadily. Crypto sees him. The drop shot comes in, and well, that's the finish on Skylightz Gaming. I8 securing 4 extra points for themselves.
Talk about a heroic entry, and Crypto has mastered the art of that. Crypto with 3 elimination. This man's on a domination right now. Indeed, a man is going to be quite difficult to stop at this point, but JyanMaara too, another one of those teams that cannot really be ignored. If they are being able to slip past the radar, then JyanMaara is going to make sure they're inflicting the maximum hurt on the entire lobby. So JyanMaara will need to be punished, but still they have such a great compound to play with. Actually, the only team with the prime spot currently inside the zone. As I said, Stalwart Esports, just because of the zone, they got caught off guard. So now they'll have to move as well. They're trying to move around the edges. But JyanMaara, they do hear a lot of vehicles, a lot of chaos on the edge, but they're just not able to get any sort of visuals just yet. And Seal, against the players of IC, just a little bit of low blow from their side, as IC was not able to find him, but still is able to slip away with the frag, as we do see Stalwart Esports currently on the edges again. But Stalwart, do they have any clue that JyanMaara might just have a little bit of sneak peek onto them?
Well, but let's see. It is looking quite intense right now. Stalwart Esports with all 4. JyanMaara, the only team that can match their numbers in terms of the amount of players that they have. But look at this. Now, this is quite interesting. Phantom Esports. We do have Crypto in the backlines from the side of I8, the last player surviving from his team. But Phantom Esports and Regicide, these 2 teams are just about to collide. And if they do on this slope, that's going to open a world of opportunities for Crypto. We do have I8 in a bit of the distance as well, but they do have a comparatively safe entry going wide from the extreme northern side and entering the circle from there. Regicide, they're just going for a climb, and Slipknot is letting them do that for free. Well, not for free, at least. The nades are being used, but none of them have connected so far.
And this is the exact pressure we talked about, the PMPL South Asia. Crypto from the back, spoiling the entire dreams and hope of the players of Regicide. He's just spoiling their games at this point. Slipknot finds an easy entry, and he will take over and capitalize on top of it. Slipknot able to put the final nail in the coffin for Regicide, and Crypto just completely shattering the dreams of Regicide in this game, as they will be taken out from this one. As Seal eyeing out the players of IT, not really giving a lot of sound cues away, but IT, they don't have any other option. They will need to try and capitalize and move on inside the next zone. But Seal too, they also have a bit of pressure on their back so far. The smoke is the only one just providing some visual distortion, but not for long. The smokes are going to be fading away, and that might just mean Seal's lifeline is well fading away.
Yeah, I mean, Seal Esports, they're going to be the world effort. Baron taking a few more shots on him now, barely with a sliver of HP. One more, and that's going to be it. Done and dusted. Seal Esports, they are out of the game. We're down to the 6 top teams. The top 16 players still remaining in the lobby. Deadeyes Guys have been forced to take an exit as well. And, well, I think the next one might just be freestyle. They have the last player surviving inside of the game till now, but it's not going to be easy to make it till the very end. On the other side, the Stalwart Esports having been spotted out by the players of JyanMaara, the main competition. And I think their entire plan is just to take control of the circle from the easy side, just pick the team with a few numbers remaining, pick them off, move into the zone, and then just keep the players of JyanMaara. But it's not going to be as easy as it sounds.
Nothing's going to be easy, man. Nothing's going to be easy, especially in these final moments. Look at that. Snake like those are just going to be lying around on the entire battlefield, and Pika this time gets caught off guard. Of course, he would have. Stalwart Esports too, man. They're just being in such an uncomfortable spot for now. They don't really feel that comfortable inside this entire game. And if you talk about Phantom Esports, look at them. They're also taking quite a lot of shots. JyanMaara too, spotting him out. Stalwart Esports, unfortunately, lose out on one of their players while they're trying to make the rotation. The zone is not really being nice to them.
Well, as you said, the zone is not really being nice to them. It has been moving away and away and away from them this entire time since the game started, in fact. And well, for now, Scry, he's just trying to deter the players of Phantom Esports from moving towards his teammates. The smokes have been laid out quite nicely, creating a lot of moving space for the team to, well, just move around and find some extra cover, just reposition themselves while taking those team fights. On the other side, though, Freestyle, as we were talking about them, Vasi is the last player remaining for the team, and he has found his way, quite cheekily in fact, towards the edge of the circle. He's inside the zone.
He indeed is inside the zone. Look at this. This is what we talk about, a little stalemate. JyanMaara finally falling down. It's Stalwart Esports finding a nice equalizer with that nade. Now it's a 3-on-3 situation. Action looking to capitalize again and maybe just be able to find another one too. But this time, Action catching a bit too much hurt from the players of Freestyle. It's Vasi, the solo man survivor, all the way in the back from the side of Freestyle, inflicting some damage and hurt. That means it's going to buy off a bit of time for the players of JyanMaara just to reset.
Well, but let's see, JyanMaara, I think they do have a very nice possibility of going on to win this game. Look at the nade from Gunner. It's quite close. Scry's going to be down. And Top finds himself the last player remaining for his team with barely 50 HP on him. Gunner decides this is the moment to go for a push and, well, destroy and delete Stalwart Esports from the lobby.
God,
and Snipe YT with a bug, he just runs over the last player. Stalwart Esports, they are out of the match. We have the top 3 teams, ladies and gentlemen. JyanMaara sitting there with all 4 players. 6 points secured, 6 eliminations secured. The Grounders are going to be there with just 3 players, 1 elimination secured. They do manage to bring their total tally to quite a decent amount, but Phantom Esports are the team with the most eliminations in this lobby so far in this match. Vexy and Slipknot, they are going for the push, but this fight against JyanMaara is completely against them. It's a 2v4 situation.
JyanMaara currently is looking in full force. It's going to be really hard for anyone to stop this one, but maybe Phantom has just found a kryptonite as he does take down one of the players. Snipe YT gotten rid of from the lobby, and now Slipknot's position as well is being compromised. But Phantom Esports still, they're just being those nice hunters in the grass. They're not really giving their positions away that easily. Crawling inside the next zone too. All these teams at this point, they've got themselves a little bit of comfort spot inside the zone. A little piece for themselves, but JyanMaara quite spread out wide. I personally do love the spread that JyanMaara has been holding so far, but Slipknot, the nates are crawling in quite close. This one's going to be even closer as Slipknot gets slipped down and gets knocked out, unfortunately. And Slipknot knocked out. This leaves Vexy, the only man alive. A lot of burden on this man's shoulder.
Well, definitely there's going to be a massive burden on him, but hey, let's see. I mean, if Slipknot can find the opening, Vexy can definitely use the Grounders as a distraction and then take on the players of JyanMaara. It's a 3 versus 1 versus 2 situation now, since one more player from the side of the Grounders has been taken out, and it's up to Sensei and Mr. Black to try and see if they can secure the winner chicken dinner. Well, and then there were 2, ladies and gentlemen. The Grounders up against JyanMaara, and that's the finish. That's the game right there. Winner chicken dinner being secured by the players of JyanMaara. The very first game of PMPL South Asia Championship. And well, we did talk about them. They are looking pretty solid, and they deliver in the first game.
Exactly. We also touched up on JyanMaara too. This was one of those teams that stepped up on the final moments of the grand finals of the PMPL South Asia, and JyanMaara starting off with full dominating force on the first game of South Asia Championship and getting those 10 elimination points and total points of 25. Of course, with the chicken dinner too. JyanMaara, talk about a statement, and JyanMaara has just sent a stark message.
I mean, and again, a lot of interesting things happening inside of the match. Unpredictability was to the max, I guess, because we did expect I-8 to be very aggressive, but then that aggression not really working out for them because they were quite unfortunate to go up against 2 of the best teams from Nepal. I think was just quite unlucky for the players of I8. But on the other side, talk about the way I8C, Stalwart Esports, had to struggle the entire game. I8C in particular, the moment they decide, alrighty, we are finally going to start moving towards the military bridges, when the circle starts just moving south and south and south and further away from them, causing more trouble in the later stages. But kudos to the players of JyanMaara. They did a brilliant job using the waterways, water pathway to rotate towards the military island, and then holding their ground quite nicely till the end of the game. Phantom Esports did not expect that level of aggression from Phantom Esports in the very first game, but hey, that was a brilliant run from the team, and I hope they keep the same form going in the rest of the matches. Not just today, but I want to see the same Phantom Esports till the end of the SA Championship.
And I'm not gonna lie, I'm not disappointed with the performance that Freestyle showed.
Yeah.
I'm quite impressed. But hey, Johnny, it does seem like after that nice dominating win by JyanMaara, it's time for us to take a little bit of breather, man,
Yeah.
because it has been quite high-octane game. So ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break.
And welcome once again to, of course, PMPL South Asia 2022, where indeed we just got finished with the first game, and you might be a little taken back by the change in voice because it is Blotter I who's joining along with Necro to take us through the next games. And of course, looking at the screens, we've got the top players coming in along with the MVP. Necro, dude, that was quite a spectacular ride for you, mate. You just spoke about where you wanted the zone to be, and voila, that's where it was.
Man, I mean, talk about military zones, and it seems like this time the PUBG gods are really loving me, man. I mean, it seems like the PUBG gods really are just doing what I want them to do, and the military circle too to kick things off, to kick the day off. Man, I am loving this already. PMPL South Asia Championship, ladies and gentlemen, this has to be one of the most biggest rides that you guys are here for, and South Asia Championship this time is looking more stronger than ever, as we do have the match summary as well in front of us, and Slipknot of course has to be there in the most elimination brackets. But Blotter, what we really need to take our eyes on has to be the match rankings, as without a doubt, as we did see JyanMaara getting 25 points, but as I have mentioned too, Freestyle, they were not really looking that bad in that previous game. They got themselves quite a great placement, I would say. 6 placement points, if I'm not wrong, for them, and also 2 elimination points. That's going to leave them on 8 points marker. And if you look at it as like just the first game of the day, I would say it's not a bad start.
No, it's definitely not. Most certainly nothing taken away from, in fact, any of these teams, rather, mate, because, again, there's just the start of the day, right? So you know for a fact that as the day progresses on along, and also, on top of that, being the actual fact of the matter that is, it's a 4-day event. You know, every single day you're looking at 6 games per day. So every single day the countdown has already begun, basically. So the teams know that every single match is going to be a high-octane one, or rather, they'd want it to be. And so, yeah, right off the bat, the first game, certainly a few teams that I did see there that could have maybe been a little better in terms of the way that they approached their entire saga on the first game of Erangel itself. But again, nothing taken away, because after all, the day is just getting warmed up. And talking about warm-ups, dude, that was a crazy warm-up right here for our viewers as well. Because again, I mean, you talk about a zone coming in like that, you talk about 52 extra, sticking to their own saga, which has always been the best play that they bring to the table, which is to stick to the edges and then slowly bring in. But again, they don't work out for them. So, you know, the aggression point along with that stalemate approach needs to kind of be factored in for a few of these teams.
Yeah, exactly. And as you also do take a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments in front of us, and without a doubt, I mean, I honestly thought Skylightz Gaming would have been done right there, then and there, but TDK somehow messed things up, and Skylightz Gaming, they get the grip back on the fights, and this is what experience brings to you in general. You know how to make your way out of thick and thins, and that's what Skylightz Gaming just put up on the table. A great performance, a spectacular performance indeed from their side too, but Stalwart Esports, unfortunately, as I mentioned too, the zone was just not being nice for them. Crypto here with a great heroic entry, and also putting the final nail in the coffin for that team, and Crypto also got taken out later on because, again, the zone again was not being really nice to I8. But Blotter, if I'm not wrong, you were there for the PMPL PK, right? And what do you think about 52X Rage not even getting a chicken dinner and still coming out as champions of the PMPL Pakistan?
Yo, I just said it, mate. I just said it in a very cryptic sort of a manner, which was basically the way that I've seen 52X Rage play, you know? They try and stick to the edges, they try and stick to the late rotations, and then as they slip in through that Slipknot era, they bring themselves known to the entire lobby with the perfect aggressive stance that they are required to do. But again, I mean, you got to bring in that stalemate level up to a certain degree as well. I mean, you play the stalemate to 60% of the game, that's fine, but then the rest of the 40% of the game, you really need to bring your A game to be able to dominate. And yeah, I mean, it's clearly evident that the teams here, they are not loitering around. I mean, you look at JyanMaara, you look at Phantom. I mean, this was a ludicrous play coming in from Slipknot right there, right? I mean, the team walks away with 9 eliminations, off of which 7 is thanks to Slipknot himself. So a GG play coming in for so many of these teams. Talk about I8 for that matter, right? They walk away with what? I believe 1 or 2 placement point, but have 6 eliminations. So still sticking to their guns is working for them. But in the long run, will it be ideal? That's where I would like to draw the line. But let's see again. I mean, it's just too early to kind of start that sort of a conversation on the stage.
That is true. I mean, at this point, it's just the first game, right? And you cannot really make a lot of speculations on that. As I said, the first stage just has to be close your eyes and just point a finger at a team and, okay, that probably this team would do good. Because you just have no clue what these teams, what sort of strategies these teams have planned in their pockets, what sort of strategies these teams are going to be keeping just in secret in general in their pockets. But as you do take a look at the entire schedule of the day one, now we're going to be moving on over to the map of Miramar, one of the biggest maps currently in the PUBG Mobile. Blotter, are you feeling, and what do you think? Are the teams from the Pakistan region, are they going to dominate this, and which team will?
Okay. Let me take that conversation in 2 folds. First things first, I would like to draw the viewers' attention to what's happening over here on my microphone. And you see this fuzzy little craziness that's going on over here? That's exactly what I'm anticipating on the map of Miramar as well, where indeed, when it comes down to the zone, when it comes down to the rotations, there are going to be certain teams that are going to be looking pretty good. But in the end, it'll be a complete different turn of events when it comes down to the chicken dinner.
Okay, look, now Blotter, I feel like it's time for us to make some predictions, and I'm personally going to be going with Stalwart Esports. What about you?
Okay, so you're going to be sticking your guns with Stalwart. Am I reading this right? Because last I heard you bring in the prediction, you were like, I'm not going to go with Stalwart.
It was just game 1, all right? It was game 1, all right? It was just game 1. I'd actually, you know what? I had a little bit of talk with Johnny in the rehearsals, you know, and I was like, yo, you know what? I'm going to be sticking with you. I'm going to go with Stalwart. And I just backstabbed him.
Yeah, you did, massively indeed. And now as you move on to game number 2, you've got the same kind of approach and strategy against me as well, mate. So what I'm going to do is stick with the guns and stick with the routine, which is going to be you, because we've done a couple of events this year already, and from what I've seen, I mean, PUBG gods, they're really showering you with all the blessings. So I'm going to stick with you, and I'm going to say that it is probably going to be Stalwart keeping themselves in the high octane pace and perhaps being the top 3. But talking about the chicken dinner, I want to see where I8 falls, because this is something that for I8, we've spoken again and again. They are really good when it comes to aggression. But if they're able to just bring up a little bit, just a little bit of that placement strategy, that would work for them ludicrous amounts on the overall storyboard. But let's see if that'll be the case.
I mean, again, look, at this point, all the Mongolian teams in general are just really those teams that like to be aggressive, right? And aggression is something that really catches my eye in general. I personally love the teams that are aggressive. Then you have teams from the other regions coming in. Then you have teams from South Asia region coming in. For example, teams like TDK, for example, teams like Skylightz Gaming, who like to take their time and make decision. And I personally feel like both of them have their pros and cons, but I honestly feel like being aggressive in a pro lobby, let's be honest, let's throw the reality check out there. If you're going to be really aggressive and you're going to try to put on a high octane gameplay on a pro lobby, I feel like that has to be a lot of cons in itself.
It is, right? Because you have to plan about, 6 matches in a day. So 6 matches, you really need to keep your calm and cool as you compose yourself from one match to the next. And if you're just going to be looking forward to just that high octane match as we are talking about, then it is going to be a slippery slope to climb up upon.
Yeah, exactly. And ladies and gentlemen, help us make PUBG Mobile Esports even better. We do have a little link pinned to the YouTube chat, so make sure to click on that link and just take that little survey. It's not really going to be taking a lot of time. We're just asking you for a couple of minutes from your life. Just take there and just make sure to give us the entire survey. Make sure what you guys like about it. Make sure give us all your feedback on the PUBG Mobile Esports and just help us grow. Help us be even better, right? So that's why we have the little pinned link in the chat, so make sure to click on that link. But overall, Blotter, let's get back to the conversations that we were having. Miramar map, some of the teams that I personally think will be dominating in here has to be TDK and even Stalwart Esports. I went with Stalwart Esports in general, but what are your views on Seal, right? Especially considering the fact that Seal was one of those teams that won the entire league stage, and then coming inside the grand finals, they completely faltered out. So what are your thoughts on that?
Like I said, dude, like I just said, I mean,
You're not gonna say anything.
Not right now, dude, not right now. It's just too early. It's just too early right now to even bring up that name or what to anticipate from their game. But overall, one thing is certain for sure, that Seal is definitely going to be looking to perform and bring up their performance for sure, and bring in an A-level gameplay, which of course we've seen them deliver time and time again. But it's only a question about if the lobby is going to be allowing them to do so, if Seal Esports themselves can get out of their heads and get into the battlefield, the battleground, with that sort of an attitude and approach, which the other teams of course have showcased this already, which is easier said than done, yes, but again, looking on to the surveys, as you so perfectly started the conversation with, right? We are also talking about all of these things based on surveys that we've done and looked at for all these teams, and that clearly tells us that, yeah, there is still a lot more that can be expected from the side of Seal Esports.
There's indeed a lot more that can be expected. I had a little conversation regarding Seal Esports with Johnny, and I mentioned this too. I was like, all right, Seal, they have individually talented player without a doubt, but sometimes in Grand Final, it just seemed like a complete new Seal that we did not really see in the league, right? Because Seal, they were just so dominating. And then what just happened in the Grand Finals? And I personally feel like it's just team adapting and evolving even more and try-harding even more in the Grand Finals in general.
True, I guess so, because again, I mean, that's what I was kind of pointing down towards as well, that when it comes to these grand finals, it's just a different approach that we see from the side of Seal Esports, and that I kind of bring it down to them just overthinking in situations and perhaps not having that sort of synergistic play, but that again is based on game to game, and per map, it is a different play that can be anticipated. So, fingers crossed, that's all I'm going to say for the side of Seal Esports. But moving on along to game number 2 of the day. Looking on the elimination leaders, we are, of course, greeted with Crypto on that second spot. Above him is Slipknot with 7 eliminations, 914 damage. Bonker approach coming in from the dude, and of course from the side of Phantom Esports altogether itself. But moving on through the list, we also do have JyanMaara's player, along with Stalwart, as well as AJ from Skylightz. So that's Skylightz. See, that's another incredible team to bring up in our conversations, as this is just the early few moments of the second game where teams once again are going to be looking on to getting themselves acclimated onto their own drop locations, which for now seems Seal and I8 have a little bit of a contestation that could result in a bloody mess. But let's see if that'll be the case. The first blood situation, if that'll be between them or not.
Talk about the first blood this time. Quite a centralized zone. Nothing really something that's going to catch these players off guard. And we already do see a couple of shots. And yep, it's Freestyle versus TDK. And Avenger already mentioned this. TDK are going to go up against Freestyle because they have a little drop clash coming in inside Minas Generalis. And this is what we're seeing. Avenger, you better keep up with your words, man, because you said you guys are looking pretty confident moving inside the SA Championship. So I think so. You guys will be able to win this 4-4 because he said they're looking quite confident in their 4-4 fights. And Malik actually is able to find the opening too. Sandesh goes down. Malik in the clotheslines will take out another player of TDK. TDK, they're crumbling apart. And Freestyle, it seems like Avenger was right. Freestyle, they're looking like a whole nother beast.
Oh, yes, they definitely are. I mean, look at Malik 007 just swoop in and easily just go on through from one kill to the next, get 2 elimination points confirmed for the side of the team. Along with that, T2K were trained to kill in a certain era, but that definitely is not resulting in the kind of expectations that they had from this game for sure, because it's only Legend all by his lonesome. And looking at how things have been in the first 2 minutes to his teammates, yeah, Legend, you are not going to be happy with what is coming on down towards you, mate, because as of now, we can clearly see the entirety of Freestyle is on the move, on the run to get that final player down. But looking on to the replay right here, coming in from Malik 007, what a perfect approach with the Mini and the Mutant. That was just phenomenal utilization of information as well.
As you did craftfully mention, or as you did nicely mention, phenomenal utilization of the gunplay. And there we go. The final man's just going to get ran over. And there you go. Easy wipe coming in from the side of Freestyle. And Avenger was right. Their 4-on-4 fights are looking absolutely phenomenal. Freestyle easily able to run over on the players of TDK and not even breaking a sweat. And they also were lacking on quite a lot of loot too, but that's not going to matter. They're just able to win these individual gunfights. And TDK, something needs to be done.
Oh, let me give a little bit of burn to a couple of our viewers right now. As you do see, predict who will win the game. It's easy. It's very easy. All you need to do is join in to the action through PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page on YouTube. Of course, do not forget to click the red button and the bell icon as well. But alongside that, if you just predicted to vote T2K, you might want to reconsider.
Man, I'm not going to lie. Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah, Blotter just adding a little bit of salt on the wounds of the fan base of TDK. But yeah,
that's hard, dude. That's really hard to, you know, just have a look at, because it's only 3 minutes of the game itself, right? You jump into the game 3 minutes early in, you already know, as do your opponents, that there will be a clash, and then it all brings it down to, well, who's going to get the better gun, who's going to be able to get the better information, and once that is also sorted, then it all brings down to skill power, which this time around resulted in a different affair, which favored too heavily, in fact, against T2K.
Then we have the players of Skylightz Gaming all the way top left. 52x Rage is right next to him. Skylightz Gaming 2 taking things quite slow, and I'm not gonna lie, this has to be a huge sigh of relief, especially for Skylightz Gaming, considering that Savage Esports is not really in here. So Skylightz Gaming, now they can go back to their, or return back to their old drop spots, even in Erangel, if they do want to. But Stalwart Esports currently in front of us, and as we all predicted, or as at least me and Blotter predicted, Stalwart Esports. And one thing I personally love about Stalwart Esports is the way they decide to challenge those 4-on-4 fights. Even if they do like to be aggressive, they aggress with each other. And even if sometimes they're not able to aggress with each other, they will try to create some nice off angles and get a good spread.
That's true. And I mean, right now, looking on to the exact same space and pace, maybe DRS is going to be their target, because DRS were very close to the drop location of Stalwart, but right now the rotations are being made from side of DRS as well, so perhaps that fight will live on for another moment, another map, another day, perhaps altogether. But right now, as DRS are making that rotation, a 2-man split coming in from their side, they're going to have to be really careful, because well, they are kind of jumping into the center of the zone. But along with that, the biggest fact being that the audio cues that those Mirados are going to be given towards the side of Deadeyes Guys, as well as the grounders. And we've got FS Wasi all along the lines as well. So a lot of information that DRS has given away to their opponents. Now it's all about what those opponents are going to be doing. But looking on to the down south of the map, we do have I8 easily chilling across the southern sides of Los Leones, and then further down south is going to be, of course, Phantom Esports slowly moving into the zone, slowly moving in to the fighting chance.
Talk about the fighting stance of the teams. I would personally love to see the approach currently. I mean, we're seeing quite a lot of teams just accumulating in the center, but not really exactly in the center. Some of the teams are in the off center. For example, teams like Freestyle, they're just waiting for the next zone to hit the deck, and as soon as it does, that's when they'll try to just think on the fly and try to come up with a rotation or try to navigate their way in. But if it does take a huge curveball shift, then all these teams will indeed be caught off guard. Instead, or unless, if it again centralizes up, then we're probably going to be seeing this sort of a stalemate for a long time. But Thor from the side of TUF, man, this man better strike down the entire map of Miramar with his hammer.
He has to. He definitely has to with the Scarlet in his hand. He has definitely got information against Wadu from Highwall. But again, you know what? Basically bringing the conversation even further down to the side of Team TUF. This is the team that got eliminated first, correct me if I'm wrong, on the first map of Erangel itself, right? So they're going to be that much more looking forward to look at that. The entirety of the lineup of TUF just completely obliterating that vehicle, but sadly still nowhere close to getting that elimination point confirmed. But it seems like Thor, as he so perfectly did predict and mention, would probably be looking forward to get that lightning rod into the faces of his opponents, and he's definitely looking on to get that first point confirmed for himself as well as his team. But of course, we'll come back to that fight and that point if it all that is confirmed for TUF. But right now, as we were mentioning earlier, all the teams are slowly but surely moving in towards the center of the zone, and that is where we've got the first airdrop jumping in to perhaps one of these lucky teams, to perhaps one of these lucky players. But looking at the map, and actually that drop is going to be outside the drop, the zone itself. So perhaps a rotating team, but never mind all that, because now it is FS who are not looking good, because wowzers. Malik as well as another teammate of his have been down, and I'm sorry, I was looking on the other screen and completely missed the fight.
Oh boy, Regicide though still just peppering down those bullets in the players of Freestyle. One of the players gets caught out in the open, still a little bit exposed on the back, but it's okay. We'll be able to slip back to safety. We'll also toss in a couple of smokes to just give him that assurity of being a safe. But Tyrant 2 is currently just there in the clotheslines, and Tyrant now is going to be having a lot of threat on his head. Now is he going to try to get rid of that? Look at him. He just moves out in the open, trying to bob and weave those shots, but Killer YT from the side of DRS. This time it's not going to miss those, as Regicide as well. It seems like they've just missed out on that elimination, but it's okay. Regicide so far, they're looking quite good inside the next zone.
They definitely are, and they've got nothing to worry about, because the way they pushed on across this compound, that of course was Freestyle's kind of for the taken, but of course it was not, as they were caught out in the open, and in doing so, they have been brought down to just one-man squad. That's going to be Tyrant for now, and Regicide looking pretty comfortable as well with the elimination points that they have been able to accumulate in just the first 11 minutes of the second match of the day. Looking on to the map once again, I'm looking at 52x Rage making a late rotation, but hey, we've got Python Esports jumping in. If you guys remember, we did talk about Python making a rotation from the south, have jumped in across Los Leones and have found I8 in their crosses.
Phantom currently sitting on 19 points in live ranking, as you do see on the right side, and JyanMaara, of course, leading the charts. The Grounders too, right underneath him with 14, or which is pretty much 15 points in general. They've accumulated 1 point inside this entire game, which is 1 elimination points. And I'd see in the front lines. Phantom or the Grounders are pretty much well aware that I'd see is in the front. Still making any sort of move, making any sort of sound at this point in time is not going to pan out good. So the Grounders too taking their sweet little time to think this one out. As we do have Freestyle Tyrant again. He's just trapped in the close quarters of the players of Regicide.
Tough luck, mate. Tough luck indeed. Because again, when the game started off, they had such a perfect start to the way that they, of course, would have planned Miramar to be. But after getting that 4 elimination points, things have turned into a slow pace for the side of FS indeed. But again, nothing taken away from that lot and that bunch, because they've still been able to accumulate that 4 elimination points. And if the final player is able to get moving on along, might be able to look at a few more placement points from the side of the team. But of course, for now, we do move on to the zone itself, and Stalwart have made themselves known as they drive across the lobby to get into the center of the zone. And as they do so, they've certainly got a lot of crosshairs on towards them. And same, it seems like, is going to be the case for the side of 52X Rage, who've made a big rotation from the eastern fronts, my apologies, from the western fronts. And now as they try and get to the zone, again, that late rotation is where they've been caught off. And now they're in between 2 individual teams, which is not going to be good for their side. But again, maybe I spoke a bit too soon, because it seems the rotation is going to be able to work out perfectly. Absolutely pristine. I mean, yeah, they did lose a tire, but that's only a pincher. It's no problem at all, because all the 4 players with 100% health are going to be able to jump in to Picado, and what do you know? They have a perfect free compound to take on as well. So that is how 52X Rage are able to just dominate their gameplay. But hey, now we've got TUF and Assassin. Are you ready? Because TUF, they are in with a vengeance, with a perfect play to get that elimination point confirmed, and they will try their level best. But wowzers, what a phenomenal turn of events from the side of High Voltage indeed, because TUF, even though it seemed like it was going to be their fight, that's definitely not the case, because the skill power is helping out High Voltage in not only getting 1 but 2 elimination, or rather, well, knocks at least for now.
Talk about getting those knockouts. That's going to help quite a lot for the players of High Voltage. 2 players already taken down. That means TUF has been handicapped big time, as Joker now is trying to fight up against Extreme, but Extreme is just already out in the open, and Joker's going to take a full advantage of that fact. But TUF2 to fall out another man. That means Joker's going to be the final glimmer of hope alive. But High Voltage with 2 players up so far, they're looking pretty strong, but unfortunately catching bullets from the back. It's Deadeyes Guys knocking on the doors of the players of High Voltage. TUF getting another lifeline in their hands.
Wow, what a play, dude. This is just incredible turn of events for the side of TUF indeed. As you so perfectly said, another lifeline being handed to them thanks to the approach coming in from the side of Deadeyes Guys. And in doing so, it is also going to be given an opportunity and a breath to Vadu, as of course he's going to be the final player remaining for the side of High Voltage with his trusted M4. Will he be able to dominate against these 2 players? But again, taking it back to just a couple of minutes ago, it honestly felt like it should have been TUF's fight. But the way High Voltage were quickly able to jump into action, right, and just get that flank approach going on for them, even though Extreme was caught and was not allowed to get that flank working for his team, that was really commendable, as they got the 2 elimination, or rather 2 knocks for the side of TUF. But never mind, that's all history, that's all past, because Deadeyes have definitely revived the storyline for the side of TUF. But hey, ooh, ow, whoa, what do you see?
Next circle shift, Blotter, that's what I see. The next circle shift. How the PUBG gods are deciding to play this game, kind of tilting towards Picado. The Grounders are currently in it too. They're going to find the best spot currently to play with. But if you ask me which team has the best spot to play with so far, I would say Deadeyes Guys and 52X Rage. Almost in the smack center. Deadeyes Guys do have a great split for themselves, but Deadeyes Guys will need to realize as soon as a lot of teams will start to move on in. Because you do see the majority of the teams currently are outside the zone, and as soon as they do start to move in, the split's not going to work out. You will have to stick together. And as we do see some shots being peppered down as well, a few knockouts flying here and there. But here we do have the players of JyanMaara trying to defend this compound against the players of DRS.
Oh, this is not looking good for the side of Snipe YT, but he's definitely used that Molotov to his advantage, and he's got his teammates in the compound to be able to give him that support, but it seems like it's a bit too late for him, or no, not at all, no problem at all, say Snipe, because of course his teammates slowly but surely have utilized those Molotovs to perfection and still have all of their players surviving, but DRS, now it's moment certainly coming in for them.
Oh, Seal third-partying this entire fray. DRS getting crippled down. As it's all down to the final man up. Delta barely surviving on a sliver of health. And this has to be the end. Just call it. And there you go. DRS taken out this time quite early on 14th spot. And well, thanks to the players of Seal just all the way on the top, being the Overwatcher, being got in that fight. Just taking out or ruling out the players in the front as Phantom Esports this time just stuck in a little dip, also having all the odds stacked against them. They're crumbling down slowly and steadily. They're falling down like pins.
They definitely are, but in all of this, I8 have also been able to utilize this to their advantage, as they were able to knock down not one but two individual players from these two individual teams. And in doing so, well, of course, it is going to be Phantom Esports that definitely get eliminated. But I8 were able to walk away with a couple of shots and a couple of knocks for them side. And again, going back to the compound that we just saw DRS get eliminated from, it is now all in favor of JyanMaara, with all of their 4 players surviving and standing. And as they get themselves set up, they are well equipped and prepped with the information to now take on Seal as well. I mean, look at the ludicrous play coming in from the side of JyanMaara. They jumped in against DRS, and as that fight was going on, they still had their ears pinned down out towards the other side of the entire valley, and they could hear where Seal Esports were. And now that's all down to information that has been perfectly utilized from their side, as Seal are in a bit of a tough luck situation, because one side their information has been caught and they are in the open, but of course JyanMaara is not going to push out in the open, will they?
Talk about tough luck, man. Regicide are facing that right now. Indeed, quite a lot of tough luck. The wall of death is moving in from the back too, so Regicide, time's running away, time slipping by from their hands. Not a lot of time to try and capitalize with, as we do have the players of JyanMaara just mowing down the vehicle of Seal Leo. But Leo ejects out of the vehicle in the last moment, so he will just get knocked out, not get blown in smithereens. So that's something Leo will have a huge sigh of relief with. The rest should be back up on his feet as well pretty soon. JyanMaara again just hitting those bodies on the deck. Regicide currently on the receiving end.
Jeez, this team, dude, JyanMaara, they are a force to be reckoned with, and with that, Wadu, High Voltage's final player, will be eliminated on the 11th spot, so that is going to be the end of that team with that 10 teams remaining. And look at JyanMaara, they're still not done as they push on from one fight to the next, one team on to the other. They have their eyes set on against Deadeyes, and now from Seal they move on to Deadeyes as well. And looking on to the zone itself, I don't know how 52 Exchange does it, but they are still looking pretty comfortable and confident as they have the compound working for them, as all these other teams are busy in taking on a fight of their own. 52 Exchange is just chilling, but we shall see. We shall see how long are they going to be able to chill, because now the fights that we've been looking at, now these are the teams that are going to be out of the comfort of the zone. And as they try and make that rotation, JyanMaara, what a crazy play that was.
Yeah, indeed, a crazy rotation. The cosmetic in game are definitely shining quite bright, but are these teams going to be able to make their luck shine bright? That's what we're here to find out, because currently the utilities are just being rained down. And Deadeyes Guys also having a great spot. They're just trying to rule out the players in the front. JyanMaara, one of those teams that has been a force to be reckoned with. No Fear falls down. Snipe YT2 will indeed fall prey. Not really having the position to play around with. Stalwart Esports 2 now. They're getting a lot of casualties on their side. One of the players gets knocked out. It's Action 2, the big man.
Oh, it's the triangular love. It's the dreaded triangular love on the map of Miramar indeed. And that is the third and the fourth party situations that are being drawn, all thanks to JyanMaara, as they started the fight against the players of Seal, then pushed on against Deadeyes, and now we've got Seal, Stalwart, Deadeyes, and all of them are still stuck to the edge of the comfort of the zone. Now this is where only a few teams, or maybe even just one team, is going to be able to get out off and on top of. But which team is that going to be? For now, Stalwart definitely looking very much in action and are most certainly keeping their information to themselves, as well, they're not taking too many shots, but they definitely do know that there are so many teams around them, and with only one elimination point confirmed for their side, it's only a matter of time, and there we go, Cry, bringing in a Cry against the True Love, sir.
Exactly. Seal and Deadeyes Guys dared to tickle the Giants, which are Stalwart Esports, and now the Giants just causing the entire mayhem over here. Giants not going to let them go, and Stalwart Esports just inflicting pain and hurt, just smashing them over and over again. As Seal, they're probably going to be burning through a lot of meds at this point.
Oh, look at the comfort that the zone is going to be providing right now, because the zone is definitely rooting for one of these teams, and it's definitely looking like the Giant that has definitely taken on a lot of the shots right now, which is going to be Stalwart, are the ones who could maybe come up on top, but again, just one uncalled for push coming in from the side of Seal or Deadeyes could be the end of Stalwart, because look at how they're bunched up, right? If Deadeyes were to bring in some perfectly set up nade parades or use of Molotovs, this could be the end for Stalwart, as well as in the back lines we have I8 jumping in to be a part of the fight, as well as Seal is pretty busy, but we've got Baron taking an edge on towards that side, but Baron, oh yes, he is on top of that as well. He's not going to be allowing any new team to climb up to that mountain to take it away from Seal Esports.
Exactly. But again, Skylightz Gaming now against the players of IT. Talked about Spartan. Skylightz Gaming are one of those players just representing that, but we do have the grounders kind of being a little bit of pain in the foot for the players of IT. How are they going to try to take care of the players of the grounders? IC will be able to get rid of one of those players, so that means that's now going to leave into a one-on-one situation. Stalwart Esports slowly and steadily capitalizing on forward, moving on in, but Skylightz Gaming is going to be a bigger threat to them all the way in the back. They might just third party, so Skylightz Gaming has to be in the prime spot so far, or in the decider spot indeed. And on top, we'll find a nice knockout on Action. Action pretty oblivious of the fact that there might just be someone behind these trees, and on top is able to sneak a lot of eyes away.
Wow, how is he doing this? Come on, there's I8 right there, there's Seal right there, alright, my word, and that was the end. For Baron is going to be putting a nail to the final coffin right there on top, and he will be eliminated. With that, 5 teams remaining as we move on into the next set. We are looking at 52x Rage finally jumping into the action, trying to take on some fights. Stalwart has been a part of this fray since such a long time, but they've only been able to accumulate 2 elimination points. And look at I8. I mean, this is the aggressive stance that we were talking about when it comes down to the side of I8 Esports, because that's how they love to play. They jump in and they just want to be taking on those fights. And 52x Rage, with everything working for them since the start of the game, the rotation, the way they were able to push on along, now all they've got to do is put a nail, put a stop to I8, but will it be allowed? Ism and Blade so very close. One good nade could be the end. But it seems like once again 52x Rage, they're oblivious to the fact as they have their eyes set to another set of team altogether.
And it seems like the Giants might just crumble. The Giants are on their knees, but I8 over here, a great nade from the side of 52x Rage, proven why were they the champions of the PMPL Pakistan, also able to take out one of the greatest teams in the Pakistan region. I8 now, they're crumbling down. 2 players knocked out. Big time handicap. Rage just rubbing the salt on their wounds. I8 to last 2 players, the last 2 glimmers of hope, the last 2 pillars for that team.
GG indeed, as we move on through to the final few moments of this game with 4 players, or rather my apologies, 4 teams remaining. See you, dude, you have to commend the way this team has approached this final moment of the fight, because they have stuck together for such a long time, and now they're divided, now they're separated, now they're evil-eyed. Conversion is going to be to get this game confirmed for them, to get this elimination confirmed for them, but it's not going to be easy, because you still do have I8's players. You've got Crypto, you've got Reviews, who are still going to be pushing on to get as many points for themselves. Crypto, you know for a fact, is always going to try to be in the limelight when it comes down to the kill leaders, but hey, not that easy, not that quick, because 52x Rage is going to be taking that limelight away from that team. In doing so, 3 teams are certainly here. Skylightz Gaming, slowly but surely, they've come up through the ranks, of course, and now they want to be able to utilize that slow, low-key snail approach towards their advantage and get this game. But will Seal be allowing them to do so?
Talk about a slow...
Tough.
Talk about a slow and low-key approach, man. this point so far, I mean, Seal, they're looking pretty dominant. Skylightz Gaming too, all 4 players up, and they also have a great spread. But look at Demo! He's able to slip so many eyes away inside the car. No one expected this man to just sit that comfy in the car, and Baron already finds the opening in the Demo, and Demo's able to show the Demo of his fear as well, as 2 players from the side of Skylightz Gaming go down. Gelson as well will follow it up. What's going on? It's a little link that if one man gets taken down, the chain reaction will just hit the deck, and Seal, they're just running over in the entire lobby. 52x Rage's wall fall down, and Seal this time proving themselves up and not even surprised about the win. Seal, oh boy, this is the face of a champion right there. Not even surprised about winning a game.
Exactly. They were like, yeah, this was easy. This was done and dusted. 17 eliminations is what I'm walking away with. Yeah, I could have done better is what Seal Esports is thinking right now, because again, I mean, that way, the way that they were just getting themselves known in that final moments of the zone itself, and even before that also, right? They were being hammered on down from the side of Stalwart as well as Deadeyes and so many others, but they stuck true to their core. They stuck close to themselves, and as soon as they saw the numbers going down from 5 teams to 4 teams to 3 teams, they were like, all right, man, this is the moment, this is it, this is what we've been waiting for. And then they just went all guns blazing out in the open, and yeah, I mean, just a phenomenal turn of events coming in from the side of the team, and a very well deserved chicken dinner for Seal Esports outside.
The knock that Baron found, it opened up a gate of opportunities for Demo to just start and shine bright in that moment, because we know Demo was one of the elimination leaders in the entire PMPL of South Asia. So Demo, we know what this man is capable of. The solo kills, the fragging power this man has in itself. He's like a little bomb. If you do underestimate this man, he will just explode into a lot of eliminations and blow the enemy teams into smithereens. But hey, Blotter, after that high action gameplay, seems like it's time for us to catch a little break. So that's what we're going to do. We'll be right back after this short break.
Hello and welcome once again as we continue on with the saga, as we continue on with the approach right here on day 1 of this incredible feat that has taken over. And this time around, like, when the name and the face has changed right next to me. Oh, actually, it's this side, right? Yeah, you're back again, dude. Welcome as we move on through from the second game. That was just sensational, dude. Again, nobody anticipated the way the team of Seal Esports came together to get that chicken dinner. But again, you were in the green room.
Yeah.
What were you thinking when it came down to those final moments of the game?
So I completely agree with you on the fact that no one expected Seal Esports to walk away with the win, because even I wasn't expecting that to happen. I mean, after I-8 was done and dusted, 52x Rage, it felt like they were in a pretty good spot to actually close out the match. But hey, I mean, everyone has their limits, right? And Seal Esports, we've always known that they are perfect with their pacing whenever approaching multiple team fights one after the other in succession. And that is where I think this team sort of they dominate in scenarios like that. And well, looking at talking about domination, in fact, we do have the MVP on our screens as well.
Well, we definitely do. Right here for PMPL South Asia Championship, we've got Seal Esports in the second game of the day on map of Miramar, taking on a chicken dinner. Along with that, Leo getting the MVP with, of course, 5 eliminations. But more than that is the damage number, 1254 damage coming in from the dude, along with, of course, the entirety of his clan and gang supporting him in the top players list.
And the best part is it's not just him, as you mentioned, the entire team is going to be there. Leo joined by Baron, then there's Demo on the third. Wally, well, breaks the succession, breaks the chain. He's not fourth, he's on the fifth, but hey, still, the entire team putting up good numbers on the board and making sure the elimination numbers were also very high. Now look at that, the comparison between 52X Rage Esports and Seal Esports, it's completely one-sided. The damage numbers, the damage received, elimination, everything is in the favor of Seal Esports, because 52X Rage Esports, again, a lot of pressure upon them because of Stalwart, because of I8. They did their best to find their way out of that tough situation, but in the end, it still wasn't enough to win the chicken dinner.
Hey, again, I mean, that's something that me and Necro were talking about as well in the pregame for match number 2, that when it comes down to the approach coming in from the side of 52X Rage, it has been about, you know, taking a slow-paced approach towards the edge of the zone and then jump in through to the final moments of the game. But again, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. This time around, it didn't, but that does not really take away from the limelight that they deserve, which is that they were still able to get a lot of points and decent amount of course, eliminations as well as we move away from them. This time around, it seems like if we start from the 16th position, right? Phantom. I mean, Phantom Esports, this time around, they were really off their rockers, definitely, when it came down to the start of this game, because not the kind of playstyle that they showcased on the map of Erangel is what we saw on this map of Miramar right now.
Yeah, things felt a little bit off, but I think that is where teams like Seal Esports, teams like 52X Rate sort of capitalized. See, I mean, because even JyanMaara did not have a lot of fun in this match. You mentioned about Phantoms, so almost all of the top performing teams from the previous game did in fact take a dip, resulting in Seal Esports with this phenomenal run straight away bouncing from the 8th position to the 1st position on the overall leaderboard, as we saw in the team card that we do usually see as soon as the game ends. So again, I think this just makes the upcoming game a little bit more interesting, because we always say like day one is the most important, and also in that the first 3 games are the most important ones. So the next game is going to decide which team will be able to control the momentum on the first day of this South Asia Championship, which is going to turn out, well, might turn out into $40,000 later on.
Okay, some big numbers being showcased right here, some big motivational numbers being brought on, of course, and well, it is, of course, right now time to move away from those numbers to look on to the stats being showcased on our screens from Oppo F21 Pro moments, where indeed from one on to the next we move on through these moments. And on top, sir, dude had only 3 elimination points, but boy, oh boy, was that a killer sensational play against Action from Stalwart.
Oh man, that was definitely, I think it has to be the play of the day right there. And on top has been pretty incredible. We did see him in the top players for this match as well. And this is the moment I was talking about. 52X Rage, after this fight was done, I felt like, alright, this was the toughest team for this climb of theirs. And after they were done to deal with Seal Esports, you just had to time the assault perfectly. But as Necro also mentioned, as soon as the game ended, this man was the game changer. Baron from that flank, I think they weren't really able to predict it. See, even they are wondering, like, alright, we did win the chicken dinner, we did have a pretty phenomenal game, but that final fight was way too chaotic for them to be able to secure it like it was nothing.
Hey, nothing taken away from Seal Esports indeed, as we were speculating. I mean, me and Necro were speculating as to what to predict from Seal Esports. What exactly is going to happen? What is going on? And, well, this is what is happening with them. It's very clearly evident now that there's nothing stopping that team. And the way they've steamrolled and roller coasted across this map of Miramar, as you look on to the upcoming game on the map of course, Erangel, maybe things are going to be same, maybe things are going to be different, because if we try and create a storyline right here, we're talking about the way the team is going to be looking on to every single day, right? You cannot have a full-on, all-out aggressive stance throughout all the 6 games. You're going to have to slowly pace yourself across. And that's the reason why we're looking at, you know, the first game on Erangel, there was different names that brought on themselves to the first top 5. As you move on through to the next game, a different set of teams have come up on top. But in all of this, one very crucial fact to bring up is going to be the consistency. Now, that consistency is something that I really want to see if it is going to be helping and favoring out somebody like 52X Rage, because I mean, yeah, they did phenomenally well in the PMPL Pakistan region as well as now they're doing. And so I just want to see if that does favor on for them, because I don't know how do they do it, dude. I just don't know how they do it, but they're just always there at the perfect spot. They're able to read the zones, they're able to read the team's rotations, and that is the X factor that helps out 52X Rage be that consistent. But again, I've spoken too much. We'll see what the third game has to bring for them and the entire lobby, actually.
And since you are talking about 52 X-rays and you did talk about pacing a little bit earlier as well, I completely agree with that. I think definitely you need to switch up your pace and sort of in terms of when you want to be aggressive, when you want to run towards those gunshots going off in the distance and try and pick up a few extra points in terms of the eliminations, it has to change map to map. On Miramar, you can never like be comfortably aggressive even during the mid stage of the map. On Erangel, since the area is a little bit, the way the terrain is designed, you will have definitely a lot of cover available to take those fights, but not the same scenario on Miramar. Although, on Sanhok, the tables are flipped. The more paranoid you're going to be, the better the game is going to work out for you. But Sanhok is going to happen a little bit later in the day. It is going to be match number 4. The next map that is going to be there, as we did see on the schedule, it is going to be Erangel. So once again, back to the OG grounds. And this is a pretty big curveball, I guess, for the teams and for us as well, because we always expect Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok. Not this time. It's Erangel, Miramar, Erangel first.
Indeed it is, and for that it is time to bring up that question that everybody dreads, who's on the desk, who's on the stage, which is, dude, what are you predicting, mate? What are you predicting? Because again, I mean, you know, talking about the way Necro and his predictions have been working, I don't know what exactly has he been feeding to the PUBG gods, but something's going on in there, dude. I really wanted to keep a close eye, a keen eye on him, because something's going on between him and the PUBG gods, as he was so close to predicting Series Post getting the chicken, and boy, did they, with 17 eliminations. So
Necro has been forced to take the Ocean coaching classes for almost a year now, and I guess they are finally paying off since his prediction for the circles and the teams are looking pretty solid. I think Ocean might just be raising his own nemesis slowly and steadily in terms of that prediction game of his. But hey, it's our turn. It's our turn. So for this game, I think I'm gonna go with I8, because even in the previous Erangel, they did pretty solid. And it was just the fact that they were a little bit late, so the blue zone gave them trouble. Plus, DRS and Skylightz Gaming together, they are not two easy teams to beat separately. Plus, taking on them together, it's a whole different game that you're trying to play. So that was sort of quite unfortunate for them. But I feel their chances are looking pretty solid.
All right. So you've got I8 selected and set up for your prediction. I'm going to be choosing a Nepali team. I want to be choosing either Deadeyes or DRS. Which one do you think we should go for? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo?
Deadeyes Guys. I think in the previous game, Deadeyes Guys, they were fan favorites.
They really were, and therefore I'm going to go with DRS this time around. but we'll see. But we'll see if that'll be the case, and that will be the end result or not. Right now, it's time to jump right off into match number 3 of the day. It is, of course, Erangel that we're going to be looking on towards, as these teams have really brought on a phenomenal turn of events as of now. Dude, before we jump into the game, I want to kind of take us back to when you and Necro started the day off, right? You were talking to Avenger, and he had predicted something.
Yep.
Where do you think is that taking us through to?
Oh, I think that might happen, but it's early in the day, right? If Freestyle can go on to secure a chicken dinner right now, then it's definitely going to be a very, very good possibility that we might see Freestyle sitting on the first position. But if this game does not go their way, then there's going to be a lot of pressure on the next 3 games that are going to happen. So this has to be the decider for them. And again, even in the previous Erangel, we noticed that there was a very big cluster of teams dropping towards the western part of the map. That might cause a few extra troubles for them. But hey, every single game is different. This time we have the circle towards Gatka, so there's definitely well, we won't be able to witness a lot of early aggression. That was what I was about to say, but hey, I don't even complete my sentence and there are drop clashes happening. We have JyanMaara Snipe just avoiding Nima from the side of Skylightz Gaming in the middle of absolutely nowhere. And on the other side, talking about the middle of nowhere, which is like where Vasi from the side of Freestyle has gone. Now, Vasi was the man who was major responsible for all the placement points that Freestyle got in Game 1. Can he make it happen again, especially going for a 3-1 split with his team?
Ooh, exactly, dude, because that's what I was looking at as well. Last time it was the Grounders who actually had that really spectacular split coming in, which was, again, like another Olympic level altogether for the side. But GG play because they were able to still get themselves together and move on across with a steady pace in the first game. But this time around, it is coming in from the side of FS. But along with all of that, moving on to the screen and the action that's taken place, we've got I8, which of course loves to go down to the military base. And they are being contested. They are being contested with none other than the momentum rolling team of Stalwart Esports with 17 eliminations. Yeah, definitely. They've steamrolled across in the previous lobby of Miramar. This time around, will they be allowed to do the same as they try and take on the players of I8? Aside from that, a very big request is going to be to please all the viewers, just look on into the chat. There's a link. There's a survey. That survey, I would request you to go ahead and fill that up. It's barely any details. I mean, it'll take you a matter of, 5 seconds, I would say, because you guys are so quick these days. I mean, it takes you 5 minutes to just read a sentence, and here you guys are just going swooping through. So, yeah, just take out those 5 seconds of your time, and as these early moments trickle on down, we'll be in your ears as you go ahead and take care of that survey for us.
Yeah, we're always going to be speaking in your ears. We never shut up. I mean, don't really know how the viewers feel about it, though.
Exactly. Right? It's a really good thing, when you know that, oh, yeah, what a soothing voice there is going to be. But then if at all things turn to those moments when we're absolutely just screaming at the top of lungs with the PP Vice and Crypto. Dude, again, talking about Crypto, though, let's take the conversation to these teams that are on the military base itself. Crypto, last game as well as previous game, every single opportunity the dude gets, he really has taken on this role to be the most kill hungry perhaps from the entirety of the lot. And not only that, but from the entire Pakistan region altogether, he always does get himself, I think he takes it personally that he has to be a part of that kill leaders. What do you think? I really want to ask him this.
I completely agree with you. I think that is sort of the pressure that's forced upon him as well, because even though it feels like I8, they try their level best to make sure they're playing together as a team and not getting taken out one by one, they just fall into those situations. It's like they can't avoid it. It's a curse that's upon them, and it's not going away anytime soon. And Crypto always seems to be, since he is supposed to be the support for his team, the player staying in the back lines, he finds himself the last player surviving for his team majority of the times, which results in him just going Super Saiyan and destroying anyone who steps in front of him. Because it's a moment of desperation at that point. You can't really avoid any fights because you are alone. There's a high probability of you getting caught off guard since you are going to be lacking a lot of information. The only option that's left is you just run forward towards the opposition and try and see if you take them out, secure an extra point for themselves. He does a brilliant job of doing that. So I think I8, even if nothing changes, they're still going to be one of the top teams from their region and from the region of South Asia. It's again just the fact of them perfectly figuring out exactly how to take on the rest of the top teams in terms of the team fights. Because again, even if we compare it to the last previous match, again, those sandwich situations that keep on happening, those are the ones that need to be avoided.
So true. So very true indeed. And that is something that I8, as you so perfectly mentioned, do somehow find themselves again and again. And this time around, it seems that the early contestation that was being predicted between I8 and Seal is not going to be taking place, as Seal Esports have decided they're going to be moving away from the military base. And looking on the map, it seems they are wanting to get into the water. They're wanting to cool down a little bit with the steamrolling start that they had in the previous game, and maybe get in towards the more comfortable side of the zone per se, as are the other teams as well. But in all of that, one name always sticks out, and that's going to be the late rotating side of 52X Rage, as they have already found the edges of the blue zone, and they're sticking comfortably in that role, and slowly they'll trickle down away from that northeastern front, and we'll see what the pace is going to be for them. But I'm just keeping this in the viewer's mind that, hey, just remember 52X Rage was there, right? And then we'll come back to them 5-10 minutes later, and they'll be on a completely different part of the map. And okay, let me not say too much because I don't want to jinx it for them, or even worse, give them the casters, guys.
That is definitely going to be the worst possible scenario out of this, but let's see. We're just going to be hopeful for basically every team. For now, for us, at this moment, everyone is just going to be trying to play their best, and we hope not everyone can win, but we're just going to hope whoever makes it to the final, like the top 3 teams, we're going to just try and see if we can figure out who we are rooting for when we have the top 3 in this match. But for now, again, not a lot of action. We do have the players of IHC quite close to the players of TUF, but since this is mid-rotation collision, TUF will be allowed to get away from the situation quite easily. Alex is isolated, so TUF, it looks like they are quite hungry for this fight, but Edgar needs to be extremely careful. Alex taking a massive chunk of damage. Oh, the jump shot, it fails! And Edgar with the UMP finds the knock, but runs out in the open, and Icy with a trade. So it is a turnaround for IHC. They do find the first blood, the opening in terms of the elimination, and Alex is still just bleeding out outside the watchtower. There is an angle, in fact quite a lot of angles available for IHC for them to protect their teammates, but Joker is going to try and see if he can secure the finish point with a little bit of utility in his hands. And in fact, oh, look at this, that's impressive. He finds the second knock. Can he get the third? Oh, Zol, you are lucky, he fell back.
That was so close, dude. That was so brilliantly played out coming in from the side of TUF indeed. And in doing so, I mean, this team, the past 2 games that they've been a part of have really not been the good start for their side. But this time around, the way they're keeping a charge of this fight and keeping things in control and check is really phenomenal and very well played from the side of this team of TUF. And they've got all the information on Zeol as well. They know that he has to be around in this vicinity because they've already taken care of the edges and the extreme corners. But all in all, the one player in the back, I cannot see what the name is from IHC, but that one player in the back is going to be Godless, and that is where the entire fight is going to be fought from right now.
Well, let's see what the end result of this fight is going to be. Again, Godless and Zeol, 2 players surviving from the side of IHC, make that 3 as IC is going to get a revive, but Alex, he's just going to bleed to his inevitable demise and sent back to the lobby. TUF still looking quite solid. They have lost one of their own, but it was an even trade from either side, so not a lot of trouble for them. They have gone for a pretty wide flank with Virus. Look at him in the distance now, trying to approach Godless. I feel like he is going to try and take this man out in the backline. Thor as well joining his teammate towards the western part of, well, western edge of the situation, and, well, IHC, they're looking to fall back now. Now, both the teams, they are going for a safer play.
That is a very well played out strategy coming in from the side of IHC indeed, because they realize that this fight is extended a bit too much. They're out in the open. Godless still sticking to his gun, still sticking to his core. Does want to let them know that he's still part of the lobby. He's still keeping a very close, keen eye as he waits for his teammate to get that Uber picked up. And of course, that's just a luxury ride for him. That's going to be waiting on the other front. As you look on the map itself, we do have a little bit of a cluster that was taking place exactly where TUF were taking on that fight, but now TUF have also moved away and they have moved action towards the northern side, and as they do, it is going to be Skylightz Gaming that they're going to be in charge against, but IHC have found another team, and that's going to be Freestyle, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, let's see. For now, though, Stalwart Esports speak. His favorite gun might be the ARM, but for now, the M24 is what he has to work with. Now, it does seem to, well, know exactly what the lads from Regicide are up to, but apart from that one shot connecting, Pika not really able to accomplish much in this situation. And there's quite a lot of distance between the 2 teams as well, so I don't think even with one knock, it's going to be quite difficult for them to make anything happen. You can't go for a push from there on out. It's just gonna, well, backfire on the entire team of Stalwart Esports. But look at this action from the distance. He's trying to see if he can bring Waltrix down at least, and if they find the knock on the backlines, and the players in the dip are the ones who will be in a world of hurt.
Look at that mini-map on the top right. The way Stalwart players are slowly getting themselves spread across this entire map, this entire hill, and the way they're wanting to get the information and the control so that just in case if at all there's any third-party situations that can already be negated based on their rotation and their play of the flank angles, which is, again, I mean, that talks to the brilliance and the mentality of Stalwart's players and the experience, of course. But in all of that, JyanMaara, I mean, the only thing they know is no fear, get in there and get some eliminations, and that's exactly what they do with one knock coming against Regicide, it seems. But for now, the point has not been confirmed. But as we go back to Pika with, of course, that perfect bolt action play, he is that elimination point.
Well, but let's see. No fear. Again, with the DP in his hands. Oh, this is going to be perfect for him. A little bit of extra damage on Waltrex, but the finish is going to be missed out upon. And Waltrex does go behind the rock and will be getting a revive in a few short moments. But look at the shift of the circle. It's towards the western edge of the previous one. And that is just going to cause a lot of chaos for almost all of the teams that were cluttered up towards the Pochinki side. JyanMaara being one of them, who will have to abandon their safe haven of the city and move west out in the open towards the Gutka fields. Well, TUF, they are looking pretty solid for now. But Skylightz Gaming moving towards them. That's not good news.
That's definitely not good news. And coming in from the rear is going to be, of course, T2K as well, apparently against Skylightz, if at all they plan on stopping there. But in all of that, I mean, T2K, they've actually got a two-man split coming in. So Jane from the side of T2K is actually pretty much in the center with the green dot, and two of his players, his teammates, are right behind Skylightz Gaming's approach. But for now, in all of this, it is going to be the compound right now in front of our screens. That is going to be in favor of Vexy, all by his lonesome. And his teammates, of course, are hopefully going to be around in the vicinity from the side of Phantom Esports. But as of now, he's just letting his teammates know, or not teammates, sorry, his opponents know that this compound is taken, mate. This is not vacant. This is not going to be allowed for your approach, dear misters. Please stay away. And again, moving away from dear misters to sirs, we've got Deadeyes Guys. As 16 teams are still, of course, part of this lobby, 14 minutes into the game. They're out in the open. They've got a fanned-out approach, actually. And they're taking, or rather trying, to keep and take on information against the players of Seal Esports. But for now, it seems like none's the wiser. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they already have some information. We'll come back to that as soon as they start taking some shots.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of action in the game up until now. As Blotter mentioned, all 16 teams still present, 61 players still surviving. Only a few teams have lost, well, 2 teams have lost their individuals. IHC down 1 and TUF losing out on one of their players as well. It's going to be, well, not too difficult for these teams to at least make it to the mid-game stages. It's the late-game situation where they will be in a world of trouble. And Seal Esports on the other side, I wonder what Seal Esports is going to be up to in the later stages of the match. Because look at that. The winners of the previous game in this match with just 3 players, and Blade taking fall damage, getting knocked out in the open. Wally going for the shots in the distance, but the render, it's done. He just moves a few inches back and he won't even render now.
Oh, dude, the hacks in there, that is just so not fair, so not fair. They're jumping in with just a 3-man army. They're trying to prove to the entire lobby that we're still going to be able to dominate you, but hey, not going to be allowed for now, at least. But nothing taken away from that, or maybe a lot of things taken away from that, because it's going to be their opponents who have gotten that information as they try to take on the shots. And in doing so, Wally has been knocked out in the open. His teammate is around to give that revival, but where did that knock come from is what I want to see. Was it Deadeyes? Was it
I think he just fell. I think he just fell.
What?
He just fell and got knocked out, yeah.
Oh, the gods of PUBG. Oh, the irony. Oh, the revolt.
Just the vehicle moving too quickly. And this is what happens. I mean, so it was, I believe it was a genuine mistake, because I8, they were going for a late rotation, and maybe they just felt the pressure from the players of Seal Esports taking shots towards them. And Blade, he wanted to react, pressed the exit button by mistake, got out when the vehicle was going a little too quick, fell down, and was just finished off because his teammates weren't able to recover. But on the other side, well, hey, if they did not well want to lose their teammate, the players from I8, they're here for revenge now. And Seal Esports, I think, are going to be on the wrong side of the receiving end, as Leo goes for a nade lob towards Reviews, but the blue zone is, well, slowly and steadily chipping away at his HP bar. And every single sliver, every single pixel of HP, we know how important it can be, but Reviews out in the open is going to be spoiled out, and Leo finding the opening. Oh, Demo is the one who finds the opening. I8, they are just way too focused on just moving forward, and again getting sandwiched. Stalwart Esports is going to chime in, Skylightz Gaming from the distance as well, and then there's Seal Esports right next to them. I8 not looking too good right now.
I wish I could say they were on Cloud 8, but it seems that is not going to be the case and take, because they are long gone, far away from the entire approach that I anticipated for them, actually, for this game. But it's all right. This is day number 1, it's just game number 3. But looking on to the way, Stalwart were able to actually make their presence felt and get them a little bit of the damage graph working for their side. Was really phenomenally played, but of course that did not result in any elimination points for the side of Stalwart as well. On the other front, I8 Crypto still making a mark before the team goes down, getting on high voltages players, and IHC right in front of our screens, of course, as I see bringing down the players of Deadeyes, and it seems DRS as well as Deadeyes, the two teams that I predicted, are not having a good game.
Well, definitely. Our predictions, well, they are ending the teams. Well, they're putting the teams in not a really good position right now. But let's see. IC was knocked out as he went for a charge on the players of Deadeyes Guys, and Zero going for the pickup with a UMP now has to go for a revive on his teammate Alex, as we did see him getting picked up a few moments earlier by the players of TUF, did result in the players of IHC just being left with a 3-man roster. But hey, there's the first squad wipe of the match. And it is going to be high voltage being forced to take an exit early in this matchup by the players of Stalwart Esports. So now this is when the real fun begins in the Gutka circles. This is the extreme late game stages, and since we had a lot of teams till now, majority of them are going to be wiped out. But hey, I did not expect Skylightz Gaming to take an early fall in this one. They have been eliminated on the 15th position.
I was just about to point that out. As soon as the camera panned and you were about to say, oh, this is where the fun's going to begin, Skylightz Gaming's final player just burns down.
Yeah.
But again, moving away from that fight to the next, we've got TUF's players trying to take on T2K in action. But TUF, they again have had a rocky start as we look onto the map itself. They've got this fight taking place on the northern edges of the zone. And look at where 52X Rage is, mates. Oh, how do they do it?
Well, let's see.
How do they do it?
Oh man, I mean, it is quite incredible, the predictions right there, but let's see T2K against the players of TUF. Joker, he's completely prone out behind this rock and finally gets up, but it's not 1-2 players against him. And in fact, make that 3 takes down 1. Again, quite nicely positioning himself to avoid these 2 players at the same time and isolating the fight. But that is going to be enough. Finally, Joker steps out in the open and is going to be knocked out by Seog. Virus still hiding behind the bush while the players of T2K go for a revive. And it is going to be complete. It's a TUF in a world of trouble yet again, as Virus is going to be spotted out and finished off in the same spray. Legend, just being an absolute legend, comes back alive, but this time I have to say Seog was the man who saved the day for his team.
He definitely did, but on the other front, TUF definitely not having a good start to the day, mate. I mean, the 3 games that they have been a part of have really not worked for them. On the other front, Deadeyes Guys, it is going to be Chari, who is still taking a lot of blues damage, does not want to go down without a fight, does definitely want to take on his opponents and bring in the damage as well as some eliminations, but all of that resulted in null, as FS was still able to get themselves away from that tricky situation. As we can see in the minimap, that one small little dot in the brown and the blue is not looking too good and happy. But Stalwart is again not looking too good or too happy, it seems like, when it comes down to this fight right next to the Grounders, as 4-man army of the Grounders, Black and Jigsaw in one compound and Sensei and Shoptar on the other, have taken on the nade parades to the face of Stalwart. But that definitely is not going to be enough, because Cry is going to be able to get that revival done. And again, I mean, this was the moment for the Grounders to be able to push, and if not nothing else, make some push. If not push, then some Molotovs on action, but nothing worked out for them, and they just stood stud ground, and in doing so, they've kind of lost that lead and edge. But let's see, it's still a 4v3 situation, so it's still out in the open.
Well, let's see, it is going to be out in the open, as you said, but hey, I was just thinking the Grounders, they have this one in the bag, they have the numbers advantage, they are on the edge. Stalwart Esports, 3 players pinned out in one building. It should not be too tough for the Grounders to take them out, but as I was thinking that, before even I could utter a word, Stalwart Esports, they found the opening. Mr. Black was taken out, and they instantly go for a push on the squad house, finding the opening. 2 players are stuck on the outside. We do have Shaptar right here on our screen. behind, cooking up a nade, and if this connects on Scry, then Stalwart Esports are done. Otherwise, if the push goes to success, it becomes a success on the first floor. But hey, Scry made the mistake of stepping out in the open completely unguarded, and he was taken out. Shaptar getting the second knock as well. Are we going to see a 3K in this one clip top? The last man survived. He has been choked off from every single angle, and well, Stalwart Esports, not a lot of to accomplish for them as Mr. Black runs into the corner room, finishes off top, and well, Stalwart Esports, they are out of this match. And it's not just them, I8 have been eliminated as well. We are finally down to the top 6 teams, 22 players still surviving. And look at that 52x race. We have talked about their consistency. Well, amongst the top performing teams from the previous few matches, they are the only ones that remain. There is no competition for them, and if they go on to win the chicken dinner, they are going to be sitting on the first position of the overall leaderboard.
Okay, that is true, but don't be keeping your fingers crossed for that, because my player, DRS Gaming's Killer Whitey, is still there. All, of course, will be based on what his teammate is going to be able to do for now. It is, of course, Killer Whitey bringing in a lot of amazing sprays and getting that elimination point for his side, but do not forget and fret that FS is also around the corner. 16 still part of this entire lobby, and in all of that, DRS have been able to accumulate, correction, not 7 but 9 defeats confirmed for the side as they try and take on the few remaining names. And all of this, DRS, they're looking good. Thank you, Johnny, for allowing me to choose that.
Well. Let's see what the final standing for DRS is going to look like. They are looking quite solid. Till now, all 4 players remaining, 9 eliminations secured by the entire team. Rules, he was quite low up until he healed up all the HP that was missing from the HP. But on the other side, Freestyle in a world of hurt as Ram has been taken down. So 3 players remaining as T2K are trying to go for a push. But this is going to be quite irritating for them because Phantom Esports, I believe, they have a clear line of fire available to take down the players of T2K. And as soon as T2K go up that slope, then even Freestyle is going to be able to hurt them, and also from the distance, 52x Rage as well. So they have to be extremely careful with how they approach this fight. The good thing for them is they are inside the circle, so they can wait it out and wait for the next one to see how they want to approach the next situation or the next circle.
Absolutely. It's all going to be focused on how the next zone, or rather which side the next zone is going to be shifting. For now, DRS certainly making a mark as they prove their worth with the nades and the utilities being utilized from the side of Rules OG against the players of FS, but it's just a bit too far out, mate. You're not looking for a home run. All you want is, well, whatever the terminology is in the baseball game. But moving away from that to the game that I do know a little bit about, it is going to be 52x Rage finally moving out of the compound safety net and trying to take on the fight to their opponents right around the vicinity. And in all of that, DRS Rules OG finally being able to utilize those nades to perfection and gets not only 1 but 2 eliminations, and that in turn will be the end of Freestyle.
Yeah, well, Freestyle, they're going to be out, but that means we are down to the top 4 from this match. 13 players still remaining, and well, Phantom Esports, they are looking quite solid. 2 players still alive. DRS still present with all their 4 players. And look at that wonderful nade being lobbed towards Sanhok. It's going to be quite close, but not close enough to dish out any damage upon him. He does manage to avoid getting taken out with the utility. But in the backlines, Jane, his position has been compromised with the smoke in the middle of nowhere, just giving away his hiding spot. But that is not going to deter the players of T2K to do what they're trained to do, and that is get those kills. As we did see Sanhok in the elimination feed, just securing an extra point for his team, and 52x Rage, they're not looking too solid as they have lost one of their players as well. Well knocked out, in fact, not finished off. But on the other side, DRS finally going for the first 2 knocks secured. Just 1 last player remaining from the side of T2K, and it is going to be an important squad wipe for DRS, because look at that, 13 eliminations already. If they manage to wipe out all 3 players, the number jumps up to 16, and that is going to give DRS a massive jump in terms of the overall rankings.
Well, it definitely is, but will it be allowed? Because we still have 52x Rage right around the vicinity, who are actually playing it a bit too safe with the small little valley and the dip that's working for their side. On the other front, I mean, Phantom, of course, they just had 2-man army that has been brought down to a 1-man squad. Is not going to be able to do much but survive as long as he possibly can. And it is all down to DRS and their play that they're making right now against the side of this team. And 52x Rage is going to be their next team to take on. 15 eliminations already confirmed, 15 defeats, 15 points already confirmed without a chicken dinner for the side of DRS is already looking phenomenal and ludicrous on this match number 3 of the day, but it is still not yet done. With 3 teams remaining, DRS absolutely going to look on to get that chicken, but not before 52x Rage can say something in that, and that's going to be faster with his perfectly set up nade against Rules OG, but I spoke too soon as Molotov comes in to just completely pins it down. 52x Rage's players, but my apologies, DRS's players, and 52x Rage, now it is theirs for this game for the taking.
Well, this has to be their game. DRS Delta out in the open has been spotted out, and a lot of damage dished out upon him as well. 52x Rage, they complete the push, they complete the mission. DRS being forced to take an exit on the 3rd position. The chicken dinner has been taken away from them, but 52x Rage, in order to make it more worthwhile, in order to cover up the difference, they have to make sure that even this final man, even this final point is going to be theirs. Should not be too difficult for them. I mean, Slipknot, he's out in the open, spotted out, finished off, and there's the point, there's the chicken dinner. We were complaining, not complaining, we were impressed with 52x Rage already before the match started. Like, they won the trophy without any chicken dinners, and with the chicken dinners now this time, I think the thing is going to be a little bit easier. Eliminations, 9 secured, total 24 points secured from this match, and the jump is impressive. Well, alright, so I thought they were going to be sitting on the 1st position, but hey, Stalwart Esports had a pretty decent run in this match, a pretty decent run of their own as well, so they do manage to hold on to the 1st position, or maybe someone else on the 1st. Who knows? Not me, definitely.
Again, that will be the storyboard confirming that for us, but looking on to the way this game was played from the side of DRS, ludicrous amount of defeat points is what they got, but of course 52x Rage, they're sticking to what they know best, which is knowing how to read the zone, knowing how to make those rotations work for them, and that again, I mean, just worked out perfectly for their side, as we did see them walk away with the chicken dinner along with the 9 defeat points. I mean, it's just honestly, I was raging. I was honestly raging as to how are they able to do this, mate. I looked at them during the PMPL Pakistan region as well as I was casting them, and I was like, all right, wow, gee, amazing, dude. How do you guys do it? I really want to know. But now, I know for a fact that they've got a strategy. I know for a fact that they are just so phenomenally good. I mean, it seems like Ocean and Necro really have a competition now.
I mean, yeah, in terms of zone predictions, sure. I mean, the IGL has been impressive throughout the day. And I think this is something that's just going to keep the other teams on their toes. Because, I mean, especially the teams from South Asia. Because everyone was prepared to take on I-8, but no one thought about this new team coming into the action. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what the standings are going to look like later on in the day.
Well, before we jump in towards that, it's time to take on a short little break. We'll be right back. Stick around.
Johnny, look, all I'm going to say is back to the roots, man. I went and I chose DRS at the start of the entire PMPL South Asia Championship because I know, man, coming inside this one, I feel like DRS has to be one of those teams that have a really huge caliber to try and prove something on these grounds right here on these battlegrounds, and they're doing a great job so far. But then you have a team like 52X Rage coming in with an absolute phenomenal performance. And one thing I really like that you mentioned, everyone was looking out for I8, but then you have a team like 52X Rage coming in and just surprising and astonishing all of us.
Yeah, I mean, definitely it was quite exciting to watch them in action. And again, DRS, as you mentioned, back to the roots, back to the OG days when we saw DRS sort of just be absolutely phenomenal. And I think they never left. But on the other side, Phantom Esports also had a pretty decent run. We do have Slipknot from the side of Phantom Esports in terms of the highest assists, but the man was doing a pretty solid job surviving and securing those placement points for his team as well. Especially just making sure that he kept his head down while DRS and 52X Rage were colliding up against each other. But in terms of the points, ladies and gentlemen, DRS is the team that, well, was able to walk away with the maximum number of points because of those 15 eliminations. Just one extra elimination in the hands of 52X Rage, and things would have been a little bit different. But hey, 24 points from the game, including the chicken dinner, not too shabby. In fact, that's a good finish for the team. On the other side, though, Stalwart Esports, I8, Skylightz Gaming, look at that on the 16th position.
We'll talk about on the 16th position, man. What's going on with Skylightz Gaming? Now, this is where I'll ask you a real question, Johnny. Skylightz Gaming in the back, you know, if you remember PMPL Season 3, where they were one of the most reckoning or one of the most dominating force in the entire PMPL, and now moving inside this PMPL South Asia Championship, the downfall has really been seen. And this is something that none of us expected. I do understand I might just be a little early, but considering what I saw in PMPL South Asia as well, that just happened a couple of days ago, I personally feel like Skylightz Gaming, do you think they're kind of washed up now?
Nah, definitely not. I mean, I wouldn't use that word, because these players, I mean, are the reason that, I mean, there was a big driving force in terms of the skill level in the PUBG Mobile scene in Nepal, and they have definitely proved themselves time and time again. So, and again, so to be fair, it's very difficult to stay on the top when the competition is like this. When you have Stalwart Esports, IHC, I8, you have 52X Rage, you have DRS, all of these teams just chasing you, just trying to pull you down. It is quite difficult to stay on top. And well, we have seen a dip in performance in the players of IHC. Now I guess it's the turn for Skylightz Gaming. But hey, if there is definitely going to be a dip, what separates the best players from the rest is the fact that they know how to recover. They know how to regain that old form, and that is what we want to see from Skylightz Gaming.
Yeah, and I don't know if you remember in the first game ever of the PMPL South Asia Championship that we saw on the Erangel map, I mean, we thought that Skylightz Gaming might just be done right then and there against the players of TDK, but they were still able to stack, but they were still able to come up against the odds, and they were able to win the fight against the players of TDK. And this is what, as I mentioned at that time too, this is what something experience really brings to you. And if you do have a lot of experience in your back, you might just know how to get out of each and every single tricky situations. There might be some points where you do make some mistakes, and that might just cost you the entire game. And Skylightz Gaming, so far, they're not really able to find that fine-tuning.
I mean, definitely, as you, that's the perfect way to put it, I guess. They have to find the fine-tuning. They have to find the sweet spot that is going to work for them in this particular lobby. And with 3 games down, I think the next 3 games, they have to, one way or the other, they have to figure it out. Otherwise, starting tomorrow, I mean, it's just going to be a lot of pressure for them to deal with. If you are sitting anywhere outside the top 8, then you can pretty much just see the dreams of lifting the trophy fading away in the distance, unless you manage to get a few chicken dinners on day number 2 and bring yourselves back in a contention position. But hey, this time we're going to do something different. We're going to have a look at the team path to zone for this game, and that means we're going to be following 52X Rage Esports throughout their run in this particular map. And again, it was quite interesting because they always like to start from Stalba Kamishki and play extremely late. Look at that, the second circle forms, and then they move in towards Ruins. Playing with these late rotations, I mean, it is always going to be extremely risky in the later stages and the mid-game stages of the match. And the risk is of course, getting gate kept. But this is where everything changed. This is where all of a sudden, instead of playing to survive 52X Raids, they find themselves smack in the center of the circle.
Yeah, and this is something that you really want as well, and especially if the zone as well is kind of favoring you, then 52X Rage won't really have a lot of problems in doing so. So they were able to navigate their way inside the next zones pretty well, and in the end too, 52X Rage, just with the sure gun power, they were able to get that game in their hands easily. But one thing I'm trying to remember, they start in Stalber Kamishki, and if I'm not wrong, in the past, that place used to belong to R3D, which is like an older R3D that used to drop in Stalwart Kamishki area. So I personally feel like, okay, so that's something that is really interesting, right? And I personally feel like rotating all the way from top right to bottom left, or almost the bottom left, or the complete left side of the map, it's quite a long way to go. And 52X Rage, they pulled it off pretty perfectly. And I feel like that's something that speaks volumes about this team.
I mean, there's one thing that I've definitely noticed with this team in particular is within their strategies, I mean, their strategy is completely opposite of what the other teams are going to be thinking. You see the circle is away from you, you're going to think, all right, we need to move a little bit sooner than we would usually do, because we do have to cover up the distance and we have to make sure that we are safely able to find cover for ourselves. 52X Rage is like, nah, doubt. That's old school. That's the old strategies. We are the new players. We are the young guns. We have our own thing. They're like, all right, we'll play with the blue zone. The first blue zone and the second blue zone, you won't take a lot of damage. Just the boosters are going to keep you up. Second blue zone, maybe a few bandages are going to be needed, but you're still going to be pretty healthy. Third blue zone onwards is when you have to clearly think, all right, I have to move this much distance. It's going to take me whatever 10-15 seconds to do so. I'm going to take this much damage. Considering I'm in a fight, I might take a little bit of extra damage, so I have those smokes, I have those first aids ready to make sure I can push at least 100, 150, 200 meters. So you start making all those calculations. Fifth zone onwards, you're just like, yeah, no blue zone for me, I'm just going to avoid it entirely. So 52X Rage in those early stages are not afraid to take that extra bit of damage before they enter the circles. They are quite comfortable taking that blue zone chip damage, and I think that is the reason when no one expects a team to come enter the 4th circle late or the 5th circle late, 52X Rage Esports are already there. I mean, they are playing so late that you don't see them coming. And when they enter the circle, they don't make a noise at that time as well. They are playing for those placement points, as we can see, just 14 eliminations secured in the previous 3 matches. But they consistently get those placement points. And I think that is the most important thing for this team.
So I think what in general you're trying to say is 52X Rage likes to take their game slow and methodical. And this is something that we do see quite rare teams doing so as well, and perfect, and pulling it off so well too. And 52X Rage, they're able to pull it off so well. As I mentioned too, that was quite a long rotation for them to take it inside the zone, and they still made it pretty, I would say, flawlessly. A perfect rotation from that team. They're able to pull it off without any sort of troubles. And then you have the overall rankings in front of us, and 52X Rage are currently sitting right underneath the players of Seal. And this is something that speaks volumes about this team. As we do take a look at the latter half of the board, and Stalwart Esports are on 9th spot. Johnny, did you expect this or not?
Definitely not. I mean, you're talking about Stalwart Esports on the night. Look at the IHC. They're sitting on the 12th position with 17 points. Who would have thought that is going to happen? Who would have thought teams like IHC, Deadeyes Guys, trained to kill, are not going to be able to make it into the top 10? But hey, again, still just day number 1. 3 matches down. We have 3 more matches remaining. So these teams do have a chance to redeem themselves. And talking about the upcoming matches, the next match, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be played on the map of Erangel. And talking about, Sanhok. Erangel just happened. We have Sanhok happening next, and after that we're gonna have Erangel. And this time since Ocean is not here and we don't have anyone to just make the rhymes, make the poems for us, just start quoting Justin Timberlake lyrics to us, we switched up the rotation. This time the days are gonna end on Miramar, or different maps. Today is gonna end on Miramar.
Today's going to end on Miramar, yeah. So it's quite interesting, right? Something that we're throwing a huge curveball. But Johnny, it's time for prediction. It's time for the real stuff now. All right? If the prediction's wrong, Johnny, what punishment do you want?
Okay, we don't do punishment. Punishments are for our guests.
Okay, look, we have to do something for the viewers, all right, if the predictions do go wrong. But I'm going to go with Stalwart Esports. What about you?
Stalwart Esports. Alrighty, I'll just pick at random. I'm going to go with Regicide in this one. I want to make things interesting.
Okay, so Johnny's doing something out the box. So ladies and gentlemen, Johnny picking Regicide, and I'm going to go with Stalwart Esports. And of course, chat, if you guys also do want to vote for a team, or if you guys do want to predict a team, make sure to go to PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia YouTube page, and make sure to type vote space your team tag that you guys are rooting out for in this game, and you guys will be able to vote for that team in general. So even for you guys, we have a nice prediction stuff going on. But ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, we're probably going to be heading inside the game soon, Johnny.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I mean, the match is all set to begin, and we're going to be jumping into the game. But along with that, you guys are casting those votes, and since you are going to be already on the PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia's YouTube channel, hit that like button, make sure you subscribe to that as well, so that you do not miss any action from PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia in the future, because the tournaments happen throughout the year. We do have this PMPL South Asia Champion happening now, then there's the Invitational, then there's the next season, and then there's the World Championship. We don't stop. It's all throughout the year. But talking about not stopping, we do have the trajectory of the plane in front of us, and this time it's going to be completely leaning to the northern side of the map. So hardly anyone goes to the southern part of Sanhok as well. I mean, Nakham, Shami, you rarely get to see those clusters form in those locations. So I don't think, also considering this is Sanhok, pretty small map, not a lot of the teams are going to be in a troublesome situation. But although I do want to see what is going to be the situation at Light towards Bootcamp and Final, and those two seem to be the most preferred spots in this particular map.
Exactly. As we do have the entire plane flight path in front of us, and as you guys do see, already starting off all the way from the right side and all the way ending towards the left side, as we do have the players of JyanMaara and 52X Rage in front of us. And here we do see Rage as well. They're quite raging in general, as one of the players from the side of JyanMaara has been knocked out. No fear. This leaves the players of JyanMaara in quite a state of discomfort.
Well, let's see. As you said, JyanMaara, they are going to be in a state of discomfort, but 52X Rage, we know they don't like to take these early fights, so they are straight away just backing off completely. Look at that, falling back slowly and steadily. And JyanMaara on the other side also, well, mutually do not want nothing from this early game aggression. We do see TUF Joker in the distance. He's going to be completely ignored for now, since he just goes off beyond the render distance for us as well. But over in this situation, I think the early fight for the control of Paradise Resort goes to JyanMaara, since 52X Rage just fall completely out of the compounds, and JyanMaara, they're going to be left with the entirety of Paradise Resort to themselves. But do they realize that this is the card that has been dealt to them? This is the freedom that has been given to them by the players of 52X Rage, because they are still sticking to the northern edges of the compounds.
Talking about sticking to the northern edges of the compounds, JyanMaara, as you did mention, they do have the majority of the control of the entire Paradise Resort. High voltage, of course, all the way on the top left island. They're looking quite good so far. Do want to find out how things are going to be looking like, because we do know Sanhok, which means higher pace indeed, and quite a lot of actions without a doubt.
Well, but let's see. Prabeen on our screens right now. And high voltage again, another one of those surprises that we are expecting to pop off at any given time in this tournament, and it's going to be quite interesting. But on the other side, TUF, oh no! I thought this man made it. I thought Joker was just going to stay alive for a long time, but unfortunately for him, he gets spotted out by the players of 52X Rage, knocks out faster, but Daku and Knight were there to, well, sort of trade their teammate, and they do retaliate quite nicely as well, just finishing off the lad completely in an instant. So that was the first elimination of the game. In fact, the second elimination of the game, my apologies, since 52X Rage have also been reduced to a 3-man roster.
Talk about getting reduced to a 3-man roster. Stalwart Esports having the entire bootcamp control. Of course, one of the most dominating spots in the entire Sanhok map. And Stalwart Esports, without a doubt, they have the full control of it too. So another team that is a force to be reckoned with, as we do have Regicide as well on top of the mountain. And that's the team that you went with, Johnny. And I do want to find out how things are going to be looking like for that team, because again, moving inside this one, there's going to be quite a lot of threat even lingering on top of their heads.
Well, let's see. For now, JyanMaara, I mean, they do have one chicken dinner to their name already, and in this particular match, they're going to be looking to secure another one. Paradise Resort, the control was handed over to them quite easily, but will they be able to take control of other important positions in this match moving further? But look at this, Skylightz Gaming, Nima getting caught off guard. Edgar from the side of TUF, he has his location spotted out completely, goes for a nade lob, but fails to hit the marker, fails to secure the knock. And well, Nima, that's just brilliant. One nade after the other, and slowly and steadily he's just falling back.
But look at TUF too, slowly and steadily just making sure they're pushing away the players to Skylightz Gaming, tossing in a lot of utilities too. Skylightz Gaming, though, Nemo realizes he's all by himself in the lion's den, so maybe he would want to back out this time. So tosses in some smokes to block the vision of Edgar, and Edgar as well is not going to be able to find any sort of visual cues right now on the players of Skylightz Gaming, so a free way out for Nemo. He will be out of harm's way as TUF. They cannot really do much here. Edgar, too, he does exactly know what's going on. He found out that the player has escaped successfully. Skylightz Gaming, the rotation's being spotted, too, by Edgar, but not any connections found just yet.
Let's see. Still a lot of silence in Sanhok, which usually is not the case, but we do have a central circle this time. And that makes things a little bit easier for almost everyone involved in this matchup. Well, almost everyone, because few of the teams have in fact blundered up as soon as the game started, lost a few key players, and now they're just left in damage control mode in this match. But on the other side, we do know Stalwart Esports towards that boot camp position do in fact turn out to be a pretty big threat for everyone else, and this time the team closest to them, it's going to be 52x Rage, kind of sandwiched between Stalwart Esports, JyanMaara, and Phantom Esports also closing in from the distance. But look at this, DRS all the way towards Shami. And with that late rotation, I think things are just going to look quite good for them up until the mid-game stages when there's going to be a massive cluster towards the center.
Talk about a massive cluster. This time the zone 2 just centering on up on the right side island, so nothing really out of the box or out the blue. So the teams are going to be quite comfortable inside the zone as well. So we do have the grounders too, all the way moving in from the left side, top left island, trying to just not cross anyone's eye just yet. And Sanhok map too, that means the heal strat as well, the med strat comes into play. So if any of these teams are feeling not that confident on the map of Sanhok, they can always try and loot as many places as possible and go for the med strat.
I mean, definitely the heal battle situation towards the end stage of the game is going to be an actual possibility and a viable strategy for a lot of these teams. And again, no matter what you say, I mean, you have to do what it takes to win, even if that means just sitting in a corner, spamming heals after heals, first aid after first aid in the final few moments of the game. But for now, at least, there's going to be a few fights breaking out. We do have Deadeyes Guys against the players of Seal Esports, and Demo is going to be the man taken out of the picture already. So that leaves 3 players from the side of Seal Esports left to just hide in those shacks and try and take this fight against the players of Deadeyes Guys, who are out in the open on this mountain slope.
Talk about out in the open in the mountain slope. Deadeyes Guys, they're not going to have any problem holding this position. On the other hand, you have Seal on the lower ground. Deadeyes Guys, as I mentioned, one of the bigger threats in the lobby without a doubt. And then you have the entire region of Pakistan moving on over inside the SA Championship too. Teams like Freestyle doing pretty good. 52x Rage indeed has been impressing us. I do want to see, though, what IDs have got in their backpacks too, because IDs so far, they're currently sitting in 7th spot in the overall rankings, which is indeed not really a bad spot to be in, but still, I expect a team like I to be in top 3.
I mean, definitely. All of us expected IA to just put up a wonderful performance, but hey, maybe this is going to be a slow start for them.
Yeah.
There's still a journey left ahead of them, and it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly where they end up in the very end, but for now, yeah, definitely off to a slow start. And look at that, the rickshaw.
Nice little family.
Yep.
You actually call it the rickshaw.
Yep. That's what we call it over here.
That's what we call it, ladies and gentlemen, the rickshaw. But yeah, that's something that just reminded me of some family moments, you know, some nice family moments when you do go outside, you know, with your family. It's fun times.
Well. I mean, a lot of memories for a lot of people in that vehicle. IRL, I'm talking about. In the game, not so much.
Yeah. Not a lot of teams like to use that vehicle because, again, it does not really have that much of a pace into it, so it's really easy for the players to spray him down. So not a lot of players do prefer that, unless if they do want to really make a crucial rotation. But currently we do have the circle centering on up, so we're probably not going to be expecting a lot of fights happening in this zone. Things are taken pretty calmly by a lot of teams, as airdrop 2 is going to hit the deck, and this time it's going to be the AUG.
Well, let's see which individual from this entire lobby will be wielding that weapon. I think it's going to be quite decent, at least in this particular map, where you don't have to worry about taking a fight off in the distance and everyone's going to be up close and personal. But on the other side, TUF up against the players of Skylightz Gaming with the I-8 crawling in the back line. This is going to make the situation towards this barn area quite intense and quite chaotic, in fact, because Freestyle is moving up north as well now. Then we have Stalwart Esports who are going to be moving up north as well. And then DRS towards Camp Charlie playing extremely slow on Sanhok, which I find quite interesting.
I like the split that the players of Stalwart Esports have. A nice 3-1 split. Pika is all the way in the front lines, but I'm going to hold on to my words. This I8, they're spraying down the vehicle of the players of Freestyle. And Vossi is now trying to move back to safety. Unfortunately, Mullik's being knocked out in the open, so they will have to let Mullik go. But Freestyle still not really out of harm's way just yet. A great positioning for the players of I, just foiling the dreams of the players of Freestyle in this game.
Well, let's see Freestyle, as you mentioned. I mean, the points are definitely going to be quite important for them, but let's see Uzim. It looks like he has been surrounded, his team in the back, and that is just going to be a perfect position for them to provide some support. But Freestyle split is, well, it might just work out for them. Tyrant does not stop at all, just keeps on driving and further away from the players of I-8. Reviews trying to move towards him as quickly as possible. Tyrant, in fact, you cheeky man, just living the life, zooms away from trouble.
Talk about zooming away from trouble. So far, nothing really much happening. The player of TDK will be confirmed too. It's Legend, actually. One of the big pillars, or one of the key pillars inside the team, is already being taken out. Big threat neutralized in the lobby. And TDK is one of those teams that really like to take their time in the overall rankings. We've seen TDK at the starting days. TDK, they like to measure. They like to just wait. They like to study. And then in the later days, that's when TDK starts going ham. So the slow pace, TDK is truly the masters of that, and they've so far mastered it, and they've also shown a little bit of demos of that in the PMPL South Asia. But I do want to see how things are going to be looking like in here, though, especially if you do know teams like 52X Rage are playing this one. 52X Rage absolutely putting on a phenomenal performance so far, coming inside from the Pakistan region. Indeed has impressed all of us.
Well, definitely, and well, the team, no matter how impressive, everyone has a flaw, and 52X Rage, I think these teams are trying to figure out exactly what the flaw is with them. But for now, Freestyle in the World of Hurt, as Wasi has been taken out. Sandesh takes a lot of damage in the trade, but falls back instantly. Seog off in the flank, in the front lines, in fact, is looking to see if he can finish off the entire team right now here, and, well, make the later stage of the lobby a little bit more cleaner. But Aram, he's hiding behind that rock, just completely patient. Tyrant right in front of him. They have avoided one team so far. I-8, they were able to dodge, but train to kill, they are just blocking their way. And I think the decision that was made from the side of Freestyle was to take control of these compounds, but they weren't really expecting any challenge. Oh, Leo, he had the DBS in his hand, switches over to the M4, finds the knock on Rules, who just ran out of this house completely unaware. And Leo, that was a very ballsy play, because he was standing right in front of the door, not moving even an inch. He was literally just standing still out in the open.
Oh, look at the nade from Wall. He's going to find the mark. Delta goes down as well. Seal. Talk about just pointing at the wounds, and Seal is doing so. Oh boy, who is going to heal the wounds now that have already been inflicted on the players of DRS? So he does go down, but still, you talk about Freestyle. For now, this is a complete stalemate situation that is in front of us between the players of TDK. At this point in time, teams are just waiting for the next circle shift to hit the deck, and as soon as it does, this time it's going to shift a little bit on the left side. That means Stalwart Esports might just find themselves in the lucky shoes.
Well, definitely, and let's see how lucky they're going to be, though, because it's still not going to be easy for them to secure the winner chicken dinner. But hey, let's look at this. So the audience's prediction right now for this game is Phantom Esports. 36% of the audience has voted for Phantom Esports. 29% of our viewers have gone for Deadeyes Guys. And well, on the other side, I-8 on our screens. 8% of you are supporting I-8. They seem to have taken down one of the players from the side of Skylightz Gaming and are looking to go for a push now.
That's quite interesting. you take a look at 52X Rage as well, considering they won that previous game, still not a lot of audience actually going with 52X Rage, and that's quite interesting, right? I personally thought after that win, they might just have grabbed a lot of eyes. But hey, let me tell you what, 52X Rage has created a space for themselves in my heart personally. And I am loving the way these teams are playing currently. Now I'm just waiting for the big Goliaths like IA to step things up. And I'm pretty sure as soon as they do wake up, as soon as the beasts are awakened, every single player in the lobby will hear the impact.
Well, definitely. And the impact, as you said, it's going to be heard by every single one. But will it be in this match or will it be in a later game? That's what we're waiting for, to see exactly when the noise is going to be made. But for now, at least, everyone is just being extremely careful. 15-minute marker is there on the match, on the clock, and still all 16 teams, 54 players surviving in this game. I8 looking quite solid. They have managed to secure a few knocks here and there, but the eliminations are still not quite clear. They only have one elimination point till now. And a few moments earlier, we did see them engage on the players of Skylightz Gaming, but Skylightz Gaming have gotten away safely with all 4 players still alive.
Talk about going safely with all 4 players, I8. Again, they were able to kick things off pretty well in this game. Already do have one elimination point on the board in this game. We did see them taking out one of the players from Freestyles, unfortunately. Not really a start that Freestyle wanted, but it's something they can try and work with. Regicide on top of our screens, and we have TUF right underneath them. And this is literally the Pakistan teams just colliding against each other. And this is something that's not going to be good for the region.
Well, I mean, they are worried about themselves at this point right now, in fact, because winning the game, you are just thinking about your team and your teammates. And on the other side, as you said, the teams from Pakistan, while they collide, JyanMaara, they do have a perfect angle set to collect all of this information, but they have to time this assault perfectly. Wait for the teams to start fighting. As soon as, well, you see players going down from either sides, that's when you jump in. But in the middle, there's that X factor from the side of Freestyle. The last player remaining, Tyrant, he's hiding in the middle of nowhere, but on the other end, I see Alex with the nade being lobbed towards Mr. Black from the grounders. The nade does connect. Damage was dished out. Another one lobbed in the same direction, and Alex finds the opening. The knock is going to be secured, but the trade is going to be there from the side of the grounders. Now Sensei is going to be traded out. Advantage to the players of IHC. Zeol, he's going to try and go for a revive and hope he does not get pushed upon, while IC goes for a push of his own to try and wrap up and secure these eliminations, secure these finishes as quickly as possible and give no opportunity to the players of the grounders to recover as a 4-man roster.
Talk about recovering as a 4-man roster. Alex gets slapped down as well. One of the rookies from the side of IHC, and he's able to prove himself quite well too in that roster. He's able to gel up with not a lot of time. But we do see the players of Regicide. Your pick, Johnny. And they already have 1 man knocked out under themselves. Insane goes down, and that's something that Regicide isn't really looking out for. Mafia Ninja gets spotted out too. Edgar was not really able to get a glimpse of him, but finally he does. And as soon as he does, he's going to cut off his lifeline.
Well, but let's see. Mafia Ninja, just a few pixels separating him and an exit from this matchup. Oh, the feet were spotted out. He's out in the open for a few more seconds. No, he's on the other side now. Edgar, he's just going to miss the opportunity completely. But look at this. The push from IHC is there. And, well, just the last player surviving from the side of the grounders. Godless, just being an absolute god, going for the push behind the rock. Is going to jump on top. The shots from the UMP doing the job. And, well, that's the finish. The grounders have been eliminated. In fact, are the first team to be wiped out completely from this matchup. Who's going to be the next? We're about to find out, as the numbers from the side of T2K are also going to be reduced. They are down to a 2-man roster in this matchup, and I8, they're doing a pretty phenomenal job, but the trades are coming in from either side. I8 have one of their players knocked out as well. What just happened to Skylightz Gaming? They just run for the revive and get another one knocked out.
Exactly, just running out in the open. Unfortunately, in the spam of the smoke, TUF, they were able to connect some nice, crucial shots. Another man from the side of Skylightz Gaming just goes down, and this is not an opening, or this is not a start that Skylightz Gaming were indeed looking out for. Look at Skylightz Gaming. They're also getting eliminated by the Wall of Death, and we do know on the map of Sanhok, the zone is a bit too cruel, so you'll have to respect the zone as much as possible. TUF2 is going to be right there. But again, as I mentioned, if things do go south for your team, you can always just rely back on those med strats. As Ayat as well now finally just chiming up in the kill feed. And Stalwart Esports 2 are able to just inflict some pain and hurt on the players of High Voltage. Seeing a lot of fights happen indeed, but for now it's a little stalemate between the players of I8 and TDK.
Let's see, I8, as you mentioned, I mean, T2K, they are not looking too solid, just one player remaining, I8. They do have the advantage, but Crypto, not enough HP. Oh, Seogi's been poured out. The spray from the UMP, it connects, and finally, there's the exit, but I8 Bladed on the other side is going to be taken out by AJ from the side of Skylightz Gaming. It's all these teams with just few 1-1 individual each remaining, and they're all fighting amongst each other, which is not going to work out for any of them. But TUF, look at this push against the players of Red side. Thor barely surviving, and we do have Nocto on top of this rock, finding the knocks. Just one player remaining from the side of TUF. Nocto is going to have to heal up. One more knocked out from the red. JyanMaara, they are here, and they are here to capitalize on this situation. T2K, they are going to lose on their players. Well, TUF are going to lose out on their players, and Regicide loses out on 2 of their own. Now, the last player surviving from the side of Regicide is just going to be happy that he did not take any hits on himself and is still going to be healthy enough to survive for his team and secure those placement points in the later stages of the match.
It was actually JyanMaara just third-partying the entire fray and knocking on the doors of Regicide. And that's something Regicide did not really expect, so they got caught off guard. Freestyle Tyrant's currently outside the zone, and he's also taking a lot of damage on himself, but now he also wants to go for the confirmation. He smells the blood. He wants the elimination point in his pockets too. But Gunner's quite out in the open. He's taken down quite low too. Playzone as well is inflicting a lot of pain and hurt. This time the Playzone's not going to be blessed. Or not going to be blessing any sort of players again, and Tyrant just peeks out and instantly cuts off the lifeline. There you go, the Playzone as well is being quite cruel to a lot of teams. Stalwart Esports has ball against the players of High Voltage. This fight's been going on for quite a long time.
Well, yeah, it's quite extended and it's still going on, but on the other side, Stalwart Esports just slowly and steadily moving towards the edge of the circle might cause a world of hurt on the players of High Voltage in the later stages of the game. Well, in fact, the blue zone is pushing forward. Phantom Esports, they are getting taken care of slowly and steadily, but Stalwart Esports now, this is quite interesting. They're trying to fight 2 teams at the same time, and it's not going to be easy for them. They have to take care of Phantom Esports and High Voltage, and while doing so, they have also got to get themselves towards the northern edge of the circle. But hey, look at this. Either it's 2 teams or 1. Stalwart Esports, they're not going to back off, just finishing off Phantom Esports with a little help from the blue zone, and well, taking care of the players of High Voltage. Wadu G is going to be the last player surviving against the entirety of Stalwart Esports, and well, top, he knows where Wadu is hiding. Wadu tries to step out and run away, but not being allowed to do so by top. 8 eliminations secured by the players of Stalwart Esports from that one fight. Or 2 fights.
Circle 2 is being so cruel and so mean to these teams, man. It just moves out in the open in no man's land. That means teams like DRS as well, they're going to be pushed out of their comfort spot soon. Stalwart Esports 2 will need to just try and travel on that downhill. They will need to try and navigate their way inside safely. But it's going to be quite tough to even call it safe at that point, because to find that safe route for yourself, you'll need a lot of utilities, which is smoke grenades. And if you do have some smokes, you will need to try and utilize it all right now. This is the right moment to use all of those. But look at the snake from JyanMaara. The man is waiting for the right opportunity to strike. And as soon as he finds one, that's going to open up a lot of opportunities indeed. That's going to open up a huge window. And Susan now just punch boosting his way on in, trying to move around, making sure that the players of Stalwart Esports are not really going to hear him. But maybe a little glimpse is going to be more than enough. And finally he fires Susan. He's also taking a lot of damage from the zone, and he will eventually fall down.
Well, finally taken care of JyanMaara. They're going to be out of this match now. Down to the top 5 teams remaining in this game. 9 players still alive. Stalwart Esports, they're going to be there up against DRS and Deadeyes Guys. Now, Deadeyes Guys have been spotted out top, taking a few shots as well. Shifu is going to be knocked out. Last 2 players remaining, trying to run away from the blue, but from the flank, DRS putting up a lot of pressure on the last 2 remaining players from the side of Stalwart Esports. Pika is going to be taken extremely low as well. Oh, Chari! just a few pixels to the right, and it would have been a different story. Sorry, towards the left, and we would have seen a different story. But Pika going for the secure on that elimination point. True Love making a run for the slope out in the open. Has to worry about the players of DRS, but hey, he finds his way towards the center of the circle, and he's the only one there right now. Stalwart Esports and DRS, they will have to take a fight before they try and find an entry towards this spot. Behind the rock, the player's pinned down. A nade being lobbed in their direction might just be the thing that takes him out, but rotation at the right nick of time protects them from that happening. And the Molotov in return to the players of DE. In fact, the player of DE not really accomplishing much for the players of Stalwart.
And look at that, the nade's gonna crawl right next to the player of Deadeyes Guys. True Love gets taken out, top 2 teams alive. Stalwart Esports versus DRS, and Stalwart Esports currently in the prime spot as well. I called it. Stalwart Esports are gonna take this, and they do. Look at that, look at them. They're just looking so stylish, and they're indeed looking happy, finally able to get a chicken dinner in their hands. Stalwart Esports proving that they are still in the game, and they're not gonna be counted out anytime soon.
Well, definitely. They are still in the game, and they're still in the run for the trophy. Jumping up to the second position after this particular match. An impressive run from Stalwart Esports, and this game from the get-go was said to be theirs. The circle right on top of them being uncontested, well, almost uncontested in the earliest of the match towards boot camp. And well, the story of success, if you give them the pen, Stalwart Esports, they're going to run away and write an entire book with it, not just one small story. But on the other side now, the consistency is going to be required from there. They have brought themselves in a position from where if in the last 2 matches they even managed to convert just one more, tomorrow they're going to have a head start against the rest of the teams. And we all know, if Stalwart Esports, they start getting too comfortable in situations, then it is going to be very tough to pull them out of their comfort zone and put them in some trouble.
Oh man, I mean, Stalwart Esports is one of those teams that really thrives on momentum, and I feel like now they've found the momentum that they're looking for, so we're probably going to be seeing a lot of Stalwart Esports games which are probably being dominated by them. So again, it's going to be quite tough. But then again, if you take a look at some of the Pakistani teams, they're being pretty dominating too. But we also got a little call from the Puppet Massacre, so it's time for us to throw to a short little break. But don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Well, hello and welcome back once again right here at PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia. Seasons and sagas are continuing on, and indeed, when it comes to the first ever map of Sanhok for the day, that was just obliteration being showcased right there. What do you think, Necro? I mean, the game actually extended for far more than I anticipated, because it was a Sanhok map. It was supposed to be a quick done and dusted sort of a situation, but it resulted in stretching out quite a bit. But indeed, in the end, it resulted in exactly what you predicted, which is Stalwart getting that chicken dinner.
Exactly. I mean, Stalwart Esports, I'm not going to lie, they really needed that chicken dinner too, and they finally are able to show themselves up. And as I mentioned with Johnny as well on the desk here, which he was a while ago, I said this, Stalwart Esports is one of those teams that really thrives on momentum. And as soon as you give that momentum to a team like Stalwart Esports, they're just going to start to dominate the entire field too. But then you have some of the teams from Pakistan region coming in as well. 52X Rage, they've been looking phenomenal. They've been dominating the entire battleground with consistency. And now I want to see how things are going to be looking like overall for South Asians in general. But the MVP of the previous game, this time it's going to be Pika from the side of Stalwart Esports with 4 knockouts and 6 eliminations and 777 damage with survival time of 24-16.
Again, dude, when it comes to the way the side of Stalwart Esports played this game, this was just absolutely going to be theirs for the taking, and of course that's exactly what they capitalized upon. And in doing so, we did see that Mongolian domination being showcased on this map of Sanhok this time around for 4th game of the day. But hey, we've still got 2 more games remaining, and again, when it comes down to the way the entire storyboard is being created right now, there's a lot of ups and downs taking place, but that consistency is what will be the key. And another thing to bring up is also what Johnny had stated as the day started, which was day number 1 is the most crucial one, because day 1 is how you set your pace up. And if at all I'm to go with the predictions being coming in from the side of the chat, right? You notice that, dude. It was Phantom Esports all the way through with the chat absolutely one-sided in certain sense of the way. But sadly, that's not really being showcased from Phantom Esports this time.
Exactly. And day 1, as you said, it's time for the teams to just set the pace for the entire of these SA Championship, right? And if the teams are not really able to do that great in day 1, and if the teams are currently in the latter half of the board after the day 1, they're indeed going to be having a lot of pressure as the game keeps on passing by, as the time keeps on moving, and as the day keeps on passing by. So, of course, day 1, if you're going to be having a nice safety cushion to play around with for the upcoming days, you're, of course, going to be one of those teams that's going to be living tension-free, and you will have enough amount of time to do the research as well, and you won't be second-guessing.
Exactly.
You will be confident, of course, and in general, this is where we really talk about the overconfident approach stepping in from a lot of teams, right? Sometimes they can be overconfident, sometimes they can get ahead themselves, and they can just start making some rookie mistakes, and that's what we've seen happen a lot of times in the past. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on over to the Oppo F21 Pro moments, and let's find out how things really kicked off in the previous game.
Well, if at all there's one thing to state, talking about consistency, talking about teams doing good and not, and what, one team that has stood out in my eyes since the start of the day has been TUF, dude. And for the wrong reasons, of course. Because TUF, they've just not been able to make that mark. They've just not been able to hold steady in terms of the way they're taking on fights, in terms of the way they're pushing on along from one to the next. But again, I mean, this moment right here, this has to be the second best clip of the day.
Exactly. And TDK2, unfortunately, we're just catching a lot of bullets. IT as well against the players at the ground. Or this nade right here from the rookie himself. Man, Alex was able to just shut him down like that. And then IT unfortunately caught a little bit too many bullets. And yeah, IC got taken out too, but IT in the end, just sheer will and fragging power, they were able to just overcome all sort of obstacles, and they were able to win that fight right there. Regicide was a pick of Johnny, but unfortunately they got dismantled pretty early on too.
Well, pick or no pick, in the end, it is all going to be dictated by who will be the top, who will be at the top at the end of the day. And looking on to what the prediction is coming in from the side of the chat, based on what the leaderboard is being showcased in the lobby, it is 2 ways affair. But hey, again, I mean, 2 games, still a lot of opportunity, still a lot of chance available for the teams to be able to make a big comeback and completely change the storyline for themselves. As of now, as you push on through to the damage graph itself, I mean, Jesus. 2,034 damage coming in from the side of Stalwart Esports with 12 elimination points. And then from that, as you look on through the entire skyscraper list of the damage graph, you've got T2K on that 15th position, but with 1,170 damage.
Oh boy, I mean, Stalwart Esports, of course, this in itself, as we mentioned, or as we were mentioning over and over again, how Stalwart Esports is one of those teams that likes to be aggressive, that likes to keep the pedal to the metal, and Sanhok is a perfect map for a team like Stalwart Esports to also be proactive and also think on the fly quickly. In Stalwart Esports, they like aggression in general, so they are able to put up some insane numbers on the board. 2,034 damage, and then 12 elimination points in general just wrapped up. And now let's move on over to the overall rankings of the entire game right there. And we have Seal, of course, leading the chart. Stalwart Esports this time now stealing the spot away from 52X Rage. And now in the 3rd game, Rage are going to be quite jealous.
Yeesh, okay. This is quite a storyboard being created right here. After the 4 games that have been played, as we get ready for the 5th one right around the corner, there's still a lot of ups and downs that can still be taking place on this storyboard. But along with all of that, as you move on through to the 2nd page, now you get a clear picture of certain teams that are really not having a good day. I mean, as you guys were talking about, being Sanhok, I was actually thinking if I were asked the prediction, I would actually go with T2K because T2K have been really phenomenal on Sanhok long back in the day, and this time around, again, it's not only just T2K, it's TUF, High Voltage. They're just not able to make a mark. I mean, forget all of them. Look at IHC Esports right there with 4 games played, 17 eliminations, only 7 placement points. But again, you're talking about Godless and the likes right there in the team that's sitting on the 11th position. So yeah, day number 1 is turning into quite an uphill battle right here for these teams.
I mean, IHC, of course, is one of those teams that we all have been eyeing out for. One of the Mongolian teams, actually. And Mongolian region in general has been impressing us throughout the entire time. So this is something that we do not indeed expect from teams like IHC,
right.
But I'm pretty sure it's just the first day. Maybe IHC, they're struggling a bit over here and there because, as we do know, there are some of the new teams coming in from the Pakistan region too. So there might just be some chances where IHC might just be caught off guard. We don't exactly know what the problems are going on inside the team though. But hey, what I'm excited for is the upcoming game. And this is something, Blotter, I'm pretty sure even you are going to be looking out for, because this is the Erangel game. Back to the roots. Erangel, one of the most OG maps indeed, and every single team and player is just familiar with this map. Now, what we're going to be eyeing out for is the zone going to be playing some evil games or not.
Well, that's for sure. That is 100% for sure, 200% for sure. Because again, you talk about the zones today, I'm loving it, dude. From one map to the next, every single time we've spoken about or looked at the zone, it's been absolutely ludicrous, and nobody would have anticipated day number 1. But hey, that is what it is going to be like. Because again, you've got a total of 4 days, and that first day of that 4-day affair is almost coming to an end, with this being the second last game of the day. So yeah, let's just push on along. Let's have the question asked right off the bat, dude, which is going to be, which team are you going to be predicting? I mean, you've already spoken about the map, but where do you think are we looking at when it comes to the team pushing up on top, or maybe even getting chicken dinner? I mean, it's entirely up to you. What do you want to predict? The zone, the rotation,
the
whatever.
prediction I'm going to go with, my team has to be this time. I'm going to go with something completely different. I'm going to go with I8 because I feel like so far they've been struggling, so now it's their time to step things up.
All right, indeed. And that is something that could very well be anticipated because of the way that they've been playing. It is looking like they might just be able to take that cake. But I want to see, really want to see the side of DRS get that. I mean, they got so close. They got so close to that chicken, but were not able to get it because 52x Rage got the better half. So maybe this time around will be the lucky charm. We shall see if the real soldiers are going to be able to stand true and tall as we get ready and prepped. So are the pilots and the players of this game. Game number 5 of the day. And we are jumping in with all of these incredibly skilled, talented, as well as, of course, determined players who are ready to prove their worth. And in all of that, in fact, now I'm thinking about it, dude, I should have actually picked up a team that was sitting at the bottom half of the leaderboard, because I do really want to see a comeback as the day number 1 comes to an end, I mean, you've got T2K, you've got High Voltage, you've got some really well-known names who should be able to capitalize on opportunities. I mean, even Godless for that matter. I mean, he's not even part of the kill leaders list, so... But never mind. I mean, it's all set in stone. It's all done. So let's see what DRS does.
I mean, I'm not going to lie, though. As I said, I8 currently, they're on the 8th spot. And I8, I'm pretty sure they're one of those teams that has some of the highest caliber inside the entire lobby. So I'm just waiting for I8. I'm just waiting for the beast to be awakened. But now, if you ask me about T2K, now, TDK is one of those teams that really likes to take their game slow and methodical. And TDK, in general, we've seen this a lot in the past, too. TDK, they usually tend to step things up in the final moments of the tournament.
That is true. That is true, of course. But that was a different T2K now that I'm thinking about it, as we did have a little bit of, or not a little, actually quite a lot of those change-ups that did take place in their lineup, right? So that also does bring in a different approach to the way that the play can be anticipated from the side of that team. But hey, nothing taken away from their side or their opponents for that matter, because you've got so many big names that are sitting on that second page of the leaderboard, and especially on the bottom half of the leaderboard right now. Once again, Stalwart Esports tries to take on another go at the team of I8. They have gone down to the military base again and again. We've seen that time and time again. I love that spot, but hey, this time around, Seal Esports in this lobby are wanting to really make it a mark, and kind of confused as to what exactly is Wally and Baron up to, because they were not moving around. They were not interested in looting around. They were just sitting there like ducks, waiting to see what i8 is going to be bringing into the table, maybe waiting to have some audio cues. As of now, we've got reviews pretty much equipped and set along with his... That was close, but Leo was just a little too quick to get away from that. So it seems like, yes, they are determined. Seal Esports last time around, they actually went away because the zone moved away from them, and it did not stick around on the military base. This time around, it seems like Seal Esports is determined to take on i8 Esports right here off the bat and let i8 know. Because again, that's a really good question to bring up. I mean, i8 Esports, everybody knows whatever lobby, whatever region they're playing up against, everybody knows they're going to go down to the military base. Why does nobody take on i8? Well, here you have Seal Esports giving you that answer.
Exactly. i8 and Seal just clashing against each other, and i8 this time just inflicting some pain on the players of Seal. i8 as well, though, they're taking their sweet little time. I personally feel like Seal, they've been pushed out of their comfort spot. Seal, they don't really have a lot of loot to play off of with. i8, on the other hand, some of the players already have gotten their hands on the M4. That's going to be really problematic if you think about it for the players of Seal. Look at Baron just leaning on this side, trying to find any sort of glimpse of the players. But i8 too, they're just being so disciplined.
Ooh, this is the time we need viewers to chime in along. This is the time we need viewers acting and bringing in their votes. Just vote in right now. With this, you already have a clue as to which team is going to be the one walking away.
What?
Do you think Seal Esports will get this fight, or do you think i8 are going to be the ones who will be able to chime in along and get this entire lobby known that, you know what, military base is theirs, nobody touches i8 on the military base? But it seems like right now, if that first knock is anything of an opening, Seal Esports is looking really good, looking very comfortable in taking down the entirety of i8 with crypto down. I mean, that's, yeah, come on, viewers, start voting. Vote, space, team tag. That's all you got to do in the chat.
Come on, man. Don't let it be a caster curse, i8. You will need to try and defend it. I went with you guys, i8. Oh boy, come on. I know you guys have got this. A 3-on-4 situation. I do realize one of the most instrumental men in your team has already been taken out, but still, I do believe i8 is one of those teams that is a force to be reckoned with. And I'm just waiting for the base to be awakened. Reviews as well. He's catching a lot of bullets. Look at the players of Seal just marching on over like a pack of soldiers, moving on in. Seal, man, they're just looking so confident in this fight as soon as they were able to find the opening. i8 indeed, now they're going to start to shake quite a lot.
Well, Blade out in the open in the back, just holding on that flank angle on the other side for the side of Seal Esports. They did push on along, like you so perfectly mentioned, with some really synergistic plays, and in doing so, they've got their angles flanked, and one by one, players of i8 go down. Reviews, the only player standing, but not for long, because Seal Esports, with all 4 players still standing, yep, there was a little bit of damage taken on from their side, but nothing shaking them away from that position. That was just perfectly played from the side of Seal Esports indeed. And i8, well, they have been crushed to the dust with all 4 players eliminated. Means the entirety of the team of i8 is gone. And this is just in the first 5 minutes of the second last game of the day. Wow.
What a flawless execution from the side of Seal.
Yep,
and I'm
definitely.
really sorry. I'm really sorry. I mean, oh boy, I didn't mean to do this, but what a shot from Wally too. Oh my God, talk about a pinpoint precision shot and talk about eagle eye. I mean, this man has just proved up on all the marks. He's just ticked all the boxes at this point. The Seal too, just making these off angles, playing this so well. Wally all the way on the top, just no one expected this man to be there. And Seal, they just executed that so perfectly. Talk about a perfection play. And Seal, it's like they're well familiar with that military base island.
That is so true indeed. But on the other front of the map, of the fight itself, we've got the side of Team TUF, who I've been saying again and again, are not having a good day. But right now, looking at the way Team TUF, I mean, not only right now, just a few minutes ago as well, they were trying to take on shots against another team that was making rotation. And hey, we've got the team on front in our screens that has been picked up by the chat. That, of course, needs to really start delivering a lot more than they have. Nothing taken against the side of Phantom, because they have had a recent decent run. In fact, starting off the first game itself on Erangel, we saw them being in the top 3, where JyanMaara got the chicken dinner. So Phantom Esports have been part of the top 3 to the top 5, but yeah, to really stand out, to really showcase it to the crowd, they need to get a chicken dinner. Simple as that.
Exactly, and as we also did see a little bit of graphic on the bottom left side, ladies and gentlemen, we have to complete those milestones, and if we do, the first milestone is going to be starting all the way from 50k viewership. If we do reach the 50k viewership mark, we're of course going to be giving some nice in-game cosmetic, some nice in-game suits, and then if we do move on over to 75k, some a little bit more viewer rewards for you guys. And keep this in mind, all these rewards are permanent, so these rewards are going to be staying with you forever. And then you have another reward at the 100k live watching. That is another milestone. That is the final milestone. If you guys do hit it, then we'll be giving away some nice shirts in game. And again, as I mentioned, those are going to be free permanent outfits. So make sure to tune inside PUBG Mobile South Asia YouTube channel, and you guys will be able to find over there. Another little thing for you guys here we've done this time is predict who will win this game. Go to PUBG Mobile South Asia YouTube channel and make sure to vote, space your team tag that you guys are voting for, and make sure to just vote for your favorite teams, because I'm pretty sure currently in the lobby, the latter half of the board definitely needs all your prayers.
Well, they do. They so most certainly do. As we look on through to JyanMaara's Night YT, making a rotation along with his teams towards a compound that has already been taken over by the side of T2K. Yog keeping a very close, keen eye towards all the auditory cues that he's getting as of now. JyanMaara are still keeping it safe, staying it very, very low-key paced, but it seems like not going to be allowed at all, even though they might have had a really good setup, even though they might have had 2 players set up at the back for a flank. It is just not going to be allowed, because Yog from the side of T2K is just going to be clearly delivering some burst damage to the players of JyanMaara and letting them know that's all right, mate, that's as close as you possibly are going to get. On the other front of the map altogether itself, we've got the zone slowly but surely moving quite far away and further away to the northern side. As we look on through to that, we also did see 52x Rage finally making a rotation, as they do love to stick into the blues. But looking through to the center of the zone, we do have Phantom, if I'm not wrong, in the yellow. So there is an opening, there is a chance, there is a possibility for Phantom Esports to maybe be able to capitalize on the situation, but we'll come back to that.
Exactly, as fights happening outside the zone too. These teams will need to try and move on in. Freestyle is just wrapping up these bodies at this point. A lot of elimination points wrapped up for Freestyle. 3 elimination points already. Freestyle, they're looking pretty dominant so far. As Seal, they're right underneath right there. It's the final man too, or no, it's still 2 players are up for Seal. Scratch that, Baron's the only man alive inside the water lines. And Malik is just all the way on the top trying to find the final man. He's trying to find the final fish in the water. But if the fish is given a lifeline, I'm pretty sure the fish is going to be turning into a shark soon.
What lifeline? There ain't none. There ain't any. That's it. That's done. That's dusted. But look at the determination coming in from the side of Freestyle indeed. They're like, you know what? Either it be the last fish in the sea, I'm going to get it. I'm not going to go down to the blues. I'm not going to go down to any of this, because I need that point. I need that defeat point. But, all right, I guess they have finally made a decision to walk away from that fishing expedition that they were stuck in. But it seems not Malik, though. Not Malik. He's still too very keen to maybe try and have one final last look at that. Oh, God, no. Okay, now, you know what? Seal Baron definitely has an option. He has an opportunity. He has a possibility if he gets to the edge. And because he's got a vehicle there, again, though, it is going to be very, very difficult. But there is still a hope and possibility for him to be able to maybe make it into the zone. But who does not have the possibility or the likes of making it? It's going to be 52x Rage's player, as he has been brought down thanks to Mafia Ninja.
And look at Mafia Ninja just tapping away with the M16A4.
Easy.
Suppressed too. Wow. 52x Rage, unfortunately, already having a casualty on their side. Indeed, not a good news for them. Circle as well, just tilting a bit up north. Do you want to find out where the next circle shift's going to be looking like? Because I already like the circle, the way it's setting up the entire pace of the game.
True, very, very true indeed. I mean, this has definitely put a bit of diabolical terms in terms of the way the teams have approached the zone to be, and especially this being just day number 1, dude. This is just unbelievable what the PUBG gods are doing to the entirety of the lobby. And as we progress on from day 1 towards day 2, 3, and 4, I wonder what sort of curveballs are going to be thrown based on the zone rotations itself from these teams. But right now, as we push on, we still are looking at, of course, the 15 teams still surviving. Along with that, the free permanent reward that Necro spoke about is right there on your screens. And to be a part of that, help us out, help you. Simple as that. You get us to a milestone, you get rewarded in return. You get us another milestone, you get rewarded in return. And all in all, it is going to be that much more wonderful for you. So please do go ahead and share the stream, share the love, and get your friends and fans included in all of this action, because this is some high octane action that's taken place from one game to the next, one map to the other, especially once again based on the zones. But right now it's going to be IHC's Yol, who's trying to make a rotation through the shooting range, but it seems like he's not going to be allowed to do so. And once again, looking at the zone, Necro, I mean, dude, you were so on point based on the way the zone is playing curveballs. It is really the one that is making this game play out. It's not the teams. I mean, the teams are just they're just slaves to what the zone is going to be asking them to do.
I've seen this type of similar circle in the past too, and if I'm not wrong, the zone has to shift on the right side, kind of towards the players of Skylightz Gaming and Stalwart Esports. This has to shift on the right side. If it doesn't, if it does shift on the left side, that means there's not going to be a lot of cover to play around with. Teams, again, will be pushed out of their comfort zone. But my prediction is that the zone will shift on the right side, but we'll only be able to find out as the time progresses by, or as the time passes by, as we do see the next circle in front of us, and we do see there's a decent amount of teams still stuck outside the zone. At this point in time, the zone's going to be starting to get filled up with a lot of teams, and the zone's not going to have enough place for all the teams to contain. So that means we're probably going to be seeing a lot of bodies hit the deck as well. As Rage, they finally just crash against the compound with the players of TDK in it, and TDK, now it's their time to try and defend this compound without a doubt against the players of 52X Rage. Sanhok steps out, unfortunately messes up that nade as well. 52X Rage, they're able to find one of the players of TDK. Now it's all down to Sanhok.
It is all down to Sanhok indeed. He's been trying to use those perfectly set up nade situations for himself, but it's just not going to do it, mate. He's all by his lonesome, and Knight will take on that Rage in action in the UMP against the face of that player of T2K, Sanhok, and of course that is going to be his demise. And in doing so, now it's all down to T2K. Jane, what exactly is he going to be able to do? And Sandesh, where are you at, mate? Sandesh, far away, locked up, away onto the top of that hill, is looking on to give a little bit of that cover fire, but the 3-man army coming in from the side of 52X Rage, dude, they have really pincered down the positioning. And what?
Oh, Jane!
Wow, Jane, that was spectacular sight coming in as he was able to just spot small little pixel, and that in turn has turned this into an equal fight.
Exactly, Jane. We've seen this man set up for some nice, glorious moments in the past as well. But the problem here this time is going to be Jane does not have any sort of helmets to work with. One bullet in the head will seal the deal. Jane, though, as well, is quite hurt, so he does not really have the HP working for him. But a nice trade from the side of Rage will take down Jane. TDK, they're getting dismantled. Rage as well. Final man up. Zen is going to be the last hope alive. But TDK too, they're able to get the fallen man back up. Sanhok and Sundays, the two just damaging men on the side of TDK. These two men are on a mission to take down the entire squad of Rage. But Rage too, they're still quite hurt.
They're definitely hurt, but they're not yet broken. They're still a 3-man army, and they're standing on tall and true. But will that be enough? Okay, probably not going to be allowed, because T2Ks and Jane, they are on a rampage. They are absolutely evenly sorting this out against the players of 52X. And as they do, the Rage on point from T2K has just completely stopped 52X Rage in the track. And Sandesh and Sanhok, the two legendary players from T2K, have been able to stop that team in the tracks, and not only that, but eliminate them from the entire lobby, thus remaining of 14 teams, 17 minutes in, and IHC chime in along, and that's going to be none other than Godless with its Scarel stopping the Grounders rotation as one by one Mac and the others are going to drop down to his knees. But looking on to the kill feed, JyanMaara seems to have a little bit of a shot against the players of IHC, as IHC are out in the open, and right behind above them is going to be the players of JyanMaara indeed. And JyanMaara were able to get a knock, but it seems like the defeat point has not been confirmed yet for them.
What we're really seeing here is that Seal, unfortunately, they just have one less man alive. Mullik, too, getting ticked off by the play zone. But unfortunately, Mullik now is going to get charged on by the player 2F. Freestyle. Another challenger approaching. How is he going to try to take care of this one this time? Two players, Mullik, the solo man, survival between the pack of the entire Wolves of TUF. TUF looking to just snatch him away, and they will. And eventually, the player of Freestyle will fall prey to TUF. TUF just putting the final nail in the coffin. And that's going to be another player just taking an exit from the lobby. Phantom 2, they're down to 2 men alive.
Well, TUF, they definitely needed these points, and they have fought hard and proud to be able to work towards them, and they have successfully gotten that. But that success hopefully is not going to be short-lived, as the game will progress on along with 12 teams still remaining right here, 18 minutes into the game. IHC have really been showcasing a lot of wonderful plays, but is that going to be enough? Because they're a 3-man squad. Oh, my correction, a 4-man squad, because it seems like Godless is going to be jumping up to IC to give that revival. Right above, again, it's the same exact situation that we were at, right next to the shooting range, where right above them is going to be JyanMaara, and right in front of them is going to be Regicide, where Voltrux is trying his level best to get a keen spot on against the players of IHC, but yeah, it's easier said than done. And of course, with that, we can see Raz also extending himself quite a lot further. As he does so, what he does not realize is right behind him is going to be High Voltage, and High Voltage are only waiting for that small little sneak peek coming in from the side of River. And as soon as I do that, High Voltage are definitely going to be jumping into that fight with the third party as well. But for now, it is all TUF in the kill feed again and again and again, as they jump in to take on a lot of those fighters. And finally, the side have found the opening that they were waiting for.
The opening indeed's been found. JyanMaara's ball all the way on the top, but unfortunately this time, Regicide. One man taken out from the side of JyanMaara. Look at DRS2 now against the players of TUF. They were able to just wipe out the entire existence of Freestyle, but this time wiping out a team like DRS, this is going to be competition leveled up for them. And this is going to be quite tough to get rid of a team like DRS, but they're quite in the edge of the zone too. They still need to make it inside the zone as well, so this is something that we'll need to be trying to capitalize on. I'd seen the front lines of our Regicide, and this time, Vaz is going to toss a nade on in. Might just crawl quite close to IC, but still IHC. One man has already been taken out. IC as well is being knocked out. That means IHC, they're handicapped big time.
Big time indeed, dude, because again, I mean, you have to commend the approach coming in from the side of Regicide, as they've been stuck to that crosshair point for such a long time. They knew where IHC were, they knew that they could very well take that team down, and now they have delivered to the promise they made to themselves. And JyanMaara were nowhere to be seen, because I thought JyanMaara would chime in along with that King of the Hill advantage working in their favor, but that's not going to be the case. On the other front, High Voltage taking on shots against Skylightz Gaming. Again, High Voltage, the position that they were on, that was so looking good for them, but they have not been able to capitalize that as we push on from one fight to the next. This is all and slot coming in from these teams, as DRS Gaming's Rules OGs just on the sidelines as Stalwart and Deadeyes Guys just have a blast against each other.
It's an absolute pandemonium, Potter.
It was, dude.
Yeah, it's an absolute pandemonium. Still 29 players and 9 teams alive. Skylightz Gaming just peppering down the shots in the front. But unfortunately, Nima gets taken out in the exchange, or in their trade of bullets. Stalwart Esports as well. They're short 2 men, and a nice tracking coming in from the side of Gelson. A great spray to hit the deck, and that's when High Voltage, one of the players, will fall down. Assassin is going to find himself a nice safe way out of that one. But for how long is he going to be safe? Seal finally taking an exit from this game in 9th spot. High Voltage will instantly follow it up too.
Well, this is not looking good for high voltage, that's for sure. Day number 1 has not worked in their favor. The approach that they have into these fights and these zones is just not working for them. On the other front, DRS bringing in a killer mentality against the players of TUF, who have finally started to get a decent play and a decent turn to the day for themselves, but it's not going to be allowed thanks to Scarel in control of Killer YT. With 2 defeat points already confirmed to him, he is looking on to convert that number to a heck of a lot more. Along with that, he's got his information and eyesight set all across the board, as right behind them, well, they've got nothing to worry about because it's a blue zone. So DRS looking pretty comfortable in this fight.
They indeed are looking pretty comfortable. As Boss gets knocked out. Regicide, this is something they were not looking for. Oh, the nade was just so close. Could have crawled in a little bit more closer, and that could have been a successful knockout. Another nade tossed on in, gonna chip a bit more damage. TUF though, now against the players of DRF. TUF did realize DRS was the one putting them under a lot of pressure, but this time TUF, it's their time to inflict the pressure back on.
Well. We've got 24 players survive and 7 teams remaining. 22 minutes into the game, and Nima from Skylightz Gaming, along with that nade parade, is bringing in quite a massive turn of events against the players of Regicide, where 3 players in fact, my correction, has already been knocked, and that one final player from Regicide was almost able to hold on the push coming in from the side of Skylightz Gaming, but again, the numbers advantage just working against him. Voltrix not able to stand true for his team, and of course will be eliminated. Thus we've got 16s, but TUF, Edgar, Joker, Virus, they're still here. They're still somehow battling it like a snail, but they're still there, sticking around, wanting to get as many points as they possibly can as the other teams try and battle it out. We've got DRS making a lot of noise, we've got Stalwart making a lot of noise, along with JyanMaara.
And look at Action just mowing down the fields in the front. The open grounds. And Action so far isn't really able to find any sort of connections to UF here. Right there, Skylightz Gaming as well. They'll find a nice knockout on the players of JyanMaara. No Fear goes down, and Stalwart, look at them! Just mowing down the fields, just peppering those shots down, blowing the vehicles up. Talk about a pandemonium, and this is it, a mayhem.
It certainly is a mayhem indeed, and right here we've got JyanMaara's 3-player sniper gunner along with their teammate Suzanne, who's out in the back, but will it be enough? Because again, if you look, Gunner definitely has the information. He knows exactly where Skylightz Gaming are, but he's still holding it steady. He's got the information, but he does not want to retaliate right now. He's keeping it close to him and his teammates, but it's only a matter of seconds before they're going to have to retaliate, because if not, some team is going to be throwing a Molotov or a nade parade against them, and that would be the end of that fight. And it seems like it's actually the counter that is going to be taking place from the side of JyanMaara indeed, as they will be the one showcasing Molotov action.
Nice knockout from Nima there. Talk about precise spray, talk about precision. And Nima just displaying it on our screens. But now this time, it's time for the players of Stalwart Esports to try and just gatekeep some of the teams that are currently outside. If Stalwart Esports do want to have a chance to win this game, they will have to gatekeep a strong team like Skylightz Gaming and even JyanMaara, because so far, they have been a force to be reckoned with.
Well, this is not going to be an easy one, but one thing for sure is the fact that Stalwart, they have been stuck into a corner, and that corner, even though has nothing to worry about from their backs, the front lines is absolutely an onslaught against them, and that is where this third-party situation, JyanMaara and Skylightz taking on each other, could be the advantage that they were waiting for. But right now, again, it is anybody's game for the taking, because we still have 5 teams remaining.
Still have got 5 teams remaining. JyanMaara, unfortunately, Gunner goes down. Considering the fact that JyanMaara still need to book it inside the next zone, and Stalwart Esports, they won't really have a lot of struggles doing so. The zone's right next to them. It's their neighbor. This time the zone's not going to be that mean to them, but unfortunately Action stepping out way too much out of his comfort zone, and he will be taken out this time. Stepping out of their comfort zone without any sort of info is not really a good thing. Action gets taken out. That means Stalwart Esports, they will now be a little bit shaken by that. But still, Scry closes on in. We'll try to get the rest back up on the fallen man, but the nade parade is coming in too. Skylightz Gaming against the players of JyanMaara, and JyanMaara will shut him down. What a nice retaliation fire, but also at the same time, Stalwart Esports helping out the players of JyanMaara.
That was perfect play coming in from Stalwart, but look at all of that onslaught that has resulted in the X Factor now going in favor of Team TUF indeed, and they are so close. They're so close right next to the placement of Stalwart Esports. They just need to be slow, very sneaky, just a few more seconds more, and that could be the end of the demise that they were waiting to bring onto the face of Stalwart as they have tried to deliver that onslaught. Virus has taken on the shots, but dude, I guess you were a bit too quick because you've given away your information as soon as you did. The side of Stalwart is not going to be so nice to you, but it seems like they're still interested in a completely third-party situation, and as they do, Team TUF. Okay, that has gotten too close, but it's all right now because now it is a 2v2 situation between these two teams, wherein the third party is going to be T2K, one-man army CEO.
Talk about a domination though, Blotter. I mean, even a solo survivor has the entire powers to change the course of the game, Blotter.
Yes.
He can never rule out a solo player because he can decide which team he wants to be the winner of that game. And that solo player now is going to be left with another solo player of TUF, so that means it's one-on-4 situation. Stalwart Esports, all the odds stacked with them. At this point, he might as well just start driving vehicles inside the zone and try to find out and try to hunt down the players. Just be on an absolute purge. But Stalwart Esports, making a rookie mistake. The vehicle gets blown up. Joker, a great capitalization, but still 3 players alive. Stalwart Esports able to just capitalize on the position that Joker has, and now it's all down to the final man alive of TDK. It's all down to Sanhok.
All on to Sanhok indeed, and he's definitely trying to blow up that one little vehicle that he could see right next to Scribe, but he has not been able to deliver that. Top has already been brought down. Top will be eliminated, in fact, so he will be able to get that one final point, but Scry not going down is definitely going to be damaging Sanhok right there, or else, well, never mind. Never mind, nothing taken away because again, he was just a one-man army, but the way he was able to stand true and tall all by his lonesome was phenomenal to witness. See, this has been a cray game indeed, but in the end, it will definitely be the numbers advantage definitely favoring the side of Stalwart Esports. And not only that, I mean, it was clearly evident as well, the way that they were able to play their game, it had to be their game, and they walk away with a chicken dinner.
What a game from Stalwart.
What a game,
dude. Back-to-back chicken dinners. Talk about a Mongolian domination, and Stalwart Esports displaying it again inside the South Asia Championship. We saw this happening in the PMPL South Asia, and day one usually kick things off, which is Stalwart Esports from the side of Mongolia. We've seen them absolutely dominate on day one, and then later on taking things a bit slow and methodical, and then again in the final few moments they strike back even stronger. So Stalwart Esports being as vicious as possible, they are proving just insanely inside this entire SA Championship.
They definitely are, and that is something that you and Johnny had started the day off with, that, you know what, Stalwart is sticking close to their guns, and that is how they are going to love to play, and that is what they're doing and delivering as well. With that, we've got one final game remaining, but before we jump into that, before we talk about what just happened, we're going to go on a short little break. Stick around, we're going to be right back. Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship. Johnny is back on the desk on the league, and of course Necro is sayonara for the day. But dude, what a play this was. Again, I mean, back-to-back chicken dinners coming in to this team of Stalwart, the Mongolian team. That was domination, and that final fight, you saw that. That was ludicrous, dude.
I think we predicted this again, that Stalwart Esports, they never have a good start to any day. Not any day, like the first day in particular of any tournament is never theirs. But slowly and steadily they recover quite nicely. And, well, it's not even a recovery. It's just the domination sort of has been brought to the table now. And, again, JyanMaara, they are looking more and more impressive as the day goes on.
They definitely are. I mean, talk about another consistent team. This has to be the one because they have been rocking the boat again and again with the amount of sneaky plays that they've been able to make. And not only that, utilize the opportunities as well, which is beautiful for their side. Another team to see a little bit of resurgence from, in this game especially, was the side of TUF as well as Skylightz Gaming.
I mean, definitely. Skylightz Gaming, I think we were waiting for this to happen. And since the team has finally started to pop off, we hope that the consistency is going to be there in the last game of the day and in the matches tomorrow. But TUF, again, is one of those wildcard teams that you never know what to expect from. I mean, it is either going to be a massive, massive pop-off, or there are going to be a few blunders that result in their early demise. This time, walking away with 6 eliminations and those 10 placement points, that is a decent run from the players of TUF. And Skylightz Gaming, again, the aggression that was there in the game from their side, I mean, you can only take it to a certain level, right? After that, you were going to be overwhelmed, and we did see, because of which Skylightz Gaming take a slightly, I would say, the middle of the table exit, but still, the overall tally is looking pretty solid for them as well.
It is. It most certainly is. It's getting real close and a kind of nail-biting sort of a turner when it comes down to the way the storyboard is turning. But that's only on page 1.5, I would say. The second half, that latter half of the leaderboard, still looking not so good. I mean, High Voltage, another team to bring up, or not bring up, in fact, would be a team that's not really having a good day, right? I mean, not only High Voltage, there are other teams as well. But you did mention it as the day started off with Necro that, day number 1 is going to be really crucial to be able to create the momentum as you push on along, as you move on along, and whatever X factors that you've got, you should have been able to capitalize and utilize. If you've not been able to do so today, then tomorrow things are going to get that much more dicey because the teams are going to be doing that much more homework than what they've done earlier. I don't know. I mean, it's but again, it is thankfully not a 3-day but a 4-day affair. So today can still be taken lightly. But I mean, it's my job to really start pounding it down that, all right, mates, this is the time. If you don't deliver now, then it is time to start packing bags.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you don't deliver in this very last game and then in the matches tomorrow, I think tomorrow is going to be the most important day. That is when we are going to see those clear differences arise in the overall rankings. But still, as you said, the last game is definitely going to be important for the teams that are anywhere below, outside the top 8.
Absolutely, that is so true indeed, and top 8 themselves have a lot of ups and downs going on, and right off the bat, the way the game started off itself, we had this crazy saga take place. I mean, previously also, it was match number 3, I believe, where they did have an opportunity, Stalwart Esports that is, to take on this sort of fray against the players of I8, but again, that was dictated by the zone moving away from that military base. This time around, Stalwart Esports stuck around and they just completely obliterated I8 at their home ground. That's been there forever, dude. I mean, thanks to Oppo F21 Pro Moments for absolutely capturing that pristine replay.
I mean, we get to live it again, right? And
exactly.
I mean, again, so that fight was what I felt it was inevitable. It was unavoidable since both the teams do, in fact, land towards the military base area. It was bound to happen. Did not happen in the first match. Did not happen in the second one. In the third one, it finally does happen. And again, I8, I think, it's just one unfortunate thing after another. The day has not really been theirs. Maybe tomorrow the fates are going to turn in their favor, but as far as today is considered, I8, they're struggling.
They are struggling quite a lot, in fact. I mean, we spoke about their individual plays to the team getting caught off based on rotations to now just completely getting themselves pincered down in their own home grounds. Yeah, it's a lot to take in for day number 1 itself for the side of the lot, but on the other side, as we move on through the damage graph, we look on to the side of T2K, TUF, Skylightz. I mean, these are teams that are really making a good turn of events when it comes down to the day slowly coming to an end.
I mean, especially, and Stalwart Esports, I think, also have been pretty consistent. But again, as you mentioned, I think T2K, Skylightz Gaming, with this match, they did, in fact, make quite a decent push towards the top 8, but again, it's going to be quite interesting to see how the last game goes for them, because we have seen sort of those moments of brilliance from these teams, but no certain consistency, at least not the level that we expect. And since we do have the overall rankings in front of us, look at that. Skylightz Gaming, that was a phenomenal run from their side. 39 points is the total tally, only in the top 6. Train to kill, they barely make it into the top 8 with 34 points to their name. And on the other side, Stalwart Esports, 77 points already done. I want to see. I mean, the probability is going to be very low, but if they manage to hit the century today, I think then, yeah, the trophy is pretty much theirs in day one.
Oh no! Oh no! That's too early to say, dude. No, no, don't say that. Come on. I mean, all right. So let's talk about the moment right there for IHC and that small little revival that was showcased right there. Right, we were right next to the shooting range. It was a Voltrix and of course a red side basically. Red side was set up over there. Godless and IC, they were trying to get that revival story going on between them again and again with high voltage in the upground, and still we saw a little bit of that resurgence from IHC Esports as well. So what do you think? I mean, just to predict, just throw a stone out there, you know, in the black void.
I think IHC are too controlled right now. They just need to be let loose. The players, the way I think again, since it has been a while since there was a shift in strategy in the way IHC has been playing, and since then we have not seen them sort of be the same IHC that everyone in the lobby used to be scared of. I think in the going into the last game, the players just need to be let go of and just be told like, all right guys, we are giving you this one game, do whatever you please, just go as aggressive as you go, and from tomorrow onwards we are back to the same old textbook plays. And I think that is when we will see IHC sort of come into their own. Or maybe I think IHC their playstyle is quite similar to what 52X Rage Esports are trying to do. So if they sort of pick up on what the differences are, I think IHC, they have sort of they have enough experience and firepower in their lineup to sort of make that strategy their own. I think 52X Rage is going to be a perfect example for IHC to sort of pick up how that mid-game rotation actually works.
Wow. I could... no irony there, but I could definitely rewind and listen to that statement again. I mean, 6 months ago, 8 months ago, I wouldn't have even thought that one would be talking about IHC, the likes of IC and Godless, that they should be looking at a team and learn from.
I mean, hey,
it's a completely
Yeah,
that point is what I discussed, right?
I think at this level, teams sort of specialize in certain things, like we talk about Stalwart, I8, T2K as well at certain times. These are the teams that specialize in those fighting tactics. IHC as well, but they aren't taking that many early fights. So if you are trying to accomplish something that some other team is already doing a little bit better than you, why not copy their playstyle? I mean, if it works, it works, right?
True, very true indeed, very true indeed. And with that, of course, Johnny, it is time to answer that question, dude. I don't really like to even ask the question, but you do already know.
All right.
So what's going to be the answer?
I'm just going to go with IHC for this one. I mean, again, hopefully they pop off and secure the chicken dinner. As I said, just let the lad loose. Let the players loose.
Let the diapers go. Let's just go guns blazing, balls rolling, whatever it be, you know, just get that back. The godless IC approach back and the Zeolan.
Yep.
We'll see. We'll see if that'll be the case or not. But yeah, IHC it is from me as well. So let's keep it all closed down. And this is, of course, going to be the map of Miramar this time around, which is something that Johnny mentioned earlier as well. So normally we've seen that the day would end on Erangel. This time around, there's a little bit of twist in the storyline where we are going to be taking things on a different heated discussion, which is going to be Miramar to close the day off. But let's find out. Let's find out. Also, dude, we got to keep in mind, you and Necro actually did have a real an interesting conversation at the start of the day as well. So talk a little bit about that and what can we anticipate from that?
I think Avenger has to do a lot of push-ups after this game. I mean, because he predicted Freestyle is going to be on #1. To be fair, he is one of the players in the lineup, so he practically had no other option. I mean, because you have to be confident before the matches start, right? But that was his prediction, and Freestyle, it's a massive, massive jump that they have to make. So if all the teams in the top 9 just get eliminated early on, I mean, yeah. I mean, that's one way to look at it. I'm pretty sure you just offended Ocean, who just loves maths and numbers quite a lot. And luckily he's not here, otherwise you would get a earful from him. But yeah, as I was saying, that I think Freestyle, if they just like destroy half the lobby, just secure all those elimination points and the chicken dinner, then maybe we see them take a jump on the first position. But I think, to be fair, they can make it into the top 5, top 6. Top 6 at least is going to be quite easy for them to accomplish. Top 5 as well, not too far away. It's just that Seal Esports and Stalwart Esports have gotten a little bit of a safety cushion for themselves. But while we were talking about this, the trajectory of the plane is almost towards the end, and there's the first fight with the Uzi.
Wow.
Uzi. Edgar has been taken down by Assassin.
Well, what a play that was. That too coming in from the side of high voltage. I mean, I don't really want to bring this up as we were looking at that storyboard, but the team's been looking at 6 points in the 5 games they've played. What more do you talk about? And that has just turned into 7 points, of course, thanks to that defeat point for the side of high voltage. So definitely a rocking start is what it has turned out to be for the side of high voltage. They need to go through and fill up one of these surveys for their teams as to, is this energy still right? Is there something they need to change? But it seems as we move into the game, a lot of these teams...
Malik, no! That was awkward.
Yeah,
he just ran out there towards the players of T2.
This is the second time. Didn't that happen on the Sanhok map as well?
Yep. Early collision, early casualty. And on Miramar again, with these early fights, it's a little bit based on the RNG, based on which weapons spawn close to you, which weapons you are able to pick up, what weapons the other person has, do you have an helmet, do you have an armor, a lot of these things. But on the other side, freestyle, looks like the players have been caught off guard, and it's not just going to be Malik. Tyrant has taken a massive hit from Legend in the backlines. There's one player in front of him. But on the other side, TUF have lost 2 players. Virus is going to be taken down. That means Joker is going to be the last player surviving, and high voltage, they're going for a squad wipe within the first 3 minutes of the match.
This is just a high-octane play that was required from the side of high voltage, and that is exactly what they're delivering with just a little bit of damage that they've taken. And this is the perfect play to bring it down. YOLO that approach. There we go with so many bullets right onto your face. Yeah, that's the style. That's the Tommy way and the Brooklyn way. But yeah, I mean, finally, maybe some resurgence showcased from the side of high voltage. Maybe this could be the start for that change in terms of their strategy, and this is how they're going to be delivering on the final map itself of day number 1, which still does mean we've got 3 days remaining, viewers. So please do go right ahead, do not shy away, do go right ahead, vote space, and then let us know what team are you going to be supporting and rooting for. Go on to PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page, which is going to be crucial. Esports South Asia page, where all of these are going to be accumulated together and showcased right here on the stream itself. But for now, again, the zone playing a lot of curveballs, throughout the day. Johnny.
I mean, but this one has been caught quite nicely by the players of Skylightz Gaming, because look at them towards El Pozo and La Cobriera, completely isolated. There's like a imaginary line from Monte Nuevo to water treatment, and all the other teams have decided not to cross it. It's just Skylightz Gaming who have a massive surface area under their control in this matchup right now, and that is going to prove extremely beneficial for them in the mid-game stages, because there's going to be a lot of fight collision happening towards the southeastern part and the southern part of the next few circles that are going to happen. But let's see. I do not expect any of the teams to get wiped out. I mean, we do have already seen one of the squads getting taken care of, but as far as the other ones are considered, I think there's going to be a very low probability. Apart from Freestyle, I think they are going to be struggling for a bit. But other teams are going to be quite safely able to get themselves into at least the third zone is when we will see the most chaos. But for now, again, not a lot of action. This first fights are done, and now there's complete silence on the map.
It definitely has turned into quite a silent approach from the teams. Also, not only that, it's based on the way the teams have dropped as well, right? I mean, there's a clear distinction based on the way they had their drop selected in the previous Miramar to this one. I mean, I'm looking at IH and CL Sports, of course, choosing that Los Leones. But apart from that, the teams have really gotten a fanned-out approach. There aren't many teams who are really close to each other's vicinity to even try and take on any precautionary shots for that matter. So yeah, that of course for now is going to turn into a little bit of a stalemate start for the side of these teams. But hey, that's a good thing. That's a really good thing, because a few of these teams... Wow, did I deja vu right now? Or whatever that was sensational.
Glitch in the Matrix.
I think it was. It was like a perfect, perfect recondition that... are you sure you know where you're at? But... that's what has been going on day number 1 right here of PMPL, because indeed it has been absolutely ludicrous, dude.
I was just going to say it's not your fault, Blotter. The desert heat is definitely going to do that to you. You're going to start hallucinating. Yep. Especially on Miramar. I mean, it's quite hot. Look at all the sun right there. And look at this beautiful Lambo in the sunlight, looking so pretty. But in the hands of Crypto can prove to be very, very deadly. So let's see, I8 on the southern edge of the circle towards Shumasera, quite close to the players of high voltage.
All right. So now we are jumping into a little bit of a position and situation where things can get a little tricky, especially based on how DRS is approaching and for the fact that the grounders are actually set up around in that vicinity, smack in the center of the zone is where I'm looking at. But as you were mentioning about the side of the Skylightz Gaming's approach, they are going to be welcomed or not, or they're going to be welcoming the side of 52X Rage, because 52X Rage are making a very wide rotation coming in from the right hand side, from the north right front of the zone itself. And that is where they bring that X factor play for the side of 52X Rage. For now, we're still looking at that same exact approach that we saw, 7 minutes ago? High voltage, got in. Perfect start to the game is what they showcased. And, actually, not only that, as we look on to the side of T2K, this is the team that absolutely obliterated FS the previous time we were on the map of Miramar, where in the first 5 minutes it was Freestyle that was obliterated and completely stopped.
I mean, again, 2 players from the side of Freestyle taken out, as you mentioned, but I mean, it is quite a pleasant surprise that they've still managed to disengage from all of that chaos and still managed to survive. And they're looking, well, they look like it's quite a decent position, or just north of La Benedita. All they have to do is move a little bit south, and they will be in a comfortable position inside the circle. But now things get extremely tricky, because between El Pozo, between San Martin, all that road cross section, now that is where a major cluster of the teams are headed. I8C is already there. Skylightz Gaming have decided to play with a 2-2 split, but look at that, I8 Uzum has been spotted out by Shifu Sir from the side of Deadeyes Guys. Now he has a bolt action in his hands, and with that headshot, instant knockout. Bye-bye, good night, good sir. I8, they did not expect that to happen, but hey, from the distance, Blade with a very nice trade is going to make sure that Deadeyes Guys did not have a real advantage in this fight, although that shot was still pretty nasty.
It was. That was so perfectly set up from the side. But indeed, the perfect return fire coming in from the side of I8 has also definitely stopped any onslaught being showcased against them from the side of Deadeyes Guys. And in doing so, of course, both the teams have taken them one trade, one knock each. But overall, it's still going to be fair play, as they will be trying to get away from the situation. But far away from the distance, seems like 52X Rage, as I was talking about it earlier, have been welcomed from the side of Skylightz Gaming. AJ is to thank with a perfect setup, utilities and advantage that he's got. He has been able to stop 52X Rages faster, as the Mirado has been burnt and faster has been eliminated. So 52X Rage not off to the kind of rotation that they were anticipating from the northern side. And on the other front, when it comes down to I8, they've been caught, as Fixis likes to call it, with their pants down.
Well, but let's see if they will be able to find their way out of this one. On the other side of the pickle, though, Deadeyes Guys against the players of I8C. The revive has been, well, successfully delivered, but it's a reset for both the teams now. I8, they're stuck in a little bit of a dip in the middle of nowhere, and Deadeyes Guys will definitely be looking to find that one. Look at that shot! He drove his car into that one.
Oh yeah, he did. It was just what was needed for this final match, you know, just the cherry on top sort of a play coming in from the side of Deadeyes Guys. And again, rightfully so, because Deadeyes Guys, when it comes to the way that their day has been, they've been ups and downs, and if you're able to get a shot like that, that definitely boosts your morale. And right now, talking about boosting the morale, definitely Blade's position is going to be boosting the morale of I8, because Blade has been able to get away from the dip, and that opening that has been able to create could be the result that I8 were waiting for, because otherwise Deadeyes Guys, looking at the minimap, have gotten themselves around and surrounding I8's position.
Definitely, and it's not going to be easy for them to find an escape route. I8, as you mentioned, I mean, they are quite fanned out, but look at this, the first airdropping in with the OM and the suppressor for the ARs. JyanMaara on our screens right now. On the radar, we do see a team towards their right, but it feels like No Fear has decided to disengage. Susan is going to come back for a pickup, and Shifu is not looking to stop one after the other. He's making sure that Reviews is not going to be up on his feet for a while. And another knock has been secured by the players of Deadeyes Guys, and that scuffle that's there between the two teams. No Fear finally being picked up by his teammate Susan. Both of them will have to heal up before they try and make a push towards the edge of the circle, which is 500 meters away from their position. Chari with a Molotov is going to look to flush out one of the players from the side of I8, and this time it's going to be Crypto being taken out right here. Another one for Shifu, though. It wasn't Chari who found the knock. Shifu securing 2 pickups, 2 points for his team in the fight of DE versus I8.
Well, I8 rocky play being showcased from their side. Blade moving away from that position will hopefully be able to keep the light surviving for a little bit longer for the side of I8, and it seems like Uzum will be joining the cause as well. But will Deadeyes be pushing on to get that player or not? For now, it seems like they're happy. They're pretty satisfied, at least, their appetite, with the 2 elimination points confirmed for their side. And on the other front, 52x Rage as we jump back towards the northern side of the zone altogether, where we did see this team make a rotation towards, were caught with, of course, Skylightz Gaming, where they lost one of their players. But now, as they jump away from that northern rotation, it is looking like the zone is actually going to be shifting, not only them, but Skylightz Gaming as well as the other teams towards the southern side, towards the power grid. As we've got the map on our screens, we can clearly see the teams that are out far away. Well, right off the bat, it's going to be T2K. I think that's the one in the green. That is going to be making a very long rotation to get into the zone. But talking about the zone itself, Deadeyes, I mean, they were just able to stop I8's 2 players, and now they have pretty much the center of the zone, if at all the others are going to be allowing them, because we've got Phantom also jumping in. And if I remember it correct, it was the viewer's choice to have Phantom get a chicken.
Oh yeah, definitely. The viewers have been supporting Phantom Esports throughout the day, and I think Phantom Esports, they definitely need to deliver on this. But so far, I mean, we have seen a few pop-ups from them, but not really the finish, the consistency that we have been hoping to see, or the fans have been hoping to see, in fact. But let's see. Maybe this is going to be their game. The day is still not done. This match is still there. 13 minutes in, still 15 teams, 55 players surviving. And talking about Phantoms, well, it looks like the first challenge in their path to victory is going to be the team of High Voltage right behind them.
Challenge. Yes. Of course, that could very well be the case, but of course, if we are to go with what the viewers are predicting and stating, that could maybe not be the case as well, because it seems like 2 fights is what Phantom Esports are going to be taking on. From one side, it's going to be High Voltage. On the other, they got a free knock and a confirmed point as well, but not that easy, because Wexy has been dropped down on his knees, and that is where the opening from the side of High Voltage has resulted in Phantom Esports trying out and pushing on for as long as they possibly can, and seems like they will be able to get a few more knocks, but not before taking a knock on their own as well. So this has turned into quite a close battle for the side of course, Phantom, because their numbers have been dwindling down one by one. But High Voltage, it seems like they've somehow found that perfect pedigree that they were looking for in the final game, and in doing so,
well,
never mind that assassin kill. That was a different team altogether. Never mind that did not happen. But they've definitely found the pedigree.
Yeah, that is not what we were talking about. That is not what we wanted to see, but it happened. And now High Voltage are left to struggle. Oh, Praveen! That was a perfect Molotov right on his back. And now he's just burning alive for a few seconds. Oh, man. I mean, talk about curses.
Really?
Yeah, High Voltage is just cursed at this point. Phantom Esports could just close their eyes and throw something and it's still going to connect on High Voltage. I mean, it is not looking good. But hey, they have repositioned themselves. Praveen and Extreme, they have backed off, and that is the thing that they needed. Yet taking a little bit of damage is going to put him in a disadvantage where he has to fall back, reset, heal up, and then try and be a part of the action again. But on the other side, Skylightz Gaming, Mafia Ninja spotting out the players of Regicide, one of which have been taken down. They will have an advantage if they manage to get those knocks mid-rotation, just blow up the vehicles, but that does not really happen. And Regicide, they decide to leave Voltrucks behind and focus on the movement on the path ahead. Oh!
Well, as we jump back to the fight that we were just a part of a few minutes ago, it was Phantom Esports against the players of High Voltage, where Phantom Esports have been able to deliver and have been able to completely annihilate the players of High Voltage, but not before High Voltage themselves were able to get not only a team eliminated, but also another knock and confirmed elimination point from the side of Phantom Esports itself. So 5 elimination points is what High Voltage walk away with. With that, 14 teams remaining, 46 players alive right here, and Skylightz Gaming is apparently going to be the ones in the crosshairs of Phantom Esports. And for now, the way the day started off, Phantom Esports were dominating. I mean, just a complete ludicrous amount of talent was being showcased on the side of Slipknot and his teammates. But as the day slowly progresses on towards its end, it seems like that aggressive stance has slowed down a little bit. And as we jump to the map, I'm looking at IHC not having a good day at all, as 2 of their players have already been confirmed knocked, and 1 final player, alright, never mind, Godless has also been eliminated. So 1 final player remaining for the side of IHC. Not the day that they predicted, but these teams, DRS, they are just rocking against the players of Regicide War. 1 by 1, they are bringing in a lot of defeat points for themselves.
I mean, yeah, just bringing in the hurt on anyone and everyone they see. On the other side, hey, look at the elimination feed. We see R8 going up against the players of Stalwart Esports. Now, that is a fight that everyone would want to see, because Stalwart Esports, they were a 4-man roster, but R8 was down to the final 2 players, and they still find those openings. I would love to see how that fight sort of comes to a conclusion, but for now, a little bit of a standoff situation between the players of Deadeyes Guys and Skylightz Gaming over there. Finally, we are here. Look at the distance between the 2 lineups. All you can do is just shoot and hope for those knocks, hope for the players to be out in the open so you can get those finishes. I8, there's no way they can go for a push unless there's a third party on Stalwart Esports.
Absolutely. If there's a third party, then of course that would be the perfect approach for the side of I8. But if nothing else, what they can do is just completely utilize this as an opportunity to get a little bit of that rivalry blood, you know, kind of warmed off a little, cooled off rather a little, because it was the side of I8 who have really gotten damaged quite a lot. And this time around, they have the opportunity to be able to deliver a little bit of that blow against the players of Stalwart. But never mind, because for now, that fight is not going to be resulting in an elimination, but this one very well could, because Skylight against the players of DRS are definitely going to be... Oh, never mind. It was again a third-party situation from the side of Deadeyes Guys, taking on the player of DRS.
Well, definitely, and on the other side, those Stalwart Esports against the players of 52x Rage, and it's going to be action first, 1 knocked out, but that is going to be it. 52x Rage down to their last player, Knight, who has been finished off finally, and Stalwart Esports, they do end up securing those elimination points for themselves, but IHC are going to be finished off now next, as IC was spotted out as well, hiding behind his buggy, and Skylightz Gaming with a very, very comfortable push to finish them out. But was that a mistake? Was that a bait, as Sensei from the side of the grounders now with the mini 14 in his hand just taps away till his heart is just filled with happiness of making sure Skylightz Gaming are down 2 players, and in fact not just down 2 players, they're out of the game.
Wow, that was some next level play coming in from Sensei. Perfect name, perfect play, dude, from the dude, because indeed the side of the grounders, they actually needed these sort of plays, and it is thanks to Sensei and his calm, composed approach that has resulted in them walking away with the 2 defeats. And it's still not done. The game is still on with 10 teams still remaining, but right here the grounders against the players. Sorry, Johnny, carry on.
Well. I mean, the situation's so intense that even we can't keep up with this. But let's see if Stalwart Esports can, as Zigsaw has been taken down, the next knock being secured. Hey, we might choke, but these players never do. Top securing 3 knocks, all in one push. Just absolutely impressive. Now Zigsaw, he's getting a revive, but I don't think he's going to get a complete revive. That's just the squad wipe right there from the players of Stalwart Esports. And as I said, we might run out of breath, but nah, that's not the case for Stalwart Esports. They carry oxygen cylinders with themselves.
Dude, whatever they carry, they're just not wanted to stop. I mean, the UMP meta definitely needs to stop now, because the way Stalwart is playing, they are completely demonic the way they're approaching these fights. 6 elimination points already confirmed, and that too with ease. And they are still not deterred. They are still not stoppable, because every single team that they give their information to are trying to retaliate, but are not able to get those knocks or even the eliminations. But it seems like finally Seal Esports will be the one to bring in that massive blow to the face of Stalwart, and in doing so, Top, the dude who was just legendary a few minutes ago, has been stopped in his tracks. But that's not going to stop his teammates because Cry is going to cry for he's lost his teammate, but he still will utilize that as an advantage, as a motivation to completely pincer down the position and placement of Seal Esports. And doing so, they will not only pincer them down, but they will completely annihilate and eliminate them from the lobby, thus remaining only 7 teams remaining, 19 players alive. And in all of that, Stalwart have gotten themselves 9 defeat points. But it's not only Stalwart. Look at Deadeyes Guys sitting at 8 elimination points of their own.
Yeah, I mean, Deadeyes Guys are trying to match the pace of Stalwart Esports, but it's going to be quite interesting to see since they have lost one of their players. Stalwart Esports still a 4-man strong roster. DRS in the distance, though. Now, this is going to be very interesting. They are quite a distance away from the circle. Freestyle on our screens against the players of JyanMaara, and Deadeyes Guys have a flanking position to take down the players of JyanMaara as well. Oh, this is not looking good.
This is definitely not looking good for the side of JyanMaara, but of course, this small little cave, Neanderthal cave, that is definitely going to be helping JyanMaara's position, it seems like, because there's no way a nade or a Molotov is going to be able to damage the players over there. But the blue zone is going to be catching up to them, so they can have a little bit of the breather at that position as of now. But moving on away from that, looking on to the teams that are remaining, we've got FS 2 players surviving, IA 2 players surviving, 1 player remaining from the side of T2K, that's going to be Seog, 3 players from the side of Deadeyes Guys, JyanMaara, and in all of that, then you've got the bunch of Stalwart players who are all 4 with crazy amount of numbers working for themselves. But for now, we shall have to see what this fight is going to turn out to be, where Deadeyes Guys try and take on this opportunity against the players of DRS as JyanMaara recuperate out in the back.
Well, but let's see, JyanMaara, the reset, is it going to work out for them on the other side? Stalwart Esports outside the circle for now, but they have the players of Esports. Uzum making a run for it, will not survive the spray from Pika and will be taken out down to the top 6 of this matchup. 16 players still alive, and well, JyanMaara, they're going to make sure that the numbers are going to keep on decreasing. Another beautiful spray, freestyle, down to the last player. Stalwart Esports on the other side, they hear the noise on the other side of this, well, this rock, this small little mountain that's there in front of them. And DRS, they are just holding their position towards the northern edge. How long are they going to survive in this spot? The blue zone is closing in, and the next shift, I hope it's on top of this rock.
Well, top is definitely going to be there no matter what on top is going to be the rotation for, because for now, DRS as well as DE, both the team's information is definitely given away to the side of Stalwart's players, and they've got 4 players, so numbers advantage working for them. But maybe we can have a third-party situation from DRS.
Maybe.
Never mind.
Oh! Well, DRS, if they are staying back, Deadeyes Guys, they step up and, well, take on the players of Stalwart Esports. 3 knocked out, last player surviving in the back lines, and all for the loss of 1. A preferable trade for Deadeyes Guys any day of the week. But look at this, DRS, they use this opportunity to take advantage of this match, and with this nade Delta, he might just be able to finish off the players of DE, but no, just falls a bit short, and DE, they will be able to reset. Stalwart Esports, Pika trying to get a revive from Action, his teammate right next to him. Well, will Delta have anything to say about that? He's quite close to them. Even a Molotov at this point will do the trick for him. All he has to do is lob the molly, wait for the opportunity. As soon as Action gets up, take him out. But oh, Pika is back. Now the first aid, as soon as the first aid kicks in, Delta is done.
I thought Delta saw Action move away from that position, but apparently he did not. Or no, maybe now they do. Maybe now they do, definitely.
Oh!
They try and get that nade to the face of the player Action, and one by one, just perfectly set up nades are bringing in this entire Stalwart players domination down, and it is the side of DRS who'd taken it to the face of Stalwart, but it was not all by themselves. It was all thanks to Deadeyes as well, as they stopped the side of Stalwart before. But boy, oh boy, what a crazy fight this has turned out to be, and the recuperation has finally done. The green room party is all finished, as JyanMaara are now going to be jumping in against the players of DRS, and a perfect setup nade is going to be cooked and
the next
to the
one
face of Rebel.
Well, it's going to be their game one way or the other. JyanMaara, they have control of the circle, and it's just one player they have to deal with. Killer YTE on the other side. Look at that. Gunner tosses a smoke. I don't know if that was on purpose or by mistake, but, well, the next Molotov is going to be lined up. Killer YTE gets pushed to pawn with brutality, and JyanMaara, they go on to secure a wonderful, wonderful winner chicken dinner. Lad, don't kick off your camera like that or your table or whatever was in front, but hey, celebrations, well deserved.
Definitely well-deserved indeed, with the chicken coming in to their side. This is looking like a really, really good start to day number one for the side of JyanMaara, and yes, they do find themselves on the second position with the 8 elimination points confirmed from this game, but yeah, they're definitely going to be pretty close to that first position on the overall standings. But boy, oh boy, the consistent play from the side of JyanMaara is definitely across the board. It's not only just the placement points, it's definitely elimination, and then secondary is the placement points for the side of this lot, as they have had some really good games from the start of the day till the end.
I mean, definitely, and it has been an incredible run. We were always talking about this, how JyanMaara can never be rooted out as one of the top contenders in the lobby, and they just go on to prove that in this game. Although, I mean, I think it's going to be fair to say that almost all of us, not almost all of us, since you and I are here, I think both of us expected Stalwart Esports to finish off with the chicken dinner in this game, because again, it was the hat-trick opportunity for them, and it would have been lovely and quite different to see the hat-trick in the last 3 games of the day. But hey, DRS just ruining their plans of doing that was also a wonderful thing that we got to enjoy in this match.
That is so true indeed, dude. But as the day started off, that's how it's going to be ending, where JyanMaara getting that chicken dinner. But before we close the day off, it's time to go on a short little break. Stick around, we're going to be right back. Hello and welcome to the closing segment right here on day number 1 of PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship. All thanks to, of course, Oppo F21 Pro. And what a day, bro, this has turned out to be. I mean, seriously, this was a sensational turn of events because of how the zones were played out, because of how the teams played out every single game. And in the end, Johnny, I mean, it is still open for debate. It could be anybody's tournament for the taking.
Yeah, I mean, definitely it can be anybody's tournament for the taking, but hey, I'm happy about this fact that we are not just seeing the usual suspects play really well. We are seeing new teams perform. We are seeing JyanMaara in an absolutely brilliant form. We are seeing a few moments of brilliance from I8, from 52X Rage. In this matchup, DRS Stalwart Esports, that was an amazing fight to witness. But again, the MVP on our screens, DRS Killer YT, the man who survived till the end for his team, but hey, he was left in a 1v3, so can't really do much about that, especially if you have been clearly spotted out by the opposition. But looking at the list of top players, so True Love from DE is going to be there. Pika and Top make it to the list of top players as well. And then Gunner sitting all the way on the 5th position, even though he walked away with the chicken dinner.
Incredible. Absolutely sensational final game right here. From the entirety of the lobby, we saw comebacks, we saw high voltage bringing in that 5 elimination point game for themselves. Within the first few minutes of the game itself, they were looking at a complete squad wipe against them. So perfect closing to the day for the side of that team. TUF had a big up and down, but by the end of the day, definitely have had a really good run. But right now, when it comes to just this particular match itself, yeah, this was chaotic. This was quite a lot of chaos between the side of these Nepali teams, along with the Mongolian domination.
I mean, definitely. And again, talking about the domination, would love to see where does this match, the ending of this match, bring the players of Stalwart Esports. Pretty sure sitting on the first position, but what about the rest of the competition? That's what I like to see, the differences that's there on the points table. But we will have to wait for that to happen. For now, though, we do have the match summary on our screen, and it's going to be Pika there sitting on the first position in terms of the highest elimination. True Love is going to be there as well in terms of the highest damage. A lot of players from the side of Stalwart Esports, Pika, Scry, Action, all doing a pretty phenomenal job. But again, now the comparison between JyanMaara and DRS.
Wow. A stark difference indeed. I mean, okay, alright, it's not really that big when it comes down to the eliminations, but overall it basically showcases the amount of fights that the real soldiers were a part of as they pushed on along from one zone to the next, from one rotation to the other. On the other front, for the side of JyanMaara, they had a composed gameplay when it comes down to this, because after all, they were still very close when it comes down to the elimination points, with just 1 point shy, 1 elimination point shy. But looking at the knocks, clearly indicative of the fact, as well as the damage dealt, indicative of the fact that JyanMaara were not part of that many fights, as they were composed as they pushed on from one situation to the other.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. JyanMaara, I think, again, they were quite opportunistic in this matchup. They waited and waited and waited for those perfect moments and made those perfect plays. They were quite patient, and we have to give props to the teams, because it's quite easy to fall into a panic situation when you have all these gunshots going around you. You have teams pressing towards your direction. It's quite easy to panic and make mistakes, but they stayed calm and collected and were just focused on doing their best, and the best was the chicken dinner that they got. But on the other side, look at DRS and Stalwart Esports, 21 points to both those teams. Incredible run from these two. But again, the surprises in this match have to be IHC, Seal Esports, and 52X Rage.
Most certainly, because of how they were able to play against. I mean, they had situations that were faced against them, but they were still able to just slowly push on to get a little bit chunk of that. Of those points, basically. So that definitely helped out the cause for those teams. But yeah, with that, day number 1 off to a sensational start, and in doing so also does bring us towards the Oppo F21 Pro moments right here. As we jumped in, we did have high voltage looking on to 4 eliminations right off the bat, and along with that, of course, FS's team were also brought down to a 2-man army.
Yeah, I mean, I did not really want to talk about the UF because they weren't even given the opportunity to play this match properly. As soon as they dropped, they were kicked out by the players of High Voltage, which was pretty good for High Voltage in this match, since we were talking about them sitting at the bottom of the overall leaderboard, and this being a very important game for their team. But this was an incredible moment from Top and the players of Stalwart Esports, in fact, because by the time they got to the tip of this ridge, they had lost one of their players. So one lad stayed behind to go for a revive, and that was a 2v4 push that they had to make work. And Top did a pretty phenomenal job and was always the cornerstone for his team, and especially in situations like these when you need someone to just be absolutely fearless and just run towards the opposition gun blazing. I think Top is the perfect man for this team. But then the mistake happens where they underestimate the players of DRS. Delta should have been dealt with long ago. Never leave this man alive. He's going to cause you a lot of trouble if he's alive.
Absolutely, he certainly is going to be bringing in a lot of damage, and that in turn has been showcased time and time again. Right now, as we look at the damage graph, this is looking pretty sensational. As in, you know, the teams that started the day off were not looking too good. Right now, I'm looking at them, and they are actually looking pretty sensational because they've turned their gameplay around, and that is something which is what you want to be able to see as you slowly move on from one match to the next towards the end of the day.
Exactly. I mean, no matter what we say, I mean, we want the teams to be consistent as well, but we also love chaos. So if this keeps on happening when the top performance in the very next game do end up making big blunders and getting eliminated early, that means the overall rankings are going to be more intense later on in the tournament and later on in these SA Championship finals. But for now, at least, Stalwart Esports have a 20-point safety cushion, and JyanMaara, they make it into the top 2.
Dude, had Stalwart Esports been allowed from the side of Deadeyes as well as DRS to survive a little longer, you know what? Your word would have come true.
Yeah, they made it happen.
it was just so close to getting that 100-point converted for the side of Stalwart Esports. But hey, again, tomorrow is another day. No worries over there at all for the side of those teams. And along with that, talking about the top 8 teams right here, yeah, they've had a very sensational day, to say the least, because it has been an uphill battle for the likes of Skylightz Gaming, for the likes of Train to Kill, even for that matter, Deadeyes Guys, because as the day started off, DRS for all that matter, in fact, because as the day started off, things were off to a rocky start. But yeah, just 2-3 good games, and these teams have definitely made a huge improvement.
Well, definitely. And again, these improvements are the ones that we want to see. Again, tomorrow is going to be quite intense because a lot of the teams are going to be hoping, well, the top 4 are definitely going to be looking to establish themselves and solidify their position, while the rest of the pack is just going to try at least to take these players, these individuals down. But again, today was not really a great day for high voltage. TUF, I still feel, are in quite a decent position because, see, one good game and they're going to be inside of the top 10, or maybe just knocking on the verge of being in the top 10. A few more consistent performances and TUF can jump all the way into the top 8. Same goes for all the teams from 9 to 15, but high voltage, 6 matches, 11 points. This is not the high voltage that we always talk about. This is not the high voltage that we remember. This is something else.
It is something else. It is something else, and that again, if the final match of the day has to indicate something, that is that high voltage were perhaps not set up right, perhaps some things internally were being worked on around, or whatever the case and cause was, but they are back. You know, the way they took on the fights, the way they played the final game, they're definitely back. And I just hope that that momentum, that small little spark that they showcased at in the final game, that just is the way they start day number 2, and push on from there onwards. But right now, looking at the end of day 1 and the team that has stood true to the medal, it is going to be none other than, of course, Stalwart Esports with 98 points on the storyboard. 18 elimination points coming in to favor of Pika, 14 for the side of top, along with, of course, Action and Scry sitting at 8 and 3 respectively.
Well, definitely Stalwart Esports, the best performing team in the entire day. And I mean, look at top and Pika this time. I mean, this is a surprise. Pika sitting there with the highest eliminations for himself. Usually it's top and Action who are going at it. But hey, I mean, this is working. This is working, right? They have a 20-point advantage on day 1, and that is when the first game did not go their way. So Stalwart Esports, I mean, they have done something right, and it is going to be quite incredible to see what the other teams tomorrow are going to do to take this squad down. But looking at the MVP rankings right now, even though Pika is there with the highest number of eliminations by an individual, top still takes the first position on the MVP leaderboard.
Well, hey, this is what the day has brought when it comes down to MVP ranking, but that's just day number 1. This is day number 1 with a grain of salt, because the teams are still getting accustomed to the lobby. They're still getting used to what they're up against. I mean, the likes of i8 and Seal Esports, the kind of aggressive stances that we saw between them, the likes of FS and T2K, you know, I mean, yeah. So there are still a little bit of inks that are being sorted and solved for these teams on day number 1, but day 2 onwards, I'm pretty sure they will not be the reason why things are going to be so very far apart when it comes to the storyboard.
I mean, definitely, I agree with that. I think day 1 is just going to be a learning lesson for almost all the teams that are anywhere outside the top 5 right now. And tomorrow we're going to see them step up quite nicely. But for that, we will have to wait for the matches tomorrow. Although on the other side, again, talking about a few of the individuals that this time are doing really well for themselves. I mean, Slipknot from the side of Phantom Esports sitting in the air on the 7th position in terms of the MVP rankings. I mean, that first game was so important, and Slipknot surviving, getting those placement points was very crucial for Phantom Esports, and the man has been, well, doing a pretty phenomenal job the entire day. But player comparison now between 2 teammates, Top versus Pika.
Well, again, when it comes down to the way Top was playing, he was guns blazing in so many individual situations that we saw him. On the other front, for the side of Team Pika, he is more, you know, synergized with the team and the approach that he's able to accumulate, whatever the fighting situation and chance that they're able to get set up for. And that is how I see both of these players individually. But going back to the conversation that you were just talking about, right, for Slipknot from the side of Phantom Esports, one thing I do want to kind of point out is there has to be a reason why the viewers were so adamant that Phantom Esports is the one that is going to be reigning in Supreme. And again, if first game itself is to indicate anything, that means that yes, the team is definitely going to be bringing that sort of a gameplay to our tables. It's just from tomorrow onwards. Why? Because first game they showcased that perfect play, and then they just sat back and they were like, all right, this is what we can do to the lobby, and then we want to see what are the others going to be doing. And yeah, maybe that's the strategy right there.
Yeah, and now, I mean, it can be a multitude of things. I mean, it can be just a love that's there within the hearts of people for Phantom Esports, or maybe the Phantom Esports lovers were tuning into the right channel, were tuning into PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia's channel, and that's where the votes are going to be counted. In fact, so for tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, make sure that you guys are tuning in for that. For the predictions. You guys also get to vote for your favorite teams, and again, the live sort of voting is displayed in the middle of the game, and then we also do like to talk about them. What are the differences? What are we thinking? What are you guys thinking? A good discussion.
But one more thing that we have to do before we close the day off is where you started the day and you got on Avenger onto the screen, of course, right? There was something that was set up between you lads. There was a little bit of punishment set up. FS Avenger, welcome to the stream once again. And welcome, of course, first thing first. But talking about what was the expectation and how the day has played out, let's talk a little bit about that before we jump towards that punishment point.
Okay. So, as you can see on the top overall leaderboard, Freestyle is sitting on, I guess, 9th or 10th position. So there were a few mistakes here and there, and I'm sure we'll work on them and surely make a comeback in the upcoming days.
I mean, we do expect the comeback to happen because, again, as you mentioned, you are on the 9th position right now, and the difference between you and the teams right above, it's not that big unless you get to the top 2 teams. So I think the jump towards the top 5, towards the top 4, is that what you're aiming for tomorrow? Or by tomorrow you are like, all right, no, we are going to straight away try and see if we can get into the top 3? Because you still have 3 days.
I guess. Yeah, we have 3 days, and I guess we can contest for the top 3 position tomorrow. Because Stalwart Esports has made a big lead, and I'm sure they're gonna bring the heat tomorrow again. They're very dominating right now, so I guess we'll see tomorrow.
Definitely. I mean, nothing's stopping you from bringing that heat to their face also, and that is something that I'm sure you're just waiting and eager. As soon as you jump in, you just want to be rooting for action and whatnots and just completely pincer them down. But dude, that will of course have to wait for another day, maybe tomorrow or
for now,
or day after, right?
For now,
but right now, for
push
now,
up
exactly, Johnny.
It's push-up times for Avenger. So let's just bring it on, ladies and gentlemen. Avenger doing as many push-ups as he can right now on this broadcast.
All right, mate. Let's do this. 1 and 2. Okay.
3.
Dude, now that's a really good workout.
5. That's perfect
Avenger,
form.
is this
That's
your
perfect
routine,
form.
dude? Is this how you warm up? I mean, before you get into a game, if this is how you're doing it, then you've really got the style nailed down, dude. Look
Blotter,
at that
I've lost the
flow.
count.
Dude, I don't even know what the count is. I think 110.
Nah, I think that's definitely
See,
like it's crossed 20.
Zeros can be put on or removed. It does not matter.
Yeah, I'll make you sit down with Ocean, and you need to go over the basics of mathematics right there. But Avenger, like, brilliant form on those push-ups, brilliantly done.
Definitely.
We lost the count. Maybe you can tell us how many you did. I think definitely 25 plus.
25 to 30. 25 to 30.
Yes, that's a good number.
That's a good number, and that's a good strategy to really, boost yourself up before you jump into the game. I mean, you called it. I did not say anything. You said Stalwart is what you're rooting for and going up against. So I am going to be keeping my fingers crossed. Johnny, what's your
Yeah.
question going to be, mate?
I'm just going to wish you good luck, and I definitely have to say that's a very good mentality to have for a team and for the players. Like, even though you do have a little bit of a safety cushion for the next 3 days, just straight away trying to see, like, visualizing your end goal and making sure you're
Right.
challenging for that. So kudos to you and your teammates, and good luck for tomorrow. I hope you guys, like, definitely put at least a little bit of a challenge to Stalwart Esports. I mean, because, again, that 20-point lead, I want it to be a little bit closer between everyone else.
True. But hey, thank you so much again for joining us, Avenger. And gee, mate, best of luck again, not only to you, but the entirety of your team. And of course, have a really sensational day number 2 as well.
Thank
All right, so that, of course, was Avenger joining us. And all right, Johnny, dude, what do you
Yep.
think? I mean, if you were to have like a regime and a routine before you jump into the game, what would your stance be? Would you be, getting them muscles boosted?
No, just have a cup of coffee. You've seen me. Do I look like I work out? I'm a lazy man.
Dude, I gotta ask, right? I mean, I gotta ask. But
Yeah.
looking on to the
I mean-
day summary, though.
Yeah, but I usually like to have a cup of coffee. That's it.
Incredible turn of day. What a play this has been. Again, I mean, looking on to match number 4 and 5, we can clearly see that Stalwart Esports have made a huge marker right there with 11 knocks and 10 knocks respectively, with the 12 eliminations still being confirmed in both the games. So it is looking pretty good. But hey, JyanMaara, I mean, to start the day and to end the day in style on 2 individual maps, that too, So yeah, that is just also perfectly set up for themselves. Same is the case for the side of 52X Rage because of the consistent play that they've been able to accumulate. But is that going to be enough? When you've got the likes of Seal Esports and whatnots who are walking away with 15 plus, DRS, 15 plus elimination points in a single game. So yeah, things are going to get heated up a lot more and a lot more tougher for these teams tomorrow.
Definitely, because the situation right now in the overall leaderboard is quite intense. We have IHC sitting on the 12th position with 30 points to their name, and then Deadeyes Guys on the 5th with 49 points. Just 19 points separating the 5th and the 12th position. So as even Avenger pointed out, I think it should not be that difficult for them to contest the top 3 tomorrow. They need 2 good games, and those 2 matches need to be the first 2 games of tomorrow. But I can't predict the future. I'm not Ocean. I don't have a crystal ball. So I'll have to wait.
Well, I mean, I've got an even trolley answer for that. For that we need to end the day.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, again, I mean, just to summarize the day, what would be your final thoughts, mate?
I think, again, JyanMaara, we always talk about Stalwart Esports, so I want to talk about JyanMaara right now. They were just absolutely incredible. I love how this team is playing right now, and I just hope that they be the same, like, they keep the same form for the next 4 days, because if that happens, then I think we're going to have new contenders for the South Asian Championship, and we're going to have new kings of South Asia.
That is true. JyanMaara, they're playing their own approach, but the way that they're playing it is just working out for them. And even though you've got these Mongolian teams in the lobby who at one point in time we would talk about and like what team is it going to be that would go up against them, now the teams have actually gotten that sort of an experience where the strategies are so similar that it's not really about Mongolian team or the Nepali team or whatever. It's all about which team is the best. Which team is going to be the one that will reign in supreme. And for now, we've got a couple of names that we could bring up and talk about right off the bat. But it's just too late right now because, as Johnny said, we're going to have to wait till tomorrow as we will be jumping in with day number 2. But that does bring us to the end of day 1. Thank you so much for everybody for tuning in. Thanks to, of course, Oppo F21 Pro. For all of this is all thanks to them. We'll be back again tomorrow. Until then, take care. Bye-bye.